3,000 years ago, before the science of meteorology was even thought of, King Solomon wrote in Ecclesiastes 1 verse 7 that all of the rivers run into the sea, and yet the sea is not full. Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again. Well, every year the continents and islands of this earth pour down into the oceans a stupendous volume of water. About 286,000 cubic miles of water pour into the oceans every year. Now, for century after century and millennium after millennium, this has been going on. And the sea has not increased its level by so much as an inch. Now, how is that possible? Well, we call it the circle or cycle of evaporation and precipitation. The writer of Ecclesiastes said that the ocean maintains its level in spite of this gigantic annual influx, because the rivers go back to the place from whence they came. And indeed they do. Every drop of rain that falls climbs back upon the Creator's elevator of evaporation to form themselves into clouds, and then ride back to the head of their toboggan slide to begin their journey all over again. Now, in the modern science of meteorology, we understand this. Its laws are comprehended. Well, modern science has learned what the writer of Ecclesiastes knew 3,000 years ago. Now, that's just one more of the many examples of science in Scripture. Dead men's secrets, or dead men tell tales. You've probably watched PBS a time or two and seen a special or some kind of a TV documentary, that details, in some regard, some ancient relics, some ancient buildings, like the Great Pyramid of Egypt. And then they'll give you the numbers that go along with it, like this is the most massive building ever built in the history of the world to this day, as I speak to you today, as you're listening. The Great Pyramid of Cheops is the most massive building. Until about 1935, it was also the tallest building ever built in the world, until the Empire State Building was built back in 1935. The Great Pyramid was the biggest, tallest building in the world. And they'll tell you, some statistics and one thing and another, and then we sit here in awe, and we kind of marvel, because you see, when we go to public school, they tell us that man, years and years ago, was a brute beast evolving from apes, and that we were really pretty dumb, dragging our knuckles on the ground and hitting our women over the head and dragging them off into the cave, And so, if your view of the world, or your world view, is based upon evolution, and then you look at this great pyramid out here, this great building, and you listen to these numbers over here, they don't add up. They don't add up. Now, I'm a general contractor, and I build buildings. And when we build a house, if that house is plus or minus an inch, that's plenty good enough. And when we get them a little out of square, they're 2-3 inches out of square, no big deal. We just cover it up, by dividing the inch or the 3 inches, in half, and then when we put the roofing on, we fudge a little bit over here at the bottom, and then we fudge a little bit up there at the opposite top, and when you look at it, you can't see it. It's not that big a deal. And that's building a house. Now, the Great Pyramid, to show you how accurate it is, in 1964, they developed, I don't know who it was, but somebody developed what they call a laser transit. Now, we've had transits, for hundreds of years. An eyepiece, a telescope, in which we could put a man out there in the field, 100, 200, 300, 400 feet out there. We can measure elevations with a stick, and we can measure straight lines and things like that. That's been going on for a long time. So we've been surveying and measuring, for centuries. But the accuracy of it wasn't all that great. And so we've been making maps, for hundreds of years. But the maps, aren't exactly accurate. And so as time progresses along, we've been getting more accurate maps. And so, about 1964, somebody comes up with a new type of transit, and it's called the laser transit, and it's much more accurate, than the old transits. And so, as time progresses along, technology improves, and we get more accurate readings. And so, somebody went over to the Great Pyramid and they measured it up, see, well, how square is it? Now, the thing sits on 14 acres. It's not like building a house. I mean, an acre is 43,560 square feet. So if you can remember, that's about 40,000 square feet. If you've got a house that sits on 10,000 square foot lot, that's a quarter of an acre. You're on round numbers. 11,000 square feet would be a little closer. So if your lot's 11,000 square feet, now that's a quarter of an acre, and then on that house you build a house, and if you can build that house within an inch or two of square, that's pretty good. And this is modern times. Well, the Great Pyramid sits on 14 acres. Let's just take 14 times 4. 14 times 4. That's 56 times bigger than your lot. 56 times bigger. And if your lot, is an eighth of an acre over here, well, then it's about 112 times bigger. And the thing measures corner to corner on all four corners within 1/2 inch of absolute square. 1/2 inch on 14 acres. Now, like I said, I'm an old-timey general contractor, and I look at that and I say, my God, I couldn't build a house that close. I couldn't build a house on your lot to plus or minus 1/2 inch. Now, it could be done. I mean, if we wanted to spend the time, effort, energy, and the money, we could build a house plumb. I don't know that you could build it out of wood and make it plumb, but I think we probably, if we put our minds to it, we could probably do that out of some other material. Now, the reason I say that that's really a spectacular concept is because when I went to school, they told us that in ancient times, these people, they didn't have pulleys. They didn't have Caterpillar tractors. They didn't have the wheel. They didn't have transits. There was a company back in 1964 also that said that if they were going to build the Great Pyramid, that they could build the Great Pyramid, duplicate it the way it is, and they could mine the block from 2,500 miles away, ship it by rail and barge and boat, build the thing, and put the capstone on it. Now, that pyramid's sitting up there now without any capstone. Well, this company said that they could put it on there, and then they could do it for $32 billion. And that's a $32 billion. Now, that's in 1964 dollars. If you were going to multiply that out, you'd have to double it from 1980 to the present time, so that'd be 64 billion. And then you'd have to probably double that again from 1960 to 1980. I don't know what the inflation rate was in that 20 years, but I'd guess it was double again. So that'd be 64, and then we got to double again to 128. So talking about it in today's dollars, it'd be about $128 billion. Now, that's a bunch of money. Now, people don't normally go out and just spend $128 billion, just to be spending money or just to be building something. I mean, when you build a building, like the trade towers or the Empire State Building or something like that, there's got to be a return. There's got to be a reason. There's got to be a purpose behind it. And that's a big building. And by the way, the building is built with expansion joints. For those of you that might not know what that is, when the sun shines on the Golden Gate Bridge, it's built out of steel, and it expands. And you've got to have expansion joints. So when you're driving on the deck of the bridge, you'll cross over a grate. And that grate is interlocking like the fingers on your hands. And as the sun shines on the steel, it expands and contracts an inch or 2 or 3 or 5. I don't know how much it expands, but it's got an expansion joint in there. Well, the Great Pyramid, when the sun shines on one side of it, it will expand faster, expand more than on the side where the sun isn't shining. So you've got to have a modality for the entire building to expand, or at least that outer shell to expand and contract. And they've got grooves. The builders of the Great Pyramids understood expansion and contraction. And so they build it into the Great Pyramid. Nothing's been there for several thousand years, and it hasn't cracked and broken and fallen down. That's amazing. The Empire State Building hasn't been there for several thousand years. Neither has the Golden Gate Bridge or the Bay Bridge. And, of course, the Twin Towers, they didn't last very long. Now, it would say to me that the people who built the Great Pyramid must have had at least the same technology that we had in 1964 to measure it. You know, just my common sense says to me, if we couldn't measure the damn thing until 1964 because we didn't have a laser transit, then the people that built it had to have at least had the technology of a laser transit to build it. Because up until 1964, boys and girls, we couldn't duplicate it without the laser transit. So whether the guys who built the thing, and I was told this one time, I said, well, how did they level it up? Now the thing sits plumb. It's level. And now they got satellites out there in space with lasers, and they can shoot and they can measure things now pretty darn accurately, you know, and they kind of marvel. I do. I'm an old-timey general contractor, and I got to tell you, I don't think I could build an outhouse that close. I got 2 outhouses out here, and they're not plus or minus a half an inch. First of all, nobody would spend the time trying to make it that close. It isn't necessary. But then when this thing sits on 14 acres and it's plus or minus plumb, and then it's plus or minus a half inch on 4 corners, sitting on 14 acres, which is bigger than the Empire State Building, which is bigger than the Twin Towers, which is more accurate than either. You know, you got to sit there and say, hey, wait a minute. These guys were not savages dragging their knuckles on the back of the ground. These were not Cro-Magnons. We can't duplicate the thing today. Now, that tells me they got to be smarter than we are. Now, if we could duplicate the thing today, we'd have 4 or 5 of them sitting out there. And you don't see anybody building those today. Now, there had to be a reason for it. I don't know what the reason was. And that's another thing. People don't spend $32, $64, or $128 billion, you know, building the most massive building that's ever been constructed in the history of mankind without a purpose. We haven't got a clue. Can't figure it out. Nobody's spending $128 billion today to build something over there in Washington, D.C. to commemorate World War II. We don't have the money, number one. Number two, if we had the money, we couldn't duplicate it. Don't know how. We don't know how they did it. Well, the guy that wrote the book, Dead Men's Secrets, his name is Jonathan Gray, he hits upon this very subject matter over here. In fact, it isn't just the Great Pyramid. He hits upon a number of areas of life, like geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, social organization, engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items, clothing, art, medicine, flight, space travel, ancient science, and civilization. Can you imagine space travel before Christ? Ancient science before Christ, civilization before Christ, flight, medicine, art, and clothing before Christ, equal to or superior to anything that we have today. Now, right away, somebody says, well, if that were true, we would have heard about it from archaeology. You would? You would? Excuse me. In 1940, there was a skeleton up here in the museum in Chicago. I think they call it the Museum of Natural History. It was a 14-foot skeleton. Now, the Bible says there were giants on earth in those days. This is back in Genesis chapter 5, I believe it is, or 6. There were giants on earth in those days. That does not fit with the theory of evolution. It doesn't fit with modern science. Now, go into that museum today, and you're not going to find that 14-foot skeleton that was there in 1940. I don't know what happened to it. I'm just telling you that in 1940 it was there. Today it's gone. It doesn't fit with the theory of evolution. And I first of all want to tell you that that is not science and that is not academic. That is propaganda. If it doesn't fit with your theory, what you do is you destroy it. You eliminate it. Get rid of it. And that's not honest. And it's not intellectual. So when I hear stories like that, I say to myself, well, why would archaeology, why would science, why would people in museums want to deliberately destroy the evidence? I mean, if there were giants, then why don't we say, well, gosh, there were giants? That's the truth. How many of these giants were there? Well, now, it could be that the 14-foot giant was just an anomaly. You know, it happens once in a while. You look in the Guinness Book of Records, there was a guy that was just, I think it was 8'11", or 8'10.5" or something. He's just a shade under 9 feet tall. And the Bible talks about a guy named Goliath. You know, there's David and Goliath. There's a Bible story there. Well, Goliath was 9'6". And compared to the giants described in the Bible, Goliath was a midget. You know, 9 feet is pretty tall when you're comparing it to a 6-foot man, but 14 feet. And there was a story of a guy named King Og, and his bedstead was 14 feet. So the 14-foot skeleton that was in the Chicago Museum was an average run-of-the-mill 14-foot skeleton. There were people that were 15, 16 feet tall. And I suppose there were people that were 9, 10, 11, 12 feet tall. But they're all big. They're big guys. Now, are there any other skeletons beside that one in the Museum of Natural History in Chicago? And the answer is yes, by the hundreds. They've been discovered all over the world. And Dead Men Secrets identifies the locations of those finds. And I didn't know that before. So I had heard of the Great Pyramid. I had heard of the Nazca monuments out here in the desert where they get spiders and monkeys, you know, that are miles across, 6, 8 miles across. And big buildings with building blocks that weigh 50 tons down in Peru and Ecuador. And cities that are built on cliffs and on top of mountains, you know. And those are just, you know, one here and one there and one. It makes you think, well, my God, were there people out here in ancient times smarter than we are today, more technologically advanced? Did they have ships that could go across the oceans? Yeah, and all of that. And space travel, too. Before the flood, people were traveling into space, flying in jet airplanes. They had medicine equal to today, art, clothing, and mechanical devices that have been dug up, but they don't fit the theory of evolution. See, evolution is a fairy tale for adults that tells us once upon a time, long, long ago and far, far away. And then they proceed to tell us the story about how billions and billions of years ago, thus and such occurred. Pure fantasy. There isn't a shred of evidence, not a shred of proof. No scientific tests can be duplicated. And, you know, if people want to believe that, that's fine. There's no problem with that. People believe in religion. I kind of watch people, you know, religious people. They scare the hell out of me, and I watch them as far away as I can get from them. And then they believe in superstition. And rational people who attach themselves to science, they attach themselves to another superstition called evolution. And they call that science. I look at both of them and I say, oh, my God. I got one superstitious bunch on the one hand, then I look over here and I got another superstitious bunch on the other hand. And neither side can ever come to an actual grasp of truth and understanding. You know, how did it actually happen? So in order for us to do that, if we're going to arrive at the truth, we got to actually come to grips with 14-foot skeletons. and buildings that are so big and so massive that we can't duplicate them today, and ask the question, well, how did those people build that? Who was here to do that? We look at Stonehenge, in amazement to this day, and say, how in the world did those people get 30-ton blocks of rock sitting up there on top of that? That would be a whale of a feat. It can be duplicated. We could do Stonehenge. But hey, boys and girls, there's a lot of buildings around the world that we can't duplicate today. There's a block of rock in a wall down in Ecuador that weighs 200,000 tons. It's a dressed rock. It's square. I say square. It's rectangular, but it's got corners to it. It's got 8 corners, and these corners, are exact. It didn't just evolve this way. If you're out here walking around, and you see a block of rock over here, and this thing is square, and you measure it up, and it's got the same measurements all around it, you can be pretty sure that some intelligence over here squared that thing up. Here's the crazy part of it. Do you know how much 200,000 tons is? That's a lot of weight. That's a big chunk. Let me describe it. The Titanic, that big ship, the Titanic, and the Queen Mary, these big merchant ships. Well, those big luxury liners weigh about 40,000 tons. 40,000 tons. All right, now let's pull the Queen Mary into a shipyard, and let's just stick it under a couple of cranes, and let's just pick it up and set it on the ground. Do you think that there's any place in the world that there's a crane big enough to pick up a ship like the Queen Mary? Well, I'm here to tell you that there isn't. So when they want to work on a ship that big, what they have to do is run it into what they call a dry dock. And that's a big hole in the ground that they can flood with water. They can float the thing in, and then they let the water out of it, and the thing settles down on the bottom, and then they can go in there and then go to work on it. So when we want to work on a ship, we have to put it in a dry dock. You can't pick it up. Now, there are places that have cranes that pick up fishing boats and just pick them up out of the water and stick them over here on the ground, and then they work on them, and then they pick them up off the ground, and they set them back in the water. Fishing boats and things like that. Now, let's go down here. I told you there's a rock here that's now 200,000 tons. There's lots of rocks that are 50,000 tons. That's as big as or bigger than the Queen Mary. There's lots of rocks that weigh 200 tons. They go anywhere from 3, 6, 16, 30, 50 tons, things like that. And these rocks are set into walls, and they're dressed. Some of them are square. Some of them are odd shapes, and then the odd shape fits with the next rock, and it's cut in an odd shape to fit. Kind of like looking at a puzzle. The odd shapes that go into a jigsaw puzzle? And remember that the tab has to fit into a corresponding hole. And then when you're doing a jigsaw puzzle, if you'll think about it, yeah, it's true, you got a tab and you got a hole, but they don't fit together perfectly. So if they don't fit together perfectly, well, then obviously it doesn't go there. All right, well, these rocks are built like a jigsaw puzzle. They're so close together you can't stick a knife blade between them. So they were cut. There isn't any technology today that can cut rock irregularly and then put them together. None. Doesn't exist. And yet there they are. Now, those people that did that were smarter than we are today. They had a greater technology than we have today. And the Bible talks about that, and the Bible talks about space flight. The Bible talks about flight. And yet your preacher doesn't talk about that because if he did, he wouldn't last long as your preacher. Because he subscribes to evolutionary philosophy, and he doesn't tell you everything that's in the Bible. And unless you read it for yourself, you wouldn't know that. And most religious people don't read the Bible. They haven't got a clue. So atheists and agnostics and evolutionists, they don't read the Bible because they don't want to. The religious guys, they don't read the Bible because I'm not sure that they're capable. I mean, everybody's got one, but they don't read it. And if they read it, they don't believe what it says. I mean, time and time and time again, you take a look at the people's actions, in life. People don't practice Exodus chapter 12. Jesus asked the question. He said, well, why do you people call me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? That's because they've got a different God. They've got a different religion. They've got a different program over here that they follow. They don't follow the Scripture. Well, anyway, Jonathan Gray over here writes a book called Dead Men's Secrets. And I want to tell you a little story here, pertinently. William Prescott, the great archaeologist, reminds us that a nation may pass away and leave only the memory of its existence, but the stories of science that it has gathered up will endure forever. You see, folklore is a fossil of history. It preserves history in the guise of colorful tales. Far from being a collection of fables, it is a recital of actual past events, even though from generation to generation some facts have become distorted or forgotten. Professor I.A. Efremov of the Soviet Union cautions that historians must pay more respect to ancient traditions and folklore, and he accuses Western science of snobbishness in rejecting the tales of the common people. We must face it, legends are usually based on hardcore fact. Take the legend of Troy, for instance. No scholar ever took the Iliad or the Odyssey of Homer as history. But Schliemann, putting faith in it, discovered the mythical city of Troy. The Iliad spoke of a cup decorated with doves, which Odysseus used. In a shaft, Schliemann found the 3,600-year-old cup. Herodias told a fabulous story of a distant country where griffins guarded a golden treasure. This land, Altai or Kim-Shan, has now been found, together with ancient gold mines and decorations from a high culture, prominently display the griffin. This vague myth is now seen to be a fact. Mexican Indian legends spoke of a sacred well of sacrifice into which maidens and jewelry were hurled. Historians dismiss this as a mere tale, until the well at Chichen Itza was discovered in the 19th century. Now, more than any document, the Bible has been assailed as a collection of fanciful myths. And yet, to the embarrassment of its critics, archaeological discoveries have proved time and time again that the fabled cities, mythical persons, and impossible events were not only true, but they were in fact reliable historical reporting in every detail. And indeed, the Bible can now be regarded as the most accurate and the most trustworthy source of history that we possess. All right, so these legends are usually based upon hardcore fact. Now, our ancestral memory of the Golden Era, if we were to credit the collective testimony of all ancient races, man's early history was truly an incredible history. It was a golden age of advanced civilization, of original giants who had superior intelligence and technology. This appears to have been a universal truth known to everyone in ancient times. Sacred records affirm that at the very beginning, soon after the fall from paradise, men possessed extraordinary mental abilities. Beginning with the raw earth, they mastered a high level of civilization and technology in just the first 6 generations of their existence. In that short time, they were able to build cities, play complex musical instruments, and smelt metals. Indeed, with their scientific complexities, these earliest men, it seems, were no fools. We might well wonder to what degree they further developed and refined this technology. In the final few centuries before the flood struck, were the miracles of science as common as they are now? A perfectly valid question, I would think. Now imagine, if you can, paved rainbow cities whose houses of crystal reflected every special hue. And we're talking about air travel, computers, and plastics. Now, did you know that when Alexander Graham Bell gave us the telephone, he said that it had been done before? The old devices have been reinvented, he observed. Yes, you read it right. That's exactly what Bell said. He said, in fact, the question was pressed further by the eminent British scientist Frederick Soddy. He's a winner of the Nobel Prize in Physics, and he wondered whether the ancients might not only have attained our present knowledge, but a power hitherto unmastered by us at this time. Now, there are physical remains also. So, in our quest here for the truth concerning ancient civilizations, we've got to have some physical evidence. You know, as a jurist or a lawyer, if we went into court and we wanted to prove our theory or prove our side of the case, we'd have to have some kind of evidence. We call them exhibits, physical evidence. Now, where did Bell and Soddy get their information? Well, quite possibly from some rusty old records. Nevertheless, our quest is not based on ancient text and reports, but on accepted scientific discoveries. There are recently discovered artifacts that cannot be dismissed, namely objects of metal sitting in museums today that are unquestionably made in the ancient world, that would have required very advanced technology to produce, a technology not to be repeated until our day today. The weight of evidence grows daily, evidence that all of the major secrets of modern technology were known and then forgotten long ago, evidence that early man did create a society that surpassed ours in all aspects of development. The entire world is really a dead man's tomb. It's a treasure hunter's paradise. As we prize or we open the coffin, suspense builds. And slowly we are lifting the lid on a lost technology which almost smacks of science fiction. We come face to face with such absurdities as brain transplants, colonies on Mars, and invisible men, and then we wonder what's next. Well, admittedly, such concepts almost strain credibility, and we're tempted to ask, could the ancients have really advanced so far? It may help to consider our own age. As recently as 100 years ago, were not most of today's inventions totally unknown, even unbelievable? Since then, the spawning has been very sudden and very rapid. And what's more, the present age of basic discoveries is hardly at its end. It is forecast that just 15 years in the future, the accumulated knowledge that we have today will double in just 15 years. Now, can you grasp what that means? How then can one possibly conceive of the state of knowledge attained by the antediluvians before the deluge struck? Let me ask you this question. Think about this for a second. In the Bible, it tells us that they were artificers in brass and iron in Genesis chapter 4. An artificer in brass and iron. Let's go back to Columbus. No, we look back 500 years and we say, well, that's the Middle Ages, and technology wasn't as advanced as it is today, but we had ships, and we had metallurgy, we had swords, and they had some cannons, they had guns, they knew about gunpowder. Well, in Columbus's day, in 1500, they were still casting cannon in sand. A turret lathe had not been invented yet. Metalworking tools, such as lathes, were yet to be discovered in the future. Now, if we were casting cannon in sand 500 years ago, and within 500 years we're putting men on the moon, if in Genesis 4 they already had advanced metallurgy, That is, the mixing of metals together, which is advanced beyond casting cannon in sand. Couldn't they do the same thing in 500 years? Now, the amount of time from Adam and Eve until the flood was 1,656 years. So if in the first 1,100 years, they were able to reach metallurgy, then they had 556 years left with which to duplicate the technology that we have today. Now, there's an obscure scripture here in the Bible. I thought I'd point this one out. It's in Deuteronomy chapter 30, that anticipates space travel. I looked at this some years back, and I kind of marveled, and I said, why would God even put such a thing in there unless he was already familiar with? In verse 4 it says, if any of yours be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord your God gather you, and from thence shall he fetch you. How far out into the heavens has man traveled that he has been lost on other planets or on other moons, like, say, our moon or Mars? I don't know. It never entered our vocabulary until the last 50 years. It's been in my lifetime. You know, when I was a kid, we used to read the comics, and there was a guy by the name of Flash Gordon. That was science fiction. That was in the 1950s. Nobody ever thought that anybody was going to travel to the moon or build a space station or put satellites up in the air with which we could bounce radio waves off of and telephone calls. Never occurred to anybody. We had Dick Tracy with a watch, you know, a two-way communication watch. Today we all have cell phones. Dick Tracy, science fiction, 1950. He's got a two-way wrist radio. Today everybody's got a cell phone talking with people anywhere in the world. Now, we did that in the last 50 years or so. And notice that the technology that we have here today, in the world today, just take a look around you, computers, automobiles, airplanes, jet airplanes. We didn't have that 100 years ago. Go back 200 years. Look what has been accomplished over the past 200 years, and ask yourself, if these people were already advanced in metallurgy prior to, this is BC, this is way before the flood, for crying out loud. This is before Noah's Ark. Now, I know, you go to the movies and you look at the movie, Noah's Ark, or you look at the movies that are produced by Cecil B. DeMille, in Egyptian times, and we say, hey, these people are barbarians. They're ancient. They don't have technology. They're building pyramids that we can't duplicate today. They're building buildings and monuments that we don't have a technology to do. But they're dragging their knuckles on the ground and hitting their women over the head and dragging them off. That's preposterous poppycock. It's insane. Doesn't add up with the physical evidence. That pyramid is sitting there, boys and girls, like it or lump it. It's there. We can't build one today. We don't have the money. There isn't anybody in the world, including the United States of America, has got the money to duplicate that Great Pyramid. Technologically, we could do it today, but it wasn't until 1964 that we were able to do it. Now, those people back in those days, they built that thing. And here's the Bible talking about space travel here in Deuteronomy 30, verse 4. And I'm sitting there saying, if we can come to space travel, if we can come to jet engine flight in 100 years, from 1900 to 2000, this isn't too much of a stretch of my imagination to see somebody doing this prior to the flood. And do we have any physical evidence of it? Oh, you betcha we do. Physical evidence abounds, not 1 or 2 or 5 or 10, but by the hundreds. By the hundreds. For instance, he's got some sections in here. I'm going to flip over here to, number 16. Let me get to chapter 16 here. And the one that as a contractor, the one that I was really surprised to see, there are 64 examples of construction techniques that have not been duplicated until the 20th century. That's not the buildings themselves. That's the techniques, like concrete. You know, we think of cement today, building the Empire State Building with steel and concrete, as being something new and modern that we just came up with in the last 100 years. You go back here 200 years, you didn't see any Empire State Buildings. Now, that's a modern technology. There's some buildings that have been built out here in the hinterlands, and there's microscopes. Did you know that in Moses' time they had microscopes? I was absolutely amazed. Glasswork and microscopes. I'm going to give you some examples. 24 examples of glasswork and microscopes sit in the museums today, not on display. They sit down in the basements, hidden away so that you can't see them. Like the skeleton of the 14-foot giant up in Chicago. They're not on display. They exist. They were found. They've been recorded. We have the pictures of it. We know that they're there, but they don't fit the theory of evolution, and anything that doesn't fit with evolution is not put on display. Nobody has an explanation for it. Well, there's an explanation. When you see something like a 200,000-ton block of rock that is set in position, somebody had the technology to make it, pick it up, move it, and set it into place. We can't do that today. And since we can't explain that, and our fairy tale dream world says that we're evolving better and better, smarter and smarter, it doesn't fit with the evolution fairy tale. So then we ignore it. We hide it. We pretend it doesn't exist. And as I said, that's not science, and it's not academic. It's just propaganda. So over here in Chapter 16, we've got some buildings. I want to point out a couple of 3 buildings here. We've got about 10 minutes. So, a startling surprise awaited Captain Don Henry on that particular day in 1976. He was 40 miles off the southern coast of Florida directing sonar readings on the ocean floor. Suddenly, an immense pyramid-shaped structure showed up. It was 300 feet below the surface. Subsequent underwater closed-circuit TV was to show the pyramid to be about 420 feet high. It's a veritable skyscraper, nearly the size of the Great Pyramids of Egypt. When 12 other pyramids turned up on a NASA satellite photograph of the Amazon jungle, noted author Charles Berlitz and Dr. Manson Valentine, curator of the Miami Science Museum, excitedly organized a major scientific expedition to the underwater pyramid, the first of its kind, which set out with a crack team of 15 archaeologists, researchers, and divers early in August of 1978. At the same time, a NASA-supported expedition led by Florida explorer Philip Miller set out for the Amazon jungles of Peru, accompanied by a documentary film team to investigate the foliage-covered pyramids found there. I'm intrigued by an apparent relationship here. Huge ruins throughout the world generally resemble each other in construction, as well as in geographical and astronomical alignment. What is more, constructions which are technologically impossible today face us. Precise construction and colossal size indicate that the builders had unknown techniques and energy sources at their disposal. It makes one feel that these magnificent, time-defying ruins that still exist after 4,000 years can hardly be the work of primitive barbarians. Surely, they are the scientific instruments of an advanced universal civilization. So join me on a grand tour, and you'll see what I mean. Things that can't happen have happened here. The site is built 12,000 feet above sea level. This is very oxygen-poor air in which the slightest exertion can cause nausea and worse, and yet blocks of up to 200 tons were maneuvered over distances of up to 90 miles in rarefied air. This is not possible by muscular strength. This grand complex was built with a technical skill embarrassing to us and by a method which is totally unknown to us today. Here was a city of startling dimensions. Acres and acres lie covered with truncated pyramids, artificial hills, lines of monoliths, platforms, underground rooms, and giant gates which incorporate architecture beyond our technical scope today. Many large gateways were built from a single stone. The Gate of the Sun is the biggest carved monolith in the world. It is a single block of rock, 10 feet high and 6 feet wide. The size of some of the buildings is astonishing. The fortress of Acapana, 650 by 496 feet, was once a pyramid 167 feet high. The Sun Temple was on a platform 440 feet long by 390 feet wide, composed of blocks of rock 100 to 200 tons each. Walls of the temple complex itself had blocks of 60 tons each. Steps of the stone stairway were 50 tons apiece. Here were terraced temples like those of faraway Babylon and Nineveh. The walls of the palace were 220 feet long by 180 feet wide. Its throne room was 160 feet long by 130 feet wide. The steps from the palace entrance were washed by the lake now receding and 15 miles away. The paved court under our feet is 80 feet square, with a covered gallery 45 feet on one side. Court and hall are one single block of dressed stone. One single block. Building blocks. One is 36 feet long, 7 feet wide, fitted without lime or mortar and without any joint showing. Nearly every stone is accurately cut and polished, nicked, mortised, and occasionally even beveled. Water conduits have a completely modem shape with smooth cross-sections, polished inner and outer surfaces, and accurate edges. See these half pipes? They have grooves and corresponding protrusions that fit together. Plundered Spanish invaders stole the interlocking copper or silver keys which secured the stonework from earthquake damage until they had survived for thousands of years. Subsequent earthquakes leveled the structures. As late as the 19th century, there were imposing colonnades to admire, of which sadly there is now no trace. Many of the great buildings were dynamited, and then untold treasures disappeared. One 24-foot statue remains. But the records are there. You see, when the Spanish got there, they made records of it. And then they tore them down, blew them up to salvage the gold, silver, and the metals, shipped them off to Spain. Here's the point. Here are buildings at 12,000 feet in Bolivia that we could not build today, let alone at 12,000 feet. And we're being told, in our movies and in our books, that these great monuments were built by slave labor, and they were built by hand, without wheels, without pulleys, just by pure muscle. That's preposterous poppycock. You talk about fantasy world. Hey, you talk about fairy tales. That's a fairy tale. But it's better than that. That's just the beginning. There's more and more of these stories in here. In fact, just in this section alone, there are, let me just look back here and we'll take a look. I think there's about 67 of these, as I recall. Yeah, it's about 103 examples of these buildings that are all over the world, not just in Peru, but all over the world. In Job 38, verse 24, we read a scientific question. It says, By what way is it that the light is parted? Or paraphrased, it says, by what way or technique is the light apportioned or separated? Can you imagine asking that question 4,000 years ago? It is, of course, today a simple one, and the student instantly answers, well, by passing it through the prism of the spectroscope. But who could have known that 4,000 years ago in Job's day? And since it's manifestly impossible for any human mind to frame a question that the mind knows nothing of, a greater mind than the mind of Job is the questioner here. But when we heat a metal red hot or heat any substance until it's incandescent, it gives forth rays of light. These rays, after passing through the prism of the spectroscope, divide themselves on the graph according to the content of the matter that sent them forth. So when a ray of light reaches us from some far-flung star, it need only to pass that ray of light through the spectroscope to see the composition of that star and the proportion of each of its ingredients. This division of light rays is always constant. It doesn't vary in the least particular, so that we may always rely upon its results. It's called spectroscopic analysis. And spectroscopic analysis is an exact science. And this is the manner by which the light is apportioned. Now, this places us in a quandary, because either Job knew this, or we're dealing with a supernatural wisdom here. And that's just one more of the many examples of science in the Scripture. And it's one more of the many lessons in our Mosaic Law School. For more information, why don't you call and order our free General Law CD package first. It's the place to start. It doesn't cost you anything. It's a 4-hour commentary on the law in general. And it's educational, it's informative, it's entertaining. Best of all, it's free, and you can call and order one right now. The number's 417-273-4967. If you're online, you can go to our website. It's georgegordon.org. That's georgegordon.org. Just click onto the email machine and send us an email request for that free General Law CD package. Once more, that's georgegordon.org, or call us direct at 417-273-4967. All right, we are reviewing the book called Dead Men's Secrets. So last time I gave you an introduction, and I said, hey, listen, there's some big monuments around the world. In fact, in this chapter 16, there are 57 of these examples of architectural marvels and wonders that are built around the world that we can't build today. You know, it's one thing to say, well, yeah, we could duplicate that today, but when you've got monuments out here, as I pointed out last time, you got a block of rock that weighs 200,000, not 200 tons, 200,000 tons, which is 5 Queen Marys. Somebody quarried that block of rock and then moved it and set it in place. There isn't anybody in the world today that can do that. The entire Russian apparatus, the American, the Russians, the French, the British, the Europeans, the Chinese, all combined, can't pick it up and move it. Now, somebody did that past tense. Now, how'd they do that? We don't know. We ain't got a clue. And there's 57 of those stories here in the book. It's called Dead Men's Secrets. You can probably get a copy of it down at Barnes & Noble. It's fairly new. It's 2004. The author's name is Jonathan Gray. And it's put out by an outfit called, kind of an odd publisher here. I've never heard this name before. They call themselves Teach Services Incorporated. Published by Teach Services Incorporated. They got a webpage. It's www.teachservices.com. And it's TEACHS is in capitals, and ERVICES.com is in lowercase. It's the way they've got it here in the book. I'm very impressed by the book. I have heard about these stories. I have heard about batteries in the Museum of Baghdad. And I've heard of airplanes out of Ecuador, model airplanes, little models of airplanes that were jets. And today we would look at that and say, my God, that's a jet airplane. And made out of silver, little ornaments and things like that. And you hear about these little stories. The 14-foot skeleton I told you about last time that was in the museum up in Chicago disappeared. And this author points out that the Smithsonian is sitting on warehouses full of this stuff, and they won't put it out. They haven't destroyed it. In some cases they have. It's been destroyed, but much of it is in the warehouses, and they're not putting it out on display. It doesn't fit evolution, and if it doesn't fit evolution, then we don't put it up. And so this guy wrote a book. See how many pages are in here. It's a pretty thick book. It's like 300 pages. Come on, page numbers. Show me your stuff here. Oh, my God. Tell me there's no page numbers. Here we are, 350. Yeah, it's 350 pages or more. 350 pages, and it talks about geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, social organization, engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items, clothing, art, medicine, flight, space travel, ancient science and civilization, all of it documented, all of it with physical evidence that we have uncovered over the last 200, 300, 400 years. And it's sitting around in warehouses, being carefully hidden, being carefully concealed, but it's all well documented. And he's done a very professional job, footnoted it, showed you the sources. I got to tell you this story. Now, last program, I told you about a 12,000-foot elevation here in the Andes Mountains, where they've got this fantastic city over here with the ruins and so on, well documented by the Spanish when they got in there. They blew it up, destroyed most of it. Some of it, the site's still there. Most of the rocks are still there. They got pictures in the book here of the rocks. The tragedy of it was the destruction that was wrought by the Spanish. They just came in there and just tore it all to hell. Not exactly clear why they tore it all up. It didn't all have gold and silver in it, but much of it did, and they robbed it and stole from it. Did you know that there are pyramids in the world that are bigger than the Great Pyramid of Cheops? Now, if you're like me, you heard that the Great Pyramid of Egypt is the biggest pyramid in the world. Down in Mexico City, 40 miles out of town, there's a couple of pyramids called the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon. I saw those as a kid. I was about 20 years old or so. I went down there and I looked at those pyramids, and my God, these two pyramids look just like the pyramids over in Egypt. How could these people over here in the New World be building pyramids that look just like the pyramids in Egypt unless they had had some kind of communication? I mean, I can see people building a pyramid, on both sides of the oceans, but you got to have, if they look alike, they got to look different, if they never had any communication. If they look exactly alike, well, then obviously one saw the other and copied it. I don't know who copied what from who, but I'm pointing out that these pyramids are all over the world. It isn't just here in the New World or in the Maya lands or the Aztecs and so on, but hell, these pyramids are in China. They're in Australia. They're in the United States of America. Did you know we got 9 pyramids over here in the United States of America sitting over in Illinois? I never read about those pyramids here in the United States when I went to school. I never heard a word about them. And one day my wife said, my wife is from Illinois, and she said, have you ever heard of the pyramids in Illinois? I looked at her like, pyramids? She says, yeah, they're about the same size as the Great Pyramid of Cheops in Egypt, and there's 9 of them in Illinois. And I looked at her like, lady, you got to be out of your mind. There's no pyramids in America. If there were, I would have heard about it when I went to school. And she said, well, turn left here, and let's go take a look at one. So we drove out into the countryside, and here's this great big mountain. There are parks. The state of Illinois has a park there. I climbed to the top of one of them, the top of the pyramid. The top of this pyramid in Illinois is 1/2 acre in size. That's the top. The top is 1/2 acre. It's bigger than your house. It's bigger than your lot. for most of you people out there. I was looking on the computer last night, and we were taking a look at houses in the Los Angeles area, and there's lots, 7,000-foot lot, 8,000-foot lot, 6,000-foot lot. I mean, you people live on pieces of ground that aren't as big as the top of this pyramid. I'm not talking the bottom of the pyramid. I mean the top of it. And then yet it sits on acres and acres of land, and it's 400 feet tall, and it's built out of dirt, and somebody packed all that dirt up there. I'm telling you, boys and girls, that if you had to go out here and build that pyramid today, if you called the Caterpillar Tractor Company, you'd have to have a major contracting outfit like Guy F. Atkinson to come out there and build something like that. You know, we look at it and we say, oh, well, just a bunch of Indians with a bunch of baskets carrying dirt stacked it up there. There's no Indian tribes around here ever claimed that they built that thing. It was there when they arrived. That's what they're telling them. Well, anyway, here, listen to this. The tallest building in the world until this century, until the 21st century, and still the most massive structure on Earth, is an ancient pyramid 120 stories high. 120 stories. All right, now the Great Pyramid is 450 feet high. That's 450 times 10 is 4,500 feet. Is that right? No. It's I think the Great Pyramid of Cheops, if I remember, is 450 feet divided by 10. Yeah, that's 45 stories. Now remember, the Twin Towers in New York, the Twin Towers, they're 110 stories tall. Remember that? I think they were 1,100 feet, as I recall, because there's 10 feet to a story, known round numbers. So you got 110 times 10. Yeah, they were 1,100 feet tall. All right. This pyramid is sitting in China today. Today, in China. You know, where they find all these great things every once in a while. Well, it stands on a long, desolate, flat stretch of land 40 miles west of the ancient capital, Xianfu, on an old dirt road caravan trail, and crosses from Peking, or Beijing they call it today, to the Mediterranean. About 2,000 feet at the base, it rises some 1,200 feet. All right, it's 2,000 feet at the base, and it rises 1,200 feet. 1,200 feet. The Great Pyramid in Egypt, 450 feet. This one rises 1,200 feet. There are actually 7 pyramids, flat-topped, with 3 carved giants resting along the outer edges. The 4 faces of the pyramids are, like so many ancient structures, aligned to the compass points. Traces of color remain on the sides, indicating that colors that were given to each side: east, aqua green; south, red; west, black; north, white; and on the flat tops, traces of yellow. A pair of American adventurers who roamed Asia between the 2 world wars, R.C. Anderson and Frank Shearer, were shown these pyramids, and Anderson visited Egypt's pyramids in 1970 and believed himself to be the only man living to have seen both the Chinese and the Egyptian pyramids. In 1946, a U.S. Army airplane crew rediscovered and photographed these pyramids from the air. Place 26 skyscrapers the size of the Empire State Building, and you have the volume of the largest Shensi pyramid. All right, you ever hear of that? I hadn't either. So I wanted to tell you. Some skyscrapers, heights, and constructions in China equivalent to 120 stories, Ecuador 60 stories, Egypt 48, Bermuda seabed 42, Italy 35, Iraq 30, Guatemala 23, India 22, Mexico 21, Kampuchea, Kampuchea, Kampuchea 20, Arabia 20, and Turkey 20. Now these are all buildings or monuments in China, Ecuador, Egypt, Bermuda, Italy, Iraq, Guatemala, India, Mexico, Kampuchea, wherever that is, I can't tell you, if you want to check me out, Kampuchea. Probably some new country in Africa. Arabia and Turkey, 20-story tall buildings. Hell, we weren't building 20-story buildings until 1900. And they're still here. These structures, by the way, boys and girls, have withstood time for thousands of years. And it's thought that all of these structures are built before Noah's flood and survived the flood. Or they were built right after the flood in the period of time between Noah and the Tower of Babel and up to the time of Abraham, which would have been around 2000 BC. Now, some of these monuments went through the flood. I would guess they survived the flood. I could be wrong about that. They may have all been built on this side of the flood, every last one of them. But my guess is that some of these things, especially up in the Andes Mountains, unless, of course, they had that technology after the flood and then it was destroyed after the flood, which this guy points out could well be the case. Now, this is the section on construction, large-scale construction. There's another section in here that's called construction techniques. It's chapter 17. There's 64 examples of construction techniques. He starts off by saying it is a human impossibility, gasped Hyatt Verrill, and he's right, and yet it happened. The great mountains of the Peruvian Andes are awesome enough until you gaze up those extremely steep slopes, and you perceive the death-defying ruins perched on top of these mountaintops. The setting is terrifyingly wild, mountains miles high, vanishing into the sky, notched with narrow ledges, slashed with ravines and bottomless gorges. Waterfalls of an awesome beauty plunge from these immaculate snowy peaks down into the damp, unknown depths of the canyons. So rare is the air that even the mules are obliged to stop every 10 paces to catch their breath. Here at the frontiers of the impossible, a vanished civilization set gems in stone, astonishing and astoundingly assembled polygonal walls suspended over the abyss. They carved practically vertical stairways up stupendous precipices. High in the clouds rises one acrobatic stairway of 64 steps, which had to be carved in a place where one could only get a toehold for support. Another comprises 600 steps. Just imagine that. And then here are the pictures of these stairways up these mountains. Now, these ingenious jewels, or jewelers in rock, ascended a dizzying mountain no wider than the blade of a sword, and topped it with watchtowers and walls pierced with lookouts. The mountain drops away so abruptly that if a workman slipped, his body would not hit the bottom for 3,000 feet. Today, on all sides, the ruins of temples, fortresses, and towers surmount the peaks and cling to the vertical sides of the canyons like ivy. Overlooking a waterfall, a splendid palace rises above the fierce abyss, impossible to reach. How was this palace built? Terraces were miraculously inlaid into vertical slopes, perched over the canyon fault. How did they hoist up heavy, carved rocks by the thousands? Site after site is built atop bluffs, which are too steep to be accessible. Many seem to have been literally hurled up as though the monstrous stones flew there. A high carved niche opens out over the abyss, under a ridge shaped like the letter I. The rock was leveled and encrusted with carefully joined stone cubes. Only a daring mountaineer hanging from a rope could possibly reach it. The builder magicians I tell you, had no sense of the impossible. Everywhere loom buildings that defy the laws of equilibrium and gravity, as well as vertigo. These are a triumph of human daring and of technology which almost smacks of science fiction. And would you believe it? Sometimes the enormous blocks were brought from quarries more than 1,000 miles away. Now, boys and girls, let me point this out. You got rock. Now, these aren't the super big rocks. These are rocks, of 10, be 3, 6, 9, 10 tons. Little rocks, about the size of the rocks that went into the Great Pyramid, the blocks of rock. But they're raised up on mountains, steep mountains, that are up around 10 to 12,000 feet in the Andes Mountains, where the air is so thin that the mules have to stop about every 10 paces to catch their breath. Now, how in the hell do you build stuff like that up there in those mountains? It isn't being built by muscle labor. It's being built by some kind of machines and mechanical labor. Now, many are covered with intricate carvings. No man alive could duplicate such carvings with the stone tools that we find. As Hyatt Verrill remarks, it is not a question of skill, patience, and time. It is a human impossibility. Man, we're just taking a look at it, boys and girls. It's there. Like it or lump it. There's the pictures of it here in the book. And I've seen this, time and time again. It was the Incas and the Aztecs, that built some of these monuments years ago. How'd they do that? Where'd they get that kind of technology? And the thing here that is so ingenious in this book are that these kinds of monuments have been found all over the world, and the genius that this guy, Jonathan Gray, has put together here is that he's rounded up not one or two odd ones like you and I have heard about, reading about it in Reader's Digest, or some odd story. I mean, he put it all together. Antarctica. There are traditions of a legendary rainbow city where the colors of the rainbow are said to have been used in the construction of the buildings and even in the paving of the streets. In Rome, glass-storied theater. Emilio Scararo, S-C-A-U-R-O, Scararo, one of Sulla's generals, had a 3-floored theater built at Rome for 80,000 spectators. The first floor of marble, the second floor of glass, the third of gilded wood. Boys and girls, 80,000 spectators. The big stadiums of baseball and football today hold 50. The big stadiums. Is there an 80,000-seat stadium here in the United States of America? If there is, send me an email and let me know where it's at. Would you? I don't think there are any 80,000-seat stadiums anywhere in the world today. I haven't heard of any. This guy in Rome built an 80,000-seat stadium. Worldwide, the use of concrete, the standard mixture of sand and cement that makes up most building blocks of today, was evidently worldwide. Listen to this. They found it at Yaxuna, Tucoba, Mexico, Cuauhcillo, Mexico, Guatemala, Quito, Ecuador, Cunza, Ecuador, Marchusni, Peru, Santa Cruz, Bolivia, Pompeii, Italy, Tourette-sur-Loup, France, Cohard, France, Crete, Sterveco, Yugoslavia, Egypt, Northwest China, Western Australia, Arkansas in the USA, Tennessee in the USA, and New Mexico in the USA are all sites where we have found ancient monuments or buildings made with cement that we didn't discover and use here in the modern world until the last 2 centuries. Well, obviously the concrete technology was available all over the world, for crying out loud, thousands of years ago. Well, how come we didn't have concrete over the last 1,000 years if it was available to those people 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago? Boys and girls, they had technology years ago.
and then we lost sight of it. We went into what we called the Dark Ages. And then Julius Caesar went into Alexandria and destroyed 1 million volumes in the Alexandria library. And the Romans, have been called the great builders, the great civilization. The Romans were the great destroyers. The Romans destroyed more than they ever built. Civilization and technology was so much greater than when the Romans were here as to defy description. The Romans never discovered anything. They destroyed what they found. And that's one more example. Let's take a look at another one. The seabed off Bimini, but now raised into a jetty material at Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Perfectly drilled 5-pointed star holes with sharply defined tips cut right through 12-foot-long blocks of granite. Other huge 1/2 to 6-inch diameter round holes perfectly drilled through 12-foot thick blocks of rock. Granite, one of the most abrasive stones, wears expensive diamond drill bits down to nothing very quickly. Okay, kids, and they took it off the seabed off Bimini. It's now sitting in the jetty material at Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Perfectly drilled 5-pointed star holes with sharply defined tips cut right through 12-foot-long blocks of granite. Another huge 1/2 to 6-inch diameter round holes perfectly drilled through 12-foot thick blocks. Hey, kids, we ain't had that technology over the past 100 years. Where'd those people get it thousands of years ago? 200 years, 500 years, 1,000, 2,000 years ago. Where'd it come from? Did it come from savages evolving from monkeys, dragging their hands or knuckles on the ground? Come on, kids, let's grow up and get real. The people over in Borneo who are still living back in the Stone Age are not doing that kind of technology. And you're sitting there saying, well, we men, we're getting smarter and smarter as time goes along. Hell, we can't do that today. Over in Turkey, the boring of holes finer than the thinnest needle in a block of hard stone. Over in Turkey, they got holes bored through stone which is finer than the thinnest needle. We can't do that today. Boring into granite rock with drills that turned 500 times faster than modern power drills today. 500 times faster. In Peru, Tibet, Egypt, and the Sudan, outer walls sheeted in gold, silver, polished marble, or sparkling white gypsum. Granite building blocks, smoothly polished like glass. Practically all buildings of antiquity have been stripped of their outer shiny surfaces, so that today we see only the raw stonework. In Syria, Babylon, Mexico, Samaria, plaster-coated surfaces. In Tibet and Babylon, decorated enamel or blue porcelain walls. Enamel, blue porcelain, Tibet and Babylon, today. China, Babylon, Mexico, and Egypt, multicolored surfaces on building exteriors. In Brazil, the use of different colored stones in the approach steps to buildings. Peru, steps polished like glass. Bolivia, colored decorated pillars. Greece and Peru, hydraulic gates opened by means of a complicated jet of water. In Crete, Etruscans, in Italy, hydraulic lifts. Essential to the support of highly technological society must have been the use of massive water storage dams of modern strength. The enigma was, vestiges of these appeared not to exist. As I sought for evidence, the question kept emerging. Had river rampages obliterated all traces? Recently, one solution to this mystery fell open in quite a bizarre manner. Arkansas. Carpet rock, an area an acre or so in size, which recently split off the Petite Jean mountainside, has a curved grid of ironwork running all through it that gives it the carpet appearance. Examination, however, shows it to be reinforced concrete with the steel gridwork still intact and little rusted, surprisingly, until you realize that it was sealed from oxidation until splitting off the cliff only recently. The whole cliff, Carpet Rock and Petite Jean, is thus seen to be one vast concrete pour, very, very old. It was the spillway of a vast dam which must have contained the White River and the Arkansas River in one great impounded lake. Now, does this sound like the work of semi-primitive men who had to use stone tools, horses, and vine ropes? No, the early builders obviously had sophisticated techniques. In later times, methods became more basic and building less ambitious. The earlier apparatus fell into disuse, gradually disintegrated, and was ultimately lost to history. That's here in Arkansas. Carpet Rock. Features of houses, 2- and 3-story dwellings. In Lebanon, Crete, Tunisia, Arizona, houses of 5 and 6 stories. Pakistan, Babylonia, expert construction in bricks, expert construction in bricks similar to our own, heated to about 900 degrees. So they weren't just making mud bricks, boys and girls, they were making fired bricks. And let me give you a reminder here, we're talking about dead men's secrets. But meanwhile, I got to remind you that you are listening to the Law Hour, an editorial review sponsored by the Gordon Law School of Isabella, Missouri. The Law Hour is heard 7 days a week here in the United States. We're heard worldwide over the Internet daily. If you'd like more information about the Law School and the Law Hour, please go to our website at georgegordon.org. Again, that's georgegordon.org. Now, the Law School teaches family law, tax law, courtroom strategy and procedure, business law, agricultural law, civil rights, and biblical law from the scriptural perspective, 8 schools in all. The law school is a private, non-commercial, non-profit, non-sectarian law school and is open to individuals by prearrangement. The law school conducts a homeschooling program for adults on compact disc. If you'd like more information, please go to the homeschooling page on our website at georgegordon.org. That's georgegordon.org. The Law Hour website is updated weekly. It has our radio log schedule and archives, and that can be accessed through the website as well. The Law Hour is carried worldwide over the Internet, and all of these Law Hour programs are archived on the Internet by title and date for your listening convenience. Now, the Law Hour is an educational service brought to you in the public interest. The Law Hour brings you timely reports on law, science, education, politics, religion, health, history, economics, news, and current events, and we do that 7 days a week. The Law School offers a free 4-hour introductory CD package. Be sure to order yours by calling the Law School at 417-273-4967. Once more, that's area code 417-273-4967. Now, the sources of information that we use on this program are true, accurate, and correct to the best of our knowledge and belief, and the Law Hour and Editorial Review gives credit to those authors and publications that we use on this program, and we often endorse and recommend books, periodicals, papers, and newsletters to our listeners. These endorsements or recommendations that we give do not mean that the authors or publications so endorsed or recommended will reciprocate. Most of these authors and publications cited on the Law Hour are political, religious, economic, sectarian, racial, or ethnic partisans whose viewpoint may not be totally endorsed by the Law Hour and Editorial Review. These opinions, beliefs, comments, views, and expressions that you hear on this program are mine and mine alone, and they do not necessarily represent the beliefs and opinions of the advertisers, sponsors, management, or staff of this network or local radio station. If you'd like more information about the Law Hour and Editorial Review, please go to our website, that's georgegordon.org, georgegordon.org, or call us direct at 417-273-4967. All right, we are reviewing Dead Men's Secret by Jonathan Gray. You can get a copy by going to www.teachservices.com. That's spelled TEACHSERVICES.com. Now, it's all caps. TEACHS is all caps, and then ERVICES.com is lowercase. All right, we've been taking a look at construction techniques and large-scale construction. I'm an old-timey contractor. That caught my eye right away. I see these buildings, monuments. I see concrete being used, cement being used in ancient structures. I see pyramids in China. I see pyramids in Mexico. I see pyramids in Illinois. There are pyramids all over the world. Pyramids, like the pyramids of Egypt, all over the world. Who built them and why? I suspect many of those were built before the flood. And if not, then the technology from before the flood, assuming that it was all destroyed, then was built after the flood. In that period of time between about 2350 BC and about, maybe 1500 BC, maybe a 1,000-year period. Now, there's a lot of questions that you probably have in your mind that are answered in other chapters in the book. Always keep in mind that when I review a book, I cannot read the whole thing to you. I can't cover every page, every subject, every topic, every chapter. So I pick out of the book those chapters that are really boggle the mind. Now, there's one in here that deals with electricity. Have I got electric in here? Where is it? Geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items. There's a chapter in here that deals with electricity, and I can't put my finger on it. So I'm not going to spend the time looking for it right now. How about microscopes? Microscope. Did Moses have a microscope? Now, we know that Galileo discovered the telescope, sometime in the 1500s. And then from that, somebody got smart and they said, well, if we can see out to the moon, can we see something a little bit smaller? And then we polished glass. And then we made the glass convex and concave. And as time progressed, we finally came up with microscopes. Well, listen to this story. It's chapter 15. Glasswork. Microscope on a sexy spider. Leaping lizards. What do you make of that? Shall we bank for another run? The Peruvian flyers could scarcely believe their eyes. Spread out below all over the desolate Nazca Plateau was a mass of geometric patterns and giant pictures of birds, animals, and people as far as the eye could see. These ground-drawn objects were so numerous that they could be seen only from an airplane. Small wonder that they were not discovered until that day in 1939. Now, here are some really fabled, and you've probably heard this what do they call this thing now? Nazca, Nazca. Imagine if you put that into a Google search. You probably get a lot of information, Nazca. Anyway, for those of you that are uninitiated, down here in Peru, up around 15,000 feet, there's a flat plateau. And on this plateau is a spider. This spider is 6 miles across. It's built about 18 inches high out of just little rocks. Somebody went out here, and they just picked up little rocks, and they built a stone wall 18 inches high. And they built it in the outline of a spider. And the thing is 6 miles across. 6 miles. And it's in perfect size. I mean, the legs are the perfect size with the head, and the head's perfect sized with the body. And it's got all 8 legs, and they all stick out in one thing. There's monkeys and other animals, and there's people, and they're 6-8 miles across. The only way you can see, when you're on the ground and you're walking along, what you see is a stone wall. And so you walk along and you say, gee, here's a little stone wall, 18 inches. It won't keep a sheep in. It won't keep a llama in. It won't keep a cow in. And it's about 18 inches high, and it's uniform in height, and it goes out there for a long, long ways. I mean, you can look down this wall, and it curves, but you can't see what it is. You could not tell that that was a spider by looking at this walking on the ground. But in 1939, some guy's flying over it with an airplane, taking pictures, and he says, oh, my God, there's a great big spider down there, and it's 6 miles across. Well, then they went down there, and they started measuring this thing. Who built that? And who built the monkey? And who built the people, the outlines of these people in these 18-inch stone walls? That's who built it. And then the question is, why? Why would anybody do such a thing? Because you couldn't appreciate it. You couldn't even know it was there unless you were in an airplane flying over it. You have to be in an airplane. You got to be up in the air over the top of it to see what the hell it is. That's how big it is. Now, that tells you pretty plainly that whoever built that thing built that to be looked at, and the people that are going to look at it are going to look at it from an airplane or from up in the air. Could be a gas balloon, But then if that's the case, then gas balloons were invented before 1700. First one I heard of was a hot air balloon flown in France about, 1705 or something like that. But it gets better than that. Not only do we need an airplane to see this, fashioned by an unknown pre-Inca culture and covering an area of 30 square miles, they're still unexplained. So here's 30 square miles of plateau with a number of these monuments, these monkeys, spiders, and people laid out on the ground in 18-inch high little rock walls. We have no idea, working from the ground, anybody could execute such figures in perfect proportion. They can be observed successfully only from 1,000 feet in the air. One of the drawings depicts a spider. It has one leg deliberately lengthened and extended, and at the tip of the leg there is a small cleared area. Now, there's only one spider known who uses the tip of its third leg in this precise manner shown in the drawing in this 6-mile-long rock wall spider. It's called the Riccinulei. It's spelled R-I-C-I-N-U-L-E-I. Riccinulei. That's the way I'm pronouncing it. It inhabits caves deep in the Amazon jungle. This spider is recognized by scientists for its unique method of copulation, for which it uses that extended leg in the described manner that's in this spider at Nazca Plateau in Peru. It is an extremely rare species of spider. Now, for the incredible part. This spider's mode of reproduction can be only observed by the aid of a microscope. Boys and girls, let's stop and think about this for a minute. Up here on top of this plateau is this huge spider, 6 miles across. You can't even see that this is a spider unless you're up in an airplane at least 1,000 feet in the air. So you can look down on it and see 6 miles across. This spider is in perfect proportion. It's built out of rock. It's not big rocks now, just little ordinary rocks. You can just pick them up and stack them in a rock wall. And the spider now, from the tip of one side of it to the tip of the other side, is 6 miles across. And then from the other side to the other side, it's about 4 miles across. It's wider than it is, it's longer than it is wide. So it's 4 by 6 miles. You got to be in an airplane to see it. The third leg is extended in a way that only this rare spider extends its leg. This leg is used in copulation, in reproduction. And the only way that you can see the way this spider reproduces with this leg is with a microscope. What's that tell you? It tells you that the guy that built the spider up there had to have a microscope to observe the spider so that he would know that the spider reproduces with this third leg. Then when it's reproduced, it's done by a spider being built in stone walls in perfect proportions, 4 by 6 miles. Now, boys and girls, that's quite a story. So the question is, how were these artists able to find and then observe their tiny model unless we concede that they inherited a knowledge of science equaling our own, including the use of the ground optical lens in a microscope? Turning therefore to glasswork, we find ourselves treated to more surprises from the ancient world. And yet nothing is incredible any longer. The word impossible should have become literally impossible for us. China, before 2500 BC, Assyria, 2700 BC, and Medzamer, Armenia, 2500 BC, the making of glass was well known. In Haifa, Israel, a glass block weighing 88 tons. There are only 2 masses of glass that are larger than this 88 tons, and both are the casts for the huge mirrors of the Mount Palomar telescopes. Got this? Ancient times, 88-ton piece of glass. It's sitting in Haifa, Israel. Now, we're told, of course, that ancient man was backward. I hope my curiosity will be pardoned. I have a question. How did those early races develop the enormous amount of heat necessary to melt the ingredients into this enormous mass of glass? Well, obviously, this block is inexplicable, except with reference to a super technology. Now, I want to point out that when you got a piece of glass 88 tons in size, boys and girls, those Mount Palomar telescopes, that telescope, that 200-incher up there, it's bigger. It weighs more than that 88 tons. Now go back, do a Google search on Mount Palomar. They built the thing back in the 1930s. And when you read the story of how that Palomar telescope was built, it'll just boggle your mind. And here is a story back in ancient times. They got a block of rock that they call glass. It's 88 tons in size. Huh? Boy, you got to have real technology. That Palomar telescope was designed and built by the Corning Glass Works in New York. They were the only people in the world that could cast a piece of glass that big, and that was back in the 1930s. Then the thing had to be shipped on railroad cars, special railroad cars out to California. Then they had to move it from the railroad cars in Los Angeles up to the top of this mountain. I mean, it's a story that just boggles your mind. It was a hell of a feat back in the 1930s. And here we got the same thing going on thousands of years ago. But they didn't have railroads, and they didn't have trucks, they didn't have gas engines, they didn't have furnaces. Way back there, they were dragging their knuckles on the ground, hitting their old lady over the head and dragging her off by the hair. That's what we're told in school. Come on. What we're dealing with here in modern times is a fairy tale, like the Land of Oz for adults. Evolution is a fairy tale for adults, and they tell us long, long ago and far, far away. What a bunch of horse pucky. Now, the book again is called Dead Men's Secrets. The author is Jonathan Gray. I'm not sure you'll find this book in a used bookstore. It's pretty new. It's published in 2004. I think if you went to Barnes & Noble, they'd probably get you a copy of it. Dead Men's Secrets. I don't know where this came from. I've got books stacked up here in my office that are here for review. I probably have 30 stacked up here now. I picked this book up the other day. I couldn't set it down. I never saw anything like it. Now, I've heard these stories. I've heard of that Nazca Plateau. I probably read about it in Discover magazine or maybe Reader's Digest, or something like that. And then, you read these odd stories, and you say, God, that's really amazing. And then, you don't hear any more about it. Over a course of a lifetime, you probably can think of 10 or 15 of those. This guy Gray has them in here by the hundreds. There's one section in here that has 103 examples. On construction, there's chapter 15 and 16. One of them's 57, and the other one is something else. I've forgotten exactly. Yeah, here it is. There's 57 examples of skyscraper height, huge constructions, and etc. And then there's 64 examples of construction techniques that are modern. Techniques like concrete that I told you about. Now, I can't sit here and read them all to you because I want to cover a broader spectrum than that. But listen, there's 18 areas of life and technology, like sailing around the world. Columbus discovered America back in 1492, and we say, hey, he was the first guy to get over here. I've mentioned this in the past. That's poppycock. Poppycock. When Columbus got here, there were people here, for crying out loud. To say Columbus discovered America is nonsense. When he got here, the continent was people. There were people everywhere. So obviously those people got over here somehow. So the archaeologists come along and say, well, yeah, they did, see, but there was this land bridge between Siberia and Alaska. And they came across that land bridge. Well, that's probably true. There probably was a land bridge there at one time. And people probably came across it. But there were ships, and these people knew about ships. And there are examples of ships. Now, of course, now we got this fairy tale, Columbus discovered America. And a guy by the name of Barry Fell, I've reviewed his book here, it was called America BC, shows that there are Egyptian ships and Roman ships that are sunk off the coast of New England here in the United States. And coins from those ships wash up on the beach. Then they go out in the water with scuba gear and they find these ships sunk. And then they go down in the ship and they find coins. And these coins have dates. And these dates are 300 AD or 300 BC. Now, how long do coins last? Reach in your pocket and pull out some coins and look at the dates on the coins. Men have been making coins for thousands of years, and these coins have dates on them. What's the oldest date that you can remember in your pocket? Do you have any coins 100 years old? And the answer is no. Coins don't last for 100 years. They last for about 20, 30, 40, 50. So we put a date of 100 years on a coin. When you find a coin that's dated 328 AD with an emperor of Rome's picture on the face, then you know that it was within 100 years of that date. And when you find lots of coins with lots of different dates, you can just about date within 100 years as to when that ship sank. That's the bottom line. We got ships all over America. We've got coins from Phoenicia and Egypt and Syria and Babylon all over America that have been found and dug up here. Somebody says, well, some guy brought it over here and then lost it. Oh, okay. And that happened hundreds and hundreds and thousands of times. And they're all lost. Now, if you believe that, you can believe in the Wizard of Oz. You can believe in long, long ago and far, far away. But that's not where reality is located, kids.
Once in a while we get a glimpse of the real world through the eyes of an insider. An insider like John Swinton, for instance. Now, Swinton was the guest of honor at a banquet given to him by the leaders of his craft. And someone who knew neither the press nor John Swinton offered a toast to the independent press.
Well, Swinton outraged his colleagues by replying that there is no such thing at this date of world's history in America as an independent press. You know it, and I know it. And there's not one of you who dares to write your honest opinions, and if you did, you know beforehand that it would never appear in print. Now, I'm paid weekly for keeping my honest opinions out of the paper that I'm connected with, and others of you are paid similar salaries for similar things, and any of you who would be so foolish as to write your honest opinions would be out on the streets looking for another job. And if I allowed my honest opinions to appear in one issue of my paper before 24 hours, my occupation would be gone. The business of the journalist is to destroy the truth, to lie outright, to pervert, to vilify, to fawn at the feet of mammon, and to sell his country and his race for his daily bread. Now you know it, and I know it. And what folly is this, toasting an independent press? We are the tools and vassals of rich men behind the scenes, he said. We are the jumping jacks. They pull the strings, and we dance. Our talents, our possibilities, and our lives are all the property of other men. We are intellectual prostitutes. Now, these rich men behind the scenes are the movers and shakers of the Global 2000 program, this New World Order. It's the men and families like the Windsors and Rockefellers, the Bushes and Bundys and Carnegies and Vanderbilts. That's why I contend that it's time that we wise up and start listening more to the God of Abraham and stop following after all these crazy scientists, philosophers, preachers, and politicians, and let's prepare to live through and to survive this New World Order and Global 2000 insanity. Now, if you'd like to learn more about Global 2000, Bible prophecy, and this New World Order, call and order my 4-hour compact disc package. It's educational, it's entertaining, it's informative. Best of all, it's free, and you can call and order one right now. The number to call, 417-273-4967. Once more, that's area code 417-273-4967. Now, if you're online, you can go to our website, georgegordon.org. That's georgegordon.org. Just click onto the email and then send us an email request for that free General Law CD package. Once more, that's georgegordon.org, or you can call us direct at 417-273-4967. All right, we're reviewing a book called Dead Men's Secret. I rate this book at a 1 in 100. You won't see another book like this. At least I haven't, and I'm an old man. I have seen many of the stories contained in this book separately, one at a time, in various publications. But there are 969 records in this book that cover things like ancient technology in glasswork and microscopes, geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, social organization, engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items, clothing, art, medicine, flight, space travel, ancient science, civilization, electricity, weaponry. 969 records that are being systematically hidden, that are being systematically kept secret. And of course the question arises, why? If you're an archaeologist and you're out digging around in the ruins and you come up with a battery, don't you think that you ought to put that on display and say, my God, the civilization had electricity? If you're digging around in the rubble and you pull up something that's metallic and you test it and you say, my God, these people had metallurgy, don't you think we should put that on display in a museum and say, look at this. We were digging around in Babylon, we were digging around in Tyre or Sidon, we were digging around in Egypt, and look what we found. That would indicate that we had an advanced technology. Now, it would also do something politically. It would destroy the theory of evolution, which is a political ideology. It's a fairy tale for adults that we've all been subjected to, which has nothing to do with truth, honesty, or academics. It's a political ideology which is used to keep us enslaved mentally to ideas, political ideas and concepts that are absolutely false. So the author, the guy by the name of Jeffrey Gray, took a look at all of the various examples of these kinds of archaeological finds. And like medicine, most of the medical discoveries are actually made by medical doctors. For instance, I've reported a number of times that we now have 13 cures for cancer. We use 3 out of the 13, cut, burn, and poison. We use those 3. It cures 37% of cancer patients. 63% die. Why don't we use the other 10 cancer cures? Well, it's because it's politically incorrect. You can't do that because of economic reasons. I mean, there's a lot of good reasons why we don't use alternative medical technology or knowledge today, and it basically has to do with follow the dollar. And the same thing is true with archaeology. In fact, the same thing is true with all of the sciences. If there's money to be made, then this is what we're going to do, the truth be damned. Now, as a researcher, as a historian, as a reporter, I like to trace stories back to their origins. And this is a whale of a story called Dead Men's Secrets. Now, I've reported from time to time the Nazca Plateau story. It's 30 square miles sitting up in the Andes Mountains, and on top of the mountains there are these little 18-inch high walls that go for miles and miles and miles. These are not big blocks of rock. These are just ordinary rocks, maybe the size of your head. And they're stacked up in such a way that they make little, probably a foot wide wall, 18 inches high. But the crazy part is that they're in the outline, and they're perfect. I mean, if you take a look at the head of a spider compared to his body, it's the right proportion. If you take a look at the length of his legs compared to his body and his head, they're the right proportions. And there's a spider up here on top of the Andes Mountains up in this Nazca Plateau, and I reported it to you last time. And the crazy part of it is it's a very rare spider found in the Amazon basin. You don't find it in Germany or China or the United States. It's a little spider, and it's found over in the Amazon basin. Very rare spider. You don't run across these very often. This spider has a modality of reproduction which you can't see. It's done with his third leg, and you can't see what he's doing without a microscope. And yet this spider, 6 miles long, 4 miles wide, is sitting up on top of this mountain. You can't even see this spider. You wouldn't know that it was a spider. It's just walls of rock until you get up in an airplane 1,000 feet above the ground, and then you can see, well, it's a spider. And the one over there is a monkey, and the one over there is something else. Now, first of all, you have to have airplanes to appreciate the artwork. Secondly, nobody can figure out why in the world anybody would make such artwork. And third, this rare spider over here with its reproductive technique is clearly outlined in the extended third leg, which ends in a void. So the artist or the civilization, the people, the project manager, whoever it was, picked a spider, put this spider in rock, 4 by 6 miles, put him on top of a 12,000-foot mountain, and had to have had a microscope in order to have seen this reproductive technique, and then reproduce it in the form of this spider sitting here on the earth. Now, that's the story I told you last time, and that's an awesome story. There's 969 more of these stories in this book. That's why I said this is absolutely wild. It sounds like Buck Rogers science fiction, but it is supported by the actual documents or the actual exhibits. Now, I'm on page 259, and I'm looking at chapter 25, which is entitled Electricity, Ruins That Glow in the Night. Electricity. Could there have been electricity in Solomon's day, or in Abraham's day, or in Noah's day, or in the period between Adam and Eve and the flood? And the answer is an absolute and unqualified yes. There are batteries that have been dug up in Baghdad and put in the British Museum of Natural History in London. The first ones were found in 1885 before they even know what the hell a battery was. So the original archaeologists, when they're digging these artifacts up, dug up batteries, couldn't recognize them because they'd never seen one before. So they stuck it in the museum. Then about the 1950s, somebody's poking around in the warehouse and says, "Oh my God, look at this. This is a battery. Where did this come from?" Well, it came from some archaeological dig that Professor so-and-so did back in 1885. Now, you'd think that they would take that artifact and they'd say, "Oh my God, these people had electricity back here in ancient times." Oh, no, that doesn't fit the theory of evolution. Back in ancient times, men were just emerging, from the Dark Ages. And so because of that, because of this theory of evolution, they just buried it. It's in a warehouse. It sits there. It's photographed. And the photographs are here in the book. So it isn't something that's science fiction. It isn't something that's a lie. It's there, but it isn't being reported. And I'm here to ask the question, why not? Why not report the facts? Why not report the truth? If it doesn't fit with our theory, then I guess we have to change our theory. That's the scientific way. It's the scientific principle. Well, now, it may sound astonishing, but it was true. On a trek through the forbidding Mato Grosso region of Brazil in 1925, Colonel P.H. Fawcett was challenged by native reports of mysterious cold lights in some ruined cities of the jungle. Not only that, there existed, it was claimed, a city still living, inhabited, illuminated at night. Could this really be? Might there be some still surviving remnant of a long-lost civilization which was using forgotten knowledge? So Fawcett came out averring that he had glimpsed one of these jungle cities. He re-entered the region to further pursue his passion, but this time he disappeared without a trace. And it's noteworthy that few have ever set foot in this terra prohibita and then returned. It's a lost world. Indeed, it is a land infested with enormous swamp creatures, wild beasts, and wilder men. This region is generally bounded by the Rio Xingu and the Rio Tapajos, is Tapajos, and the Amazon rivers. In regard to the supposed jungle lights, I'm somewhat intrigued. The existence of devices which provided lightning at night in ancient times cannot be questioned, because so many classical writers have described them. I was dumbfounded to discover this. Until 1890, we, in modern times, possessed only candles, torches, and oil lamps, and it is easy to think that this was always the case. However, we must now regard the past use of lightning and electricity as a historical certainty. In the pre-flood era, electricity may have played a vital role in the operation of the Ark of Noah during the Great Flood. Referring to the Ark, two Hebrew words are translated as window in the English Bible. In one reference, in Genesis 8, verse 6, the Hebrew word chalon, Challon, meaning opening, is used, the window through which Noah released the bird. The outer or the other reference, Genesis 6, verse 16, uses a different word. It's spelled T-S-O-H-A-R, sohar, which is translated as window, but does not mean window or opening at all. Where it is used 22 times in the Old Testament, its meaning is given as a brightness, a brilliance, a light of the noonday sun, referring to something that glistens, glitters, or shines, or a light which has its origins in a shining crystal, according to many Jewish scholars of the traditional school. Now, for centuries, Hebrew tradition has described the sohar as an enormous gem or pearl hung in the ark, which, by some power within itself, illuminated the entire vessel. Now we come to the Sumerian legends. In the preparation of the huge boat Utu, Methuselah, brought his rays of the sun into the boat in order to give it light. In California, again, regarding that device resembling a spark plug found inside sedimentary stone, examination showed an outer hexagon layer of an unknown substance enveloping a 3/4-inch wide cylinder made of solid porcelain or ceramic. Circling the ceramic cylinder were rings of copper. In the center of the cylinder was a 2-millimeter shaft of bright metal. The shaft was magnetic. The magnetic shaft was corroded at one end, but the other end was affixed to a spring or helix of metal. The finely shaped ceramic and metallic shaft and copper components hint at some form of electrical instrument. This find, like so many others, is not generally publicized. It is considered too disturbing. In India, a high tower over a tomb discharged lightning against anyone who approached, striking them dead. Israel, 1000 BC. The house of Solomon the king was illuminated as by day, for in his wisdom he had made shining pearls, which were like unto the sun, the moon, and the stars in the roof of his house. In France, electrical knowledge was preserved by the secret Hebrew society called the Kabbalah, a dazzling lamp that lighted itself with no oil or wick, a door knocker that shocked unwelcome visitors, a Jewish rabbi named Jekeli, spelled Jechile, pushed a discharge button in his study that sent an electrical current into the iron knocker on his door. In Egypt, a wall carving depicts a scene where attendants seem to be carrying giant light bulbs with interior filaments in the shape of snakes connected to a box or switch with braided cables, and which strongly suggest powerful electric lamps supported by high-tension insulators. The cables are an exact copy of engineering illustrations as currently used. The cable is shown as very heavy and striated, S-T-R-I-A-T-E-D, striated, indicating a bundle of many multi-purpose conductors rather than a single high-voltage cable. In Egypt, in an Isle temple, Isis temple, a lamp burned with neither wind nor water, and which neither wind nor water could extinguish. Until the invention of electric lighting in 1890, we possessed only candles, torches, and oil lamps, light sources which smoked and left sooty deposits on ceilings. Likewise, the Greek and Roman world used torches and oil lamps for illumination. And wherever passageways are still standing between ancient buildings, traces of smoke can be found on the ceilings. How then do we explain the following? In Egypt, no trace of smoke is found in any Egyptian pyramid or in the subterranean tombs of the pharaohs, which are beautifully carved and painted in several colors. Work of this precision and delicacy requires the equivalent of daylight. Some tunnels and passageways are too complex for a mirror system to have brought sufficient light into the inner chambers. In Western Europe, the walls and ceilings of certain painting caves show no traces of torches or of oil lamps. In Peru, low ceilings and passageways of Inca and pre-Inca ruins show no evidence of smoke blackening. In Brazil, explorer Fawcett found ancient dwellings and dead cities of the Mato Grosso devoid of lamp smoke. In Egypt, Babylon as early as 2000 BC, Central Australia, China, and Bulgaria as early as 3000 BC. Electroplated objects have been found, indicating the use of electricity. Now that's an important one. It's important because electroplating is something that's recent. That's where we have a process that we can take gold, for instance, and we can plate that gold onto, say, a silver fork, or we can plate it onto some other object, and we can make it appear like the object is gold or silver by electroplating. Now, when you go into the archaeological digs and you pull an object out of King Tut's tomb and it's been electroplated, when you go into Egypt, Babylon, Central Asia, China, and Bulgaria, and we're not just talking about one isolated civilization like Egypt, and gee, look how smart they were. They not only had it in Egypt, they had it in Babylon, they had it in Central Australia, they had it in China, and they had it in Europe. Electroplating was known all over the world. Now, I don't know that we know that it's there in North and South America, but it's on every other continent. Now, that's quite a find. Why isn't that being put? Why aren't those objects being put on display in our museums? Why aren't we being told about that in our colleges and universities? That's a pretty significant find. Now, up until this particular item, this is number 12, in this section here on electricity, you could sit there and say, well, there's no smoke found in any Egyptian pyramid. That doesn't mean they had electricity. Let's think about that for a second. You get here into these pyramids, and it's hundreds of feet of tunnels that you have to go through in order to get into this tomb. You get into the tomb, and here is very fine, delicate artwork. Not something that somebody just pasted on the wall. It's a stick figure, that somebody painted on there. This is something that's very, very intricate in painting. In fact, there's a section in here called Art. I'll cover that one next on page 239. And this art thing over here, and I'm not an artist, so I didn't know this, but this art over here, you can actually grade this. You can determine how advanced a civilization is by looking at their art. And the artwork that we find in these ancient pyramids, in these ancient ruins, is superior to anything until the Middle Ages. And I'll read that story to you when we get to it. But I wanted to cover this electricity because I think electricity is pretty fundamental. Now, from the time Ben Franklin discovered electricity by flying his famous kite with a key on it in a thunderstorm until we had electric lights in 1890 was about 100 years. From about 1790 to 1890, about 100 years, we developed electric lights. Ben Franklin wasn't technologically advanced in electricity or electronics, but in 100 years. Watch what happens. 100 years later, we've got computers in 1990. Now, these people before the flood were living to be 900 years old. Now, picture a civilization in which people don't die, for hundreds of years. When I develop my knowledge, I have to write that down. My entire working career started at about age 30. From age 0 to age 30, I didn't accomplish anything in life. I'd never written a book. I'd never written anything down of any consequence. Maybe a couple of love letters to my girlfriend. That was about the extent of my writing career. From age 30 until age 65, I have written, I couldn't count the number of books that I've written. I probably have 50 or 75 books. I wrote a lot of material. I write on legal subjects, and I have a lot of written material here. I teach school. I write most of the material that goes into my textbooks. Now, I'm going to die here pretty shortly. Certainly within the next 30 years, I'm going to be history. I'm going to be dead and buried. My entire working career, everything that I have learned, everything that I have written down and preserved for the next generation had to have been done in about 40 working years. Can you imagine what I could accomplish if I could live to be 300 years old? Can you imagine how much I would write, how much I would know, how much I could disseminate to the next generation if I had 300 years to do what I've done over the past 40? So it doesn't strike me as being preposterous that people before the flood had developed electricity and electric light bulbs. Hell, we did it in the last 200. Adam didn't even have children until he was 130. The guy lives to be, 930 years old. He could have done it by himself. All right. Furthermore, it's been reported that those people before the flood were smarter than we are today. Their IQs were better. I don't know that that's necessarily true, but I wouldn't doubt it. We're digging up now in archaeological digs, we're digging up the evidence that they had electroplating, for crying out loud. That's pretty significant metallurgy. And the Bible reports that they were artificers in brass and iron in Genesis chapter 4. Now, people that are artificers in brass and iron are advanced. They're ahead of casting cannon in sand, which is where we were with Columbus in 1500. So from 1500 to 2000, we had made gigantic strides in metallurgy. We were making railroad rails, building iron ships by 1900. Now look where we're at. We have aluminum, titanium, all kinds of metal and metallurgy that now make our modern technology possible, such as computers. Now, there's an electric battery from ancient Babylon. There's a diagram here by Andrew Thomas, and it's in the form of a clay pot with an electrode down through the bottom, which holds the acid inside, with an iron rod, copper cylinder, earthenware jar, copper disc, wire out the top, with a pitch collar, and an unknown electrolyte. That's what they dug out back in the 1880s, and then took it back to the British Museum. Didn't know what they had. You dig something out of the ground and you say, well, I don't know what this is. It almost reminds me of the medical scientists, They take a look at human anatomy 100 years ago and say, well, these are vestigial organs. We don't know what a tonsil or an adenoid or an appendix does in the body, so therefore, because of our theory of evolution, we believe that these are vestigial organs. And so when I was a kid, they used to cut people's tonsils and adenoids out. I don't know how I survived it. I guess it was my old granny who used to say, if God had intended, then he would have done. That was her mantra. If God had intended that, he would have done it. If God had intended that your adenoids and your tonsils be removed, he wouldn't have made you with them. That was her thinking in life. And so I survived through the World War II period with my tonsils and adenoids. It was just common. You had tonsils and adenoids, you go to the doctor and they remove them. Every kid in school had his tonsils and adenoids removed. Now we find out it's a part of your immune system. One doctor reported he had never seen a case of cancer in a person who had tonsils and adenoids. It's a part of your immune system, kids. Now, we routinely went through our population and removed everybody's tonsils and adenoids. We have the highest incidence of cancer in the world. All right, I said we take a look at art, so I whip over here to page 239. This was quite a story on art. I didn't know this. But art, you can take a look at it and you can see how advanced people are. Imagine, and you may say, and perhaps I should agree, were it not for the consistent testimony of reputable witnesses. Well, a crystal skull during certain phases of the moon emits capella choir music, melodious tinkling bells, and a violet glow. Scientists have no theory at all to explain this phenomenon. The 11-pound skull was unearthed by Michael Hedges at Lubonton, British Honduras. Now this is spelled Lubanton, Lubonton, British Honduras. It is no secret that prehistoric art and sculpture pose for us some tantalizing mysteries. We are confronted with three-dimensional art, four-dimensional art, visible then invisible, sex change sculpture, 18-story high statues, murals in luminous paint, carvings designed to produce a 15-minute moving picture, a sequence with the brilliance of a neon sign. Did you get that? Listen to this again. Here's what we have dug up in archaeological digs. 3-dimensional art, 4-dimensional art, visible then invisible, holograms we call those today, sex change sculpture, 18-story high statues, murals in luminous paint. Did you get that one? Murals in luminous paint. Where in the hell do these people get luminous paint? Carvings designed to produce a 15-minute moving picture, a sequence with the brilliance of a neon sign. Now, such subtle techniques run counter to the common view of primitives living in caves, using clubs and crude flint tools and looking like ape men. So far, I have not been fortunate enough to hear an explanation of such ultra-modern genius that is even tolerably convincing. Some of this art is so advanced, its techniques are ahead of our time today. In Altamara, Spain, Lascaux, France, that's spelled Lascaux, I guess that's Lascaux, France. And then let's see if I can get this one, Ribadesella, spelled Ribadasella, in the Sahara Desert. There are cave paintings of highly developed and stylized art, which look strangely modern, masterpieces in any period. Their dynamic realism and beauty, their flowing lines and contrast, their use of perspective, make them immensely superior to the later animal paintings of Egypt, Babylon, Greece, or Crete, and of a level not again reached until the Renaissance in the 15th century. Sketches and trial pieces found suggest that there were art schools. The pictures show shadows and highlights. There is a plan of construction, an idea of composition that makes use of hollows and knobs in the rock. The painters possessed a culture much more advanced than the average inhabitant of the European countryside today. Now, Ajanta, spelled Ajanta, near Bombay, India, in the 6th century. Luminous paints, cave murals, portraying women carrying gifts, lack depth until the light is switched off. In darkness, the figures on the wall appear to be 3-dimensional, as if they were made of marble, by the clever employment of luminous paint, the secret of which has been lost forever. Can't be duplicated today, or at least nobody knows how. France. The engraved bones of Glazelle are still the finest in the world. From Mohenjo-Daro, Pakistan, Mesopotamia, and the Persian Gulf, in case you want to check me out. This is spelled Mohenjo-Daro, Pakistan. Soapstone seals, carved with figures of bulls, elephants, antelope, and other animals. One showing a man up a tree with a tiger lurking hungrily below, are only as big as postage stamps. So fine is the artwork that it might have been done under a magnifying glass. Here's miniature art. In Havia, Brazil, spelled Havea, Brazil, a mountain carved to resemble the head of a bearded man wearing a spiked helmet. On the side of the mountain, on a small vertical face, 3,000 feet in height, is a carved inscription in cuneiform characters, some 10 feet tall. It is a mystery as to how this was accomplished. In the plateau of Marchuasi, Marchahuasi, in Peru. There's a plateau called Mar Cahusi, Peru. Four-dimensional art. Carvings which, according to the angle of vision, have several faces, but you have to move into the right spot to distinguish each of them. As you move, they disappear or change into other figures. Many become visible, then invisible again, seen only at noon or twilight, or certain other hours, or at one of the solstices, and at no other time. A figure of an old man, when photographed, changes into the carved face of a radiant youth. Now, how can we explain this sculptural mystery, which is revealed only in the photograph? It is hard to see how an artist could achieve this effect, even with the benefits of modern science, without a photograph to work from. Now, think of that. I'm going to read that one to you again. There's a place down in Peru. There's a plateau there. You spell it Marchahuasi, that has a four-dimensional artwork. This four-dimensional artwork is made up of carvings which, according to the angle of vision. Now, think about this. Here in modern times, we have what we call holograms. And when you turn the page, it gives you a different picture. So you can look at it in 2-dimension, 3-dimension, and the hologram makes 4-dimension. That's pretty modern. That's pretty modern. I didn't know about holograms when I was a kid. That's a technique that has been discovered here in the last, 25 years maybe. Maybe somebody invented it in 1936, but it certainly wasn't very common. I don't know when it came about. Now, here's a carving which, according to the angle of vision, has several faces. But you have to move into the right spot to distinguish each of them. So it's not just a hologram on a page. This is an artwork that is on the side of a mountain. As you move, they disappear or change into other figures. This is a huge hologram. Many become visible and then invisible again. Some are seen only at noon or at twilight or certain other hours or at one of the solstices and at no other time. This thing is designed so that the rays of the sun at the solstices, the light angle that comes onto the face of this, can only be seen during the solstice. A figure of an old man, when photographed, changes into the carved face of a radiant youth. So in order to get the full dimension now of this piece of artwork, which is engraved on this in rock on this mountainside, you have to photograph it and then look at the photograph to see the hologram change between what's on the mountain and what is hidden when you move it in different directions. I never heard of such a thing. And yet there it is. That isn't something that's been made by modern technology. That's something that can't be duplicated today. So far from dragging their knuckles on the ground, whoever these people were, back in the olden days, how old were these olden days? Is this something done before the flood and survived the flood on the side of the mountain? Or is it something that was carried through the flood and developed after Noah's departure from the ark and the antediluvian races, the survivors of the antediluvian races? See, I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not sure anybody else does. My thinking has always been that these things were done before the flood. This author here thinks that they were accomplished after the flood. All right, now the artist needed incomparable skill to make the shapes appear only from certain angles and under certain specific conditions of sunlight. These examples belong to a vast complex of monuments and sculptures covering a square mile using whole cliffs with images of the 4 main human races and of animals from other parts of the world. Animals that are not found in South America today or in Peru. Races of people that are not found in North and South America are depicted on these carvings. And it covers a square mile of the cliffs. I mean, we're talking about something humongous here. Now, every type of sculptural technique was used. Bas relief, engraving, and play of light and shade. The sculptors scientifically utilized the laws of perspective and optics. Then there's Easter Island, South America, the Onega River in Russia, the Maya, Guatemalans, and in Australia. Now, down in Australia, this is number 10. Remember, the picture that we get coming out of Australia, or the people that live there, are these Aborigines. Just dumb as rocks. And I'm not sitting here saying that the Aborigines did this kind of artwork or that they knew anything about this, because the modern Aborigines today don't seem to have very much in the way of technology. These are Stone Age people. But boys and girls, we have Stone Age people while we're flying to the moon. Stone Age people live on every continent, except maybe for Europe and Antarctica. You know, we got Eskimos up in North America, and we've got Aboriginal people that are living in the Amazon basin. We got Aborigines living in Australia, nomads walking around in the Gobi Desert. I mean, you know, there's people all over the world that are still living in the Stone Age in New Guinea, for crying out loud. Now, down in Australia are these laser beam carvings. Laser beam carvings. Punchings of designs and symmetrical forms have been made 4 to 8 inches deep on rock faces 30 to 300 feet up in the air. Now, attempts to duplicate these engravings with modern tools failed. The rock would only chip or flake. Nothing but a laser beam could have left this impression in this rock. That's the claim of one scientist, with a footnote number 2. Not forgetting that in the United States of America, Apache Indians spoke of tunnels carved out by rays that destroy the living rock. Apache Indians spoke of tunnels carved out by rays that destroy the rock. Now, that's art and artwork. Now, there's a lot of it, and I can cover much more of it here, but there are, looking at art here now for a second, there are 15 examples of art like this that have been discovered around the world. It's in Africa, China. You know, let me give you some places that this has been found. The Mayas in Guatemala. It's in British Honduras and Mexico. It's in Guyana, England, the USA, Chile, Afghanistan, Peru, Egypt, Germany, Russia, Australia, the plateau of Peru, Easter Island, South America, England, France, the Onega River in Russia, Pakistan, Mesopotamia, the Persian Gulf, Brazil, Spain, France, in the Sahara Desert. Boys and girls, this kind of art, some of it, which has just been discovered in the last 50 years or less. And this one here that I just read to you, the rock can't be worked by hand. It has to be worked with lasers because it's too brittle and the rock just flakes off. Can't be polished except by laser. And yet there it is. Here's the artwork that's sitting up there. Now, we've only discovered lasers here in the last 50 years or so. When I was a kid, you know, I heard of Buck Rogers' ray beams. And then later on, we came up with a thing called laser beams. And now they're working with these lasers to use them, you know, in weaponry so they can kill people with them. You know, there isn't anything that we discover out here that we can't adapt to killing people with. All right, so there's the story on art. let's back up here a little bit, or go ahead a little bit here. Take a look at medicine, maybe, on page 245. Health and medical. What happened after the car crash? Well, following a serious car accident in 1963, the victim's life was saved in a most unusual manner. For the delicate operation, Peruvian surgeon Francisco Grano used surgical instruments that had been exhumed from a 3,000-year-old tomb. They were manufactured from an alloy of gold, copper, and silver. Ancient medical practice, it appears, was more than just folk herbs. Rather, medicine and surgery were fantastically advanced millennia ago. A sophisticated medical science existed worldwide, and in some cases is only now being relearned by modern research. We shall never know anything, but can only wonder at the profusion of medical knowledge and skill that prevailed at the dawn of history. Now, the following are fragments of that knowledge. Now, you probably have heard or seen, I've read about this in Reader's Digest and others, where they have dug up skulls, especially in Peru and Ecuador, that had surgery done on the brain, in the cranium. They can tell that because if you bore into somebody's brain, then the body is living. If it heals over, then the guy survived the surgery. Many skulls have been unearthed that had holes drilled into the brain and the cranium and then healed over, indicating the brain surgery was successful. And of course, that's one of those mysteries that you publish or you see in some magazine or something. But it's by itself. It isn't put together like Chapter 24 is in Dead Men's Secrets, where there are 87 examples of this, and not just in Peru. It occurs in India, Egypt, China. It's mentioned in the Bible. In Bolivia, Peru, Britain, and again I'll find some different countries, Greece, Egypt, Crete, Australia, Samaria, Armenia, Guatemala, Peru, Pompeii, Italy, Jericho in Israel, Italy. Now, many of these examples are repeated, so I'm not repeating India, China. There's Mexico. All right, so it's worldwide. It's in China. It's in Egypt. And it's in South America. And I don't see any here in North America. Here's Spain, Palestine, Assyria, Canary Islands. Skull operations. Here are skull operations that have been dug up and documented in Egypt, Peru, Soviet Armenia, Central Russia, Polynesia, Peru, Canary Islands, India, Bolivia, Samaria. Dentistry identified in Missouri in the USA 3,000 years ago. Egypt, Guatemala, Peru, Lebanon, Arizona, Italy. So we've got dentistry. We've got skull operations. What else have we got here? Surgical instruments have been dug up in Pompeii, Italy, Crete, Peru, Jericho in Israel, Italy, India, Egypt, Armenia, Guatemala. What else have we got? Surgical instruments. Health and medicine. A college of surgeons, a faculty of medicine, pharmacologists, specialist doctors, veterinarians, a state-sponsored medical aid program in which doctors received their remuneration from the government, and medical aid was free to all. This was found in Peru and Egypt, China, Alexandria, Egypt, Bolivia. Quarantine is revealed in the Bible. It is significant that the deadly European plagues of the Dark Ages were brought under control by the following of quarantine rules and other rules laid down in the biblical writings of the book of Leviticus. With medicine at such a low point during this period, Jewish doctors were highly esteemed. Has the thought crossed your mind that there might be something more behind this source of information than meets the eye? All right, so now we've covered art and medicine in this series. We have to take a break here because I'm just about out of time. And we'll come back and we'll take a look at more on geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale and construction techniques. I covered those in earlier broadcasts. Engineering, mechanical devices. I think the next time we'll take a look at some of these mechanical devices and everyday items that have been dug up all over the world that we didn't have 100 years ago, but they had thousands of years ago. How did that happen? All right, last time we talked about art and medicine, and I said we'd take a look at mechanical devices, everyday items, and clothing in ancient times. What are some of these everyday items and mechanical devices? Well, on Malta, there are vestiges of what appear to be a railroad, but it is thousands of years old. Grooves for the rails and cross ties run beside a narrow strip of rock where no animals pulling a cart could pass. Neither are there any traces of footsteps or hoof marks. The track, cut into the rock, features sidings and junctions, just like a modern railway today. At one point, the track leaves the land and disappears under water for some distance. It's mysterious. No less intriguing was the robot rooster that screamed. Is it possible that ancient man possessed machines? Well, it's not only possible, it's true. In Greece, steam boilers. In Greece, steam-powered organs. In Egypt, a two-cylinder steam engine, which embodied the principles of both the turbine and jet propulsion. In Ecuador, numerous woven copper items which bear a resemblance to the modern automobile radiator. Whatever their use, their design indicates a sophisticated understanding of a heat exchange technology. Greece, petrol vapor machines. Egypt, a speedometer registering the distance traveled by a vehicle. If it were not for the repeated burnings of the Alexandrian library, what stories might we have found concerning motor cars? In the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, the so-called Castillo of Chichen Itza was recorded to be very ancient, to a very ancient tradition, built over a machine of similar form, capable of traveling over great distances and for very long times. In Alexandria, Egypt, jet engines. In Tlaleelaco, Tlaleco, Mexico, I guess that is, found 20 feet underground an object which looks like a miniature jet engine. In Ecuador, copper gears with a hardness comparable to steel, indicating that they were designed for heavy mechanical use. Ecuador, copper and stone mechanical devices with circular rollers, bearing an uncanny resemblance to modern metal fabricating machines. In Greece, a machine tool for cutting screws. In Greece, a machine for boring tunnels. In Egypt, drills for boring into granite rock that turned 500 times faster than modern power drills. In Turkey, drills that bored holes finer than the thinnest needle in hard stone. In Mexico, a 5-ton steamroller for road maintenance. In Egypt, a fire engine with a double-action pump. In Greece, screw pumps, an ingenious interacting system of levers, pulleys, and grips for lifting great weights, one use of which was to grab, tilt, and sink enemy ships. In France, a sculptured block discovered among Roman remains showing a multiple harvester used in reaping grain. In Panama, a stylized model of an ancient geared earth-moving machine, and it contains a system of mechanical gears, including cogwheels on an axle, with a rocker arm between them, with two more rocker arms in the rear, and a jaguar mouth, with teeth-like bucket grabs. The spade-like features on the side and rear are very obvious. If this is a prehistoric model of a real working vehicle, it would explain some of the construction triumphs of the ancient Americas. In Ecuador was found mechanical corn mills, wheeled and geared. In Peru, stone engravings show people operating unknown machines. In Crete, remains of puzzling apparatuses have been found in the palaces and workshops of Knossos. In Peru, a clay vessel portrays a man using the index fingers of both hands to operate a kind of calculating machine or a switchboard. In Crete, the Phaistos, spelled Phaistos, I presume that's Phaistos disc discovered in 1908, shows evidence of having been printed using movable type, recurring symbols impressed individually. This shows the principle of the printing of type, or printing by type, was known in very early times. Evidence as to whether it was ever used on paper and other materials is probably lost forever. Ancient mounds in Michigan and the United States have likewise yielded objects which appear to have been impressed with dies or type pieces. Now, here's one that was accidentally found in 1885 when a block of coal was broken open in the Austrian foundry of Isidor Braun of Wacklabruck. Braun's son took the mysterious cube to the Salzburg Museum, where it underwent examination by the Austrian physicist Karl Gurls, spelled Gurls. Now, Derek D. Sola Price's reconstruction of a calendar computer built by the Greeks about 65 BC and found by sponge divers off the island of Antikythera, Antikythera, I guess that is. Now, going back here to the object found in the coal, the object was clearly machine fabricated with smooth, sharp surfaces. 4 of its sides were flat, and the 2 remaining sides opposite each other were convex. A deep, even groove ran completely around it. It remained on exhibit at the museum until 1910. An account of its discovery was published in the scientific journals Nature in London in 1886 and L'Astronomie, Paris in 1897. It is of antediluvial origin, and it is apparently a piece of some machine destroyed and buried during the Great Flood. Then there is in the United States, England, Germany, Russia, Italy, and France similar objects with interesting angles that have been discovered elsewhere. In China and Peru, a seismograph providing data to pinpoint the epicenter of an earthquake anywhere in the world. The application of scientific principles here implied postulates a knowledge of the Earth's structure and of the propagation of waves. In Egypt, 2nd century A.D., Athens, Greece, coin slot machines for holy water, the quantity depending on the coin inserted. Egypt. An automaton in the form of a clock was discovered after the Muslim conquest of Egypt by one of the first caliphs of Cairo and described in an Arab manuscript known as the Murtadi. It was made of red gold and covered with precious stones with two shiny gems for eyes. The cock, when approached, uttered a frightening cry and began flapping its wings. Now these are machines, boys and girls, and in the section here on, let me find this again over here, Mechanical Devices, number 17. That's chapter 17. There are 42 of these, beginning on page 219. All of these residues of automation in the past, or in a past technological era, I should qualify that not all scientific achievements of the past were a legacy from before the flood. There were natural social factors, of course. However, some achievements of early history and prehistory cannot be defined as creation of man's mind at that time because economic and social conditions were not ripe for them. They would have to be an inheritance from an earlier period. A mechanical effect of stunning beauty may soon be discovered in the Lintiang district of China. Here, where China's earliest emperors lived and died, widespread excavations are presently being undertaken. The most staggering finds are yet to be made. Hidden beneath the picturesque landscape lie hundreds of undisturbed imperial tombs, which are filled with art treasures and riches. In 100 B.C., the Chinese chronicler Sima Qin, C-H-I-E-N, I guess that's Qin, described unbelievable treasures constructed within the tomb of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang. T constellations, regions of the earth, and contemporary buildings were all reproduced. All the rivers of the country, the Yellow River and the Yangtze, were reproduced in quicksilver and made to flow into a miniature ocean through some mechanical means. The location is known. The tomb under a mound overgrown with trees and wildflowers towers 165 feet, that's 16 stories high, against the northern foothills of Mount Li in the Wei River Valley of Kansu Province. The archaeologists who finally penetrate this tomb had better take care. The ancient chronicler warned that weaponry was set up so that any robber breaking in would be killed. Now, let's take a look at everyday items. Could photographic and listening devices have been known and used in the very distant past? Sounds like an outrageous suggestion, surely. So let me introduce you to some Indian records dating to the 2nd millennium BC and considered to be copies of still older documents, whereas the writings of most other nations suffered willful destruction. These have, by some miracle, survived. I might point out here that 2 huge museums, one in Alexandria, Egypt, with more than 1 million volumes, was destroyed by Julius Caesar. They burned it. The Romans were great destroyers. They were the engines of destructions, not of civilization. In Carthage, there was a second library reported to have more than 500,000 volumes, which was also destroyed by the Romans. They present epics of gods and men interspersed with such wealth of a scientific nature that much of it was considered absurd when translated in the last century. Modern science is today catching up with many of the concepts expressed in these documents. Scientists in many countries are now studying a remarkable translation made by Maharishi Bharadwaja. I'll spell that for you in case you want to check me out. And it's spelled Maharishi is the first name. I can pronounce that one. But the second one is Bharadwaja. And it's called Aeronautics, described as a manuscript from the prehistoric past. It contains fascinating, almost incredible data. The translation has been published by the International Academy of Sanskrit research in Mysore, India, its table of contents includes The Secret of Constructing Airplanes, which will not break, which cannot be cut, will not catch fire, and cannot be destroyed. The Secret of Making Planes Motionless, The Secret of Hearing Conversations and Other Sounds in Enemy Planes, and The Secret of Receiving Photographs of the Interior of Enemy Planes, and more. Take merely the photographic and audio references in this ancient document. Impossible questions arise unless we are prepared to understand that there must have been a higher culture and technology, or an equally perfect technology before our own. Many isolated clues from around the world, inconsequential in themselves but cumulatively meaningful, show that everyday items familiar to us today were known and used throughout the prehistoric world. Significantly, these are found in the ruins of inferior civilizations after the superior technology had long vanished. They are suggestive of what must have preceded them. So here are some of the more modest inventions, but nonetheless surprising to us, that can be found in the minor pages of archaeology. Egypt, 2750 BC. Envelopes were used for letters and sealed with the sender's private seal. Egypt, 2500 BC. 11 rusted razor blades with hieroglyphic writing on them. I might pause here to point out that in the Bible, when the story of Joseph was told, Joseph shaved before he went in to see Pharaoh. In Babylon, sulfur matches. In Thera, 1500 BC, boxing gloves. In India, thimbles. In Egypt, 2700 BC, Ur of Chaldea. Costa Rica to Colombia, silver and gold foil. In Ecuador, a plaque depicts a clerk writing with a quill pen in a surprisingly modern book. In general, evidence for paper books has been found on all continents except Australia. In Peru, books and paintings and hieroglyphics. Of course, this refutes the conventional assumption that writing was unknown in South America. In Guatemala and Egypt, books made of gold leaves. In Syria, 1400 BC, several rooms in one library were devoted entirely to just dictionaries and lexicons. In Egypt, China, and India, technological textbooks. In Turkey, rulers and compasses were used when making elaborate drawings for frescoes. In Armenia, 2500 BC, metallic paint. Metallic paint, unknown until recent times. Egypt, 3000 BC, a segmented box similar to that used today for cutlery. Egypt, camping equipment. Guatemala, diving suits. In Egypt, plastics, glass which could be bent and yet not broken, was reported by the Arab historian Ibn Abd Hok, spelled IBN ABDHOKH, to have been buried in ancient vaults. Peru, plastics, small tubes of a material like glass, but not glass, and of an unknown chemical composition were found in graves in the 1940s. In Turkey, drinking straws. In Egypt, 3000 BC, southern Turkey and Central America, forks and spoons. In Chaldea, knives of 2.8% tin. In India, aluminum cups. In Bolivia, England, Chaldea, Mexico, and Peru, finely executed gold dinnerware. In Crete, glazed dinnerware and tinted glass goblets. In Rome, thermos containers keeping liquids and foods either hot or cold were in common use. In Turkey, furniture decorated with gold and silver, bronze legs, and tables and beds shaped like goats' feet or horses' hooves. In Israel, 850 B.C., beds and ornaments of color-stained ivory. In Ecuador, a magnificent golden bed inscribed with hieroglyphics. In Israel, chairs of ebony inlaid with ivory and lapis lazuli. I don't know what a lapis lazuli is. That's spelled Lapis Lazuli. In Samaria, 3000 B.C., and in Ecuador, modern quality musical instruments in great variety. In Syria, a musical notation on a 3,400-year-old clay tablet. When translated and played, it sounds very pleasing to the modern Western ear. Not unlike guitar music, it was probably written for a harp-accompanied soloist. And in Arizona, and the Maya, and in Mexico, the Maya in Mexico, they found rubber balls. Now there are 39 common items that we take for granted today as being very modern. These are called everyday items. These modern everyday items were known as far back as 3,000 years ago. Let me take one more. Clothing and adornment. Soak up the sun in your bikini or try on your pantsuit and wig and then off to a fashion parade. If 20th century historians called you primitive because you live thousands of years BC, then you can smile. Your jewelry is immaculate. You lack nothing in sophistication. Neither does your prehistoric husband live in a cave. He wears well-styled clothes and modern shoes, enough to give the traditional prehistorian a seizure. Now here's a short checklist. In the Gobi Desert, in Nevada, in the United States, and in England, has been found fossilized prehistoric shoe prints with nail heads around the edge as well as shoelaces. In Mexico, Peru, and Germany, gold and silver footwear with soft gold soles or rubber soles, gold embellished. In Egypt and Borneo, finely woven textiles of extraordinary strength and delicacy, such as could only be produced in highly specialized factories today. In Peru and Mexico, cotton grown in various colors, from brown to blue, a technique which modern science has been unable to reproduce so far. In Peru, advanced dyeing techniques, fabrics covered with a mosaic of feathers in no less than 190 shades of color. Peru, magnificent textiles with veils, brocades, and gobelins for finer or far finer than is possible on any modern loom today. Russia, 3000 BC, spindle whorls and patterned fabric designs. Peru, exquisitely patterned lace. Peru, clothing sewn artistically in multicolored designs with gold and silver thread. China, jade clothes composed of hundreds of pieces of tightly fitted jade particles sewn with golden thread. Mexico, waterproof clothing. China, modern jackets and long trousers depicted in underground tunnel paintings. South Africa, short-sleeved pullovers, closely fitting breeches, gloves, garters, and slippers, and multicolored shirts. Russia, fur trousers, embroidered shirts, jackets with ivory badges and clasps. In Russia, two-piece suits styled very much as in the present day. In Crete, Asia Minor, and Egypt, all dated to 3000 BC, fashions were launched by the elegant women of Crete and imitated by other countries, such as very long skirts with flounces, full skirts with flounces, bodices, whatever a B-O-D-I-C-E-S is, decorated with medici-like collars. That's a M-E-D-I-C-I hyphen L-I-K-E collars. I imagine this is some kind of a clothing item that you ladies might recognize. Deeply cut in front, leaving the breasts visible. Hats of extravagance and variety. In France, pantsuits, short-sleeved jackets, decorated hats, small boots, and modern-looking purses. In Sicily, bikinis, modeled by skinny young girls posing in a mode similar to that of today. In Sumeria, 2900 BC, an amazingly modern wig. In Thera Sumeria, T-H-E-R-A, Sumeria, eyelid paint and eye makeup. In Egypt, a woman preserved in a tomb was wearing 5 shades of lipstick. Her hair had been in rollers, and the curls were still in after 3,000 years. In Bulgaria, large earrings, necklaces, and cosmetics and expensive jewelry used with sophistication. In Mohenjo-Daro, Pakistan, 3000 BC, jewels, rings, bracelets, and necklaces of gold, silver, and ivory, kept in elegant silver caskets, and so well finished and so highly polished that it might have come out of a Bond Street jeweler's today. So much for a sampling of ancient fashions. Among the general populace, we see astonishing variety and opulence in clothing, also elegance in which good taste and coordination among clothes, hairdos, headwear, and jewelry prevailed. Beauty, sophistication matching our own, herbal drops were used to enlarge the pupils of the eyes, green eyeshadow, black eyeliner, face powder, and rouge were all used in great quantities, as was a bleaching paste for freckles. And from the earliest times, nails held a fascination. Manicuring implements were used, including a cuticle pusher, rather like an orange wood stick of today. Women colored their fingernails and toenails bright red. In taste, people were basically the same as today. And now there is, let me get this one, mechanical devices, everyday items, and clothing. And this has all been dug up. There are 969 records of these kinds of items. Some of these are on display in some museums, some of them are not. The author reports that most of this material is in packing crates in warehouses that museums all across the world refuse to put out on display because they refute or seriously put in danger the theory of evolution, which is our modern fairy tale that tells us long, long ago and far, far away. All right, we are reviewing the book Dead Men's Secrets. I rate this about a 1 in 100 book. I'm an old man. I have never seen another book like it. I have read about some of these stories. I have seen pictures of the light bulbs that are depicted on the hieroglyphic murals in the tombs of Egypt. I have seen pictures of the Nazca animals. I have heard of and seen pictures of these huge buildings, these huge building blocks and rocks in Peru and Ecuador. just little pieces here and there, that I've read in Discover Magazine or Reader's Digest or some TV special or something like that. You probably have also. This author, Jonathan Gray, has put together a record of 969 records. The book is about 350 pages, paperback, published in 2004. It's called Dead Men's Secrets, Jonathan Gray. If only 10% of them are true, accurate, and correct, it's a blockbuster. I'm telling you, boys and girls, that if 10%, which would be about 100, 96.9, and all the rest of them were lies, you'd still be faced with an insurmountable problem concerning evolution. Where in the hell does this technology come from? We can't duplicate it today. Now, boys and girls, when there's something that I cannot do, it doesn't mean jack diddly squat. I remember years ago I was flying up to, or back from, Alaska. And I stopped for fuel at SeaTac Airport there in Seattle, Tacoma, they call it, SeaTac. It was in the late 60s or early 70s. My guess would be it was probably about 1972. Because I flew up to Alaska on that trip in a Cherokee 6. And there was a 747 coming in for a landing, and I had never seen one before. I'd heard of them. I'd seen pictures of them, but I'd never seen a real 747. And I was sitting on the tarmac out at the end of the runway, running up the engines and doing my checkouts, and I looked up from the instrument panel, and I watched this humongous thingy suspended in the sky. It was moving very slowly. It was coming in for a landing. I stopped what I was doing because I couldn't believe what I was seeing with my own eyeballs. And I watched in absolute fascination. Boys and girls, I've been a pilot for years. I watched that 747 come in and land, and I said, my God, how can that thing fly? How can that thing fly that slow? The faster you run something through the air, the better it'll fly. I was absolutely amazed. And we're in modern times. Now, I showed you here that we have pictures and drawings. We have actual artifacts of jet engines from ancient times. I'm not surprised, after having seen this book, after having seen the pictures that are contained in the books, or in the pages of this book, that this kind of technology was possible. Put it to the test. Let's think about it for a minute. 500 years ago, we were pretty primitive people. You go back to the Middle Ages and Columbus discovering America. These people don't have electric lights. They don't have batteries. They don't have rubber. They don't have plastic. Now, we go out here and we take a look around us today. We have plastic, we have rubber, we have metallurgy. And, we accept it. You couldn't have a 747 without metallurgy. You've got to be able to combine various metals together in order to build an airplane like that. And yet we have those kinds of metallurgical samples today that came from ancient times. In the Bible, in Genesis 4, it says they were artificers in brass and iron. That's an indication of metallurgy. Now we come to anthropology. They run around and they're digging up these artifacts. An aluminum cup. Do you remember that statement? There was an aluminum cup. My God, boys and girls, aluminum wasn't discovered until the 20th century. We knew that there was a mineral called aluminum, but this aluminum, to make aluminum metal, that's only been discovered in the last 100 years. For somebody to have an aluminum cup that goes back into ancient times is like digging up a computer, for crying out loud, with microwave software or Microsoft software. That's unheard of. Now, there are sophisticated mechanical devices here that I told you about today. Let's take a look at another one. Flight. Airplanes. Flight. Now, when you take a look at flight, the first guy that got up off the ground was a Frenchman who, I need to turn to page 277 here. That's what I'm kind of stalling around for. A Frenchman discovers a hot air balloon back around 1700, in round numbers. Then from that first primitive flight in 1700, let's just come up 200 years, 1900. Let's go back before the flood. People are living 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 years. We discover a hot air balloon. Do you think that those people living those lengths of lifespans over there could have come up with an airplane? If today, in modern times, and just going back 300, 400 years, modern times, 1700 to 1800 to 1900 to 2000, 17, 18, 19, 20, 300 years. That's not a stretch of imagination at all. In fact, I'd be surprised if they hadn't done it. Just think about it for a minute. Now, here's a secret called flight. So you thought that manned flight began with the Wright brothers back in 1903. Would you be surprised? Would you believe that flying machines could cross the oceans and cover the vast distances between continents in the earliest times BC? Well, listen to this. People all over the world have retained separate memories of a period when aviation was a well-known concept and flight was a frequent occurrence. And what's more, their writings demonstrate a knowledge of aerodynamics and an awareness of the factors of takeoff, propulsion, braking, and landing. But first, I would like to draw your attention to some giant drawings found all over the world. And the question is, why are there so many of these designed to be seen only from above? So we take a look at petroglyphs made to be seen from the air. In England, the Long Man of Wilmington, Sussex, is a human outline, 226 feet long, formed by an immense ditch. The figure can be seen solely from above, and even then, one has to be high up. In England, the Gog and Magog giants on hills near Cambridge are of such dimensions as to suggest that their construction was controlled from the air. In England, there is a 360-foot-long white horse at Uffington in Berkshire Downs. In England, the famous CERNE, Cerne Abbas giant, a 180-foot human figure, is outlined by chalk trenches on a Dorset hillside. In England, the great zodiac of Glastonbury was a huge stone calendar laid out in a circle 30 miles in circumference and apparently meant to be seen from above. In Wisconsin, in the United States, then there are the Elephant and Serpent Mounds in Wisconsin. California, the Mojave Maze. In Ohio, the Great Serpent Mound of Bush Creek, over 1,300 feet long. Its open jaws are 60 feet. In California, the Horse, 40 feet long. The Giantess, 87 feet high, and the Giant, 96 feet tall. All three at Bly, California. Arizona, the 150-foot-tall giant at Sacaton, S-A-C-A-T-O-N. And in Louisiana, 6 enormous octagons with a total length of 11.2 miles near Poverty Point. Now, like the Nazca spider and monkey and so on, these can only be seen from the air. Why would you make something that you can't even recognize on the ground? How would you make it unless you had been in the air to direct its construction? These are all sights. They're all there. They're all physical. They've been seen, weighed, touched, tasted, smelled, felt, photographed, documented. How come you and I never heard of them? I never heard of these things. You know, just taking a look here at the California. They say here there's this California here, Bly, California, the horse 40 feet long, a giantess 87 feet high, and a giant 96 feet long, tall. Never heard of such a thing. I've never heard of that. Now, there's a stylized figure of a man 330 feet long in Chile. There are said to be many other sites of the Nazca kind in Peru and Chile. Now, I've heard of the Nazca site, but I never heard that there were more of them. Now, that doesn't mean that I know everything. You know, I'm always learning something new. That's why I kind of like my job, because nearly every day Dirk comes in here and hands me some report. It can be some economic report that's modern. It can be some book. It can be some story that came from the four corners of the world someplace on China or someplace. I reported to you the other day. Did you know that there were pyramids larger than the Pyramid of Cheops? Now, I've been told all my life that Great Pyramid is the biggest building, the biggest pyramid in the world. Come to find out that there's 4 or 5 more pyramids bigger than that one in China, for crying out loud. I didn't know that. Now, I've reported it to you, and the reason that I did that was because there's 969 of these reports. I said that if all of them were false except 10% of them, it would knock the theory of evolution right square in the head. And I don't have any reason to doubt that any of them are here. He has followed this up with footnotes. I mean, if you want to go take a look at the site, the document, the exhibit, you know, the maps are in here. The locations and the sites are there. You know, if you want to jump on a plane, run over to Britain, walk into the British Museum, the batteries are there. Now, I've known about that one for a long time. Now, not every single one of these is hidden away someplace. Many of these are out on display, which then leads me to ask the question, why aren't they all out on display? I mean, at least the pictures of them. Why don't we have more books than this, you know, that have pictures in our colleges and high schools and universities that say, hey, listen, you know, if you think that men were dumb and that they were dragging their knuckles on the back of the ground here a few thousand years ago, you know, clean up your act, start thinking straight. That wasn't the case. It may well be true that there were people walking around with their knuckles dragging on the ground like they are in Stone Age societies, the Aborigines in Australia, the Stone Age cannibals of Indonesia. That's true, no doubt about it. But contemporaneous with them, there are space age men living, firing rockets off to the space station, for crying out loud. How come we're not told about that? It's been going on for a long time. Now let's take a look at flight. Sumerian cylinder seals show great numbers of machines flying in the sky, as matter-of-factly as if it were a daily occurrence. British Isles, Druid legends speak of magical machines capable of traveling on land, sea, and air. The Celts in Britain, Bran's chariot did not touch the water. Celts. Manannan's flying machine took him from Ireland to England by night. Druid tradition in Britain. Aberrus of Britain traveling through the air to Greece with the aid of a golden arrow. Now, these legends here, they sound, you know, like they're, oh my God, you can't believe that. Well, let's picture this. Let's suppose an airplane flies over New Guinea in 1945. 1935, 1925. What do you think those Stone Age people are going to say? They're going to pass a tradition down. They're going to say something like, a great eagle flew over the jungle with men inside of it. Now, pass that down for 3,000 years, and what are you going to see? There's a fact. They saw something. They didn't know what it was. They couldn't call it an airplane. How in the hell would a Stone Age Aborigine use the word airplane. We see the same thing going on in the book of Revelation when John was given a vision. And he's describing these scorpions with stings in their tails, controlled by men, and the flesh melting off of people's bodies. Today, we could visualize that very simply. It's a Apache helicopter with a sting in its tail, which is, or with this laser beam, or with machine guns, and with rockets firing off of it. But for hundreds of years, people reading the book of Revelation, they're looking mysteriously, superstitiously at these events and at these stories, at these legends, at these stories. So the Druids and many other people throughout history have these traditions. Well, what they're talking about here is you've got superior technologies in the United States flying airplanes over Stone Age people in Indonesia or on Borneo someplace, and these people on Borneo are telling what they saw. And then, thousands of years later, we take a look at it, and my God. Now, they're actual relics. In fact, he's got some pictures in here of relics. In fact, this section in here, let's see how many there are. On page 294, there are all kinds of models of airplanes. I mean, this is absolutely perfectly describable. This object, this is called Figure 26 on page 294. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 objects in here that have been dug up or brought out of tombs that are unmistakable airplanes. One of them here looks like a model airplane that I built once. This object, once thought to be a bird, was found in a tomb in Egypt in 1898. Now picture this. Here's an archaeologist in 1898. He pulls a model airplane out of a tomb. He doesn't know what he's looking at. So he bundles it up. He says, well, this must be some kind of a religious object over here. They must be worshiping this thing. Doesn't have anything to do with worship. Doesn't have anything to do with religion. It has to do with science and technology. Stuffed in a box of bird models in one of Cairo Museum storerooms, it was rediscovered in 1969, and it was found to fly perfectly as a glider, though there are indications that it may originally have possessed a propulsion mechanism at the tail. The design is highly sophisticated. Here's a gold jet from Colombia, South America. Its features are more mechanical than biological. Experts at the Aeronautical Institute of New York concur that it does not represent any known type of winged creature. It appears to be a model of an ancient jet aircraft. That's from the Aeronautical Institute of New York. They took a look at it and said, this isn't a bird. This is a jet airplane. Which is exactly right. And when it was dug up out of the tombs back in the 1800s, they looked at it and said, well, this must be a bird of some kind. They didn't know. Now, of course, they're not too anxious now to put these out on display. That's the tragedy of it. Here's the might ancient aircraft be found. Now, one is led to contemplate the intriguing possibility, however remote, of such a discovery. Could craft be of any size and surprising shapes? Well, did you notice how frequently ancient flying machines were described as shaped like an egg, or like a hat, or a sphere, or a disc in items 53, 61, 62, 74, and so on? Hell, we got flying discs today. We call them flying saucers. We've got hovercraft that hover over the water. And so, when you pick up something like that in 1856 or 1898, what are you going to call it? They didn't know. Consider them in the context of what's preceded. After all, Professor W.B. Emery, who had spent most of his life digging in Egypt, did say there's more lying under the sands than has ever been found. There's more yet to be found. They haven't found everything. His conclusion is there's more out there to be found than has been found. Then there's energy sources from sound waves generated by magnetized rods or hammering. Sanskrit books state plainly that aircraft could be driven solely by the power of sound, tunes, and rhythms. Interestingly, in modern automobile tests, an ultrasonic reactor attached to a carburetor almost doubled petrol mileage with very little exhaust gas. The simple gadget is based on a system of harmonic resonance within atomic structure of liquids. How in the hell did ancients know anything about that? Hell, we're just experimenting with it today. We haven't devised any specific technology with ultrasound. We know about it. We're working with it. Kind of like cryogenics, you know.
Now, we've been talking about Dead Men's Secrets. It's a book on 969 records around the world, historical records around the world of events that have occurred in the past, building sites. It covers things like geography and astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, engineering, construction techniques, large-scale construction, things like that are totally unexplainable. Like the Nazca monuments in Peru with the spider that's sticking out there 6 by 4 miles. And then he's got his third leg sticking out there, which is this obscure spider, very rare breed of spider, that you can only watch their breeding technique or their modality with that third leg, which is critical to the reproduction, which is contained in that monument. You can only see it through a microscope. So we got to ask questions, you know, like we're not getting the straight skinny from science. We're not getting the straight skinny and history from our museums, from archaeology, paleontology, and the sciences. And that's because they all have an agenda. They have an evolutionary agenda. And anything that doesn't fit within that evolutionary framework, that evolutionary mindset, is eliminated. And this book exposes 969 ancient records. Now, a lot of times people ask the question, well, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? This guy's got 969 of these pieces of evidence. Pieces. It's the whole piece of evidence, all that we got left. So he has a chapter 9 on vanishing evidence. Let's listen to what happens to the evidence. Consider for a moment the awful possibility that your hometown was forever wiped out. Can you imagine what future generations might find in your hometown? Has it occurred to you that our noblest buildings today are scarcely more than facades supported by thin tendons of steel? Even with no disaster, our main cities would be little more than rubble in 1,000 years. Our motorways would be crumpled pieces of hardness beneath vegetation. Our once complex railway network would be red dust blowing in the wind. And make no mistake about it, very few house chattels would survive the corrosion of time. Generally, paper books cannot last more than a few centuries, hence the need to recopy. Plastics will eventually disintegrate when exposed for long periods outside. The same goes for everything metallic. That's right. Your hair dryer, automobile, carpets would be reduced to dust, along with photographic plates and film. And what's more, all of the iron and steel buildings would rust and crumble to earth. Nothing would be left except a few stone structures downtown and maybe a few statues. Stone is the only indestructible material. It will survive a dead civilization. So isn't it ironic? Nature allows dressed blocks of stone to survive, but not thick iron girders. Probably, there would not be one item left in the suburbs to show that they even existed, except for the odd stone axe head. Now, in the event of a total catastrophe, the survivors would be driven to the countryside to live primitively. They might, for a time, be able to salvage and use certain elements of their civilized technology. Eventually, the last machine would break down, with nobody remembering how to repair it. The transistors, the toasters, the X-ray machines. Even though they are revered today, they would be totally useless to us. To the grandchildren and their descendants, they would become legends. The magic mirror that could see events far away.
the metal bird that could fly above the clouds, the room that could move up and down inside of a big house. These would become magical myths of a people whose survival instinct would direct them back into the rapidly encroaching forests. Archaeologists 4,000 years in the future could claim that 20th century man was not yet familiar with iron. If they found cassettes with tapes, these would be meaningless puzzles to them. What do you think of that? Texts, speaking of gigantic cities with houses several hundred feet high, would be classified as myths. So do you begin to see the picture? It is this very situation of meager clues that confronts us in relation to the original super world, the Golden Age, BC. Now, I can think of 4 reasons for this. First of all, most physical remains were wiped out. Numerous ancient cities now lie below ground level. Many are covered by desert sands or have been swallowed by dense jungle, while others still may lie intact under the mile-deep ice of Antarctica. On the other hand, exposed remnants can disappear very fast. Take, for example, the 4,000-year-old ruins in Bolivia. They're called Tiahasco. It's Tiahuanaco, Tiahasco. As recently as the 17th century, there still stood immense walls with massive rivets of silver in the stonework, as well as lifelike statues of men and women in 1,000 animated poses. Even until the last century, travelers could admire the sketch of imposing colonnades. Of these, there is no trace today. The Spaniards, and more recently the Bolivian government, has totally plundered them for the building materials. Now again, many scale replicas of ancient apparatuses probably perished when the Spanish conquistadors melted down all of the gold artifacts that they could find in Central and South America. The scale of destruction over the centuries will never be known. Second, most ancient records have also been destroyed. The destruction of printed records has been much greater than was originally thought. The Great Library of Alexandria once contained 1 million volumes in which the entire science, philosophy, and the mysteries of the ancient world were recorded, including a complete catalog of authors in 120 volumes, with a brief biography of each author. In a single act of vandalism, Julius Caesar destroyed 700,000 priceless scrolls in the Library of Alexandria. In the 7th century, the Arabs completed the wipeout. And do you know how they did it? Well, they used the books as a fuel supply to heat the city's 400 public baths for 6 months. Totally destroyed also were the papyri of the library of Ptah in Memphis and Carthage. With a library of 500,000 volumes, it was razed in the 17-day fire by the Romans in 146 BC. The library of Pergamos in Asia Minor with 200,000 volumes likewise perished. And when the famous collection in Athens was wiped out in the 6th century, surprisingly, Homer's writings escaped. There have, in each one of these events, been some writings that have escaped, which tell us what it was that was destroyed, or at least gives us an insight as to how great this destruction was. In the 8th century, Leo Isarus burned 300,000 books in Constantinople. In China, Emperor Tam Sui Huangti issued an edict in 213 BC to destroy innumerable books. Thousands of Druidic scrolls in Autun, France, on philosophy, medicine, astronomy, and other sciences were obliterated by Julius Caesar. Not one survived. In modern times, the Nazis in Germany burned books and destroyed the literature and the culture of millions of people. Much classical literature was systematically destroyed by the Papal Inquisition during the Middle Ages. Spanish conquerors searched out and destroyed the entire Mayan literature except for 4 documents now in a European museum. It was related that Mayan scholars screamed in agony as they saw their life's purpose go up in flames. Some committed suicide. The Council of Lima in 1583 decreed the burning of the knotted cords called the quipus, on which the Incas had recorded their history and that of their predecessors. Now, what a story of carnage. A carnage in which the great depositories of knowledge from the ancient world were destroyed and lost forever. And yet somehow the Indian books escaped. Now, did you know that even of the Greek and Roman literature, less than 1% has survived to come down to us today? So is it any wonder we are ignorant of our early heritage? I agree with Andrew Thomas that we have to depend upon disconnected fragments, casual passages, and meager accounts. Our distant past is a vacuum filled at random with tablets, parchments, statues, paintings, and various artifacts. The history of science would appear totally different today were the book collection of Alexandria with us to this day. And third, even where it was not lost, much of it remains a mystery. Undeciphered still are writings at Easter Island, tablets at Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan, and Mayan scripts. Some finds will remain unsolved forever. There are no inscriptions awaiting us at Tijuana or Malku Piki. There were some museum relics whose significance may have eluded us. A methodical re-examination of pieces labeled art objects, cult objects, and unidentified objects could yield much new data in the future. So would a systematic exploration of the museum vaults today. It is a well-known fact that museums are in the habit of burying objects that do not coincide with current theories or political ideologies, or that are not beautiful to look at. The vaults of the Smithsonian Institution and the Museum of Prehistory of Saint Germain are full of crates of incomprehensible objects that nobody is studying and nobody can recognize at first sight. So could it be that many objects that we have discovered really do have a purpose that we simply do not yet understand? The ancients may have achieved results similar to ours by quite different processes. For instance, look at what happened to German technology. German technology diverged tremendously from that of the other countries in the world in the 1930s in just 12 years, from 1933 to 1945, when Germany was progressively isolated from the rest of the world. Then again, is it possible that some of the antediluvian artifacts that we have found cannot yet be identified simply because they are still far ahead of our technology today? So a point to remember, as any technology advances, its methods and equipment do not become more complex. They become simplified. Take, for example, printed circuits, silicon chips. Such equipment may not be recognizable to a civilization of inferior knowledge. Computer chips, for instance, would not be recognizable by a civilization on Borneo, for instance. The point is, we may be looking at objects, quite exciting objects, in fact, without even recognizing them. Who would have expected that items in Baghdad in the museum, long labeled as ritual objects, would have to be components of batteries? Now, do you see what I mean? When they were first discovered in 1885, nobody knew what a battery looked like. It wasn't until 1969 that those batteries in the Museum of Baghdad were recognized for what they were and then identified as batteries. That tells us that electricity was known. Electroplating was known. We know that from metallurgical objects today. Now here's a tantalizing thought. Other relics still await discovery. Some authentic and incredibly ancient documents are known to be safely locked away. You and I may never see them. These forbidden treasures are known to be concealed in 4 places. First, in the catacombs beneath the Potala in Lhasa, Tibet. The vaults in the Vatican Library, to which even the Pope does not have access. In Morocco, where Muslim leaders are fiercely opposed to making them public. And a secret place known to a few initiated rabbis, believed to be in Spain. But that isn't all. There must be numerous lost cities yet to be discovered. Hold it, I hear you say. That's overdoing things, isn't it? An occasional ruin, maybe, but numerous lost cities? There aren't any unknown areas in this day and age. But on the contrary, there are many totally unexplored areas left about. Quite a lot of things occur in and out of the way corners of the world, and some not so out of the way that most persons have never heard of. Still not explored from the ground are immense expanses of the interior of Central and South America, New Guinea, Asia, and Australia. And although Europeans have lived and worked in India for several centuries, building bridges, railways, and modern cities, the jungles have scarcely been touched. There are remote villages that have never seen a white man in India today. In the trackless Central Australian desert, a structure from an unknown civilization was discovered when vehicles from a nearby atomic test site drove into it purely by accident. Now, what you shall see in Part 2 is just a hint of what still awaits us in the desert, the jungle, and the ocean. The largest unexplored jungle area in the world is the Amazon basin. This region is so little known that a river tributary, 200 miles long, was only recently discovered, and then only by satellite. The Amazon system comprises 50,000 miles of navigable trunk rivers and an estimated 16,000 tributaries. The jungle on each side of the rivers is almost totally impenetrable, at least for Europeans. Now, I know of settlers who have lived on riverbank clearings for 40 years and never ventured more than a mile back into the jungle. There now follows about 1,000 of the more interesting exhibits, yet these can never be more than a tantalizing peep at this astonishing unknown world shrouded in opaque clouds of mystery. The Amazon contains some of the most solid jungles and hostile environments to be found anywhere. And surprisingly, this now mysterious region was once the center of a very intense and highly active population. Large cities flourished there, with high-volume commercial traffic to the Andes. And despite satellite technology, we face almost insurmountable problems in locating many of these remains. A pilot over the Amazon may spy towers, villages, or ruins, and pinpoint them and report them. A few days later, someone setting out to verify the data will find that they've already vanished, swallowed again by the jungle, since that forest fire or whim of nature or weather that exposed them in the first place. Karl Brugger mentions that the Trans-Amazonia spur of the road between Manaus and Barcelos on the lower Rio Negro, built in 1971, was overgrown by tropical vegetation within 1 year. The technicians even had difficulties locating the approximate direction of the road. It's not surprising, therefore, that there are no more signs of white cities. Again, there are vast stretches where the fog never lifts, and in others it doesn't clear until late afternoon. There's an area in eastern Ecuador from which natives have been carrying out thousands of artifacts belonging to what they described as a giant pyramid and immense deserted cities. So don't get carried away. This is a forbidden region. Local Indians still massacre inquisitive outsiders. Intruders in the Mato Grosso region of Brazil can expect a similar welcome. Yes, you can believe it. Documented accounts are numerous, and once an entire patrol of 1,400 vanished in the jungle without a trace. This trackless, unexplored green hell swallows visitors, and the ruins clasp their secrets. So think of it. 5,000 years ago, when our forefathers were supposed to be existing in caves or crude settlements, there were highly advanced cultures, and they reached over the entire world, from Siberia to Antarctica, from Greenland to Africa. This super world vanished, and it vanished so completely that we thought that it never existed. It's not unlikely that a whole empire could disappear like this. The more advanced the culture, the more easily it could vanish without a trace. If it were so advanced, then its powers of destruction must also have been enormously advanced. But more on that later. What an epic. The wonder is that despite wholesale obliteration of the evidence, there are still many thousands of pieces that do survive, written records, oral traditions, and physical remains. So let's take a look at some of these physical remains again. We've been looking at about 19 of these. Remember, there's geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, social organization, engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items, clothing, art, medicine, flight, space travel, ancient science, civilization, electricity, and weaponry. There are 969 sites around the world where these types of artifacts from civilization, yes, indeed, advanced civilizations with space travel, flight, electricity, that we have discovered and that we know about today. Let's take a look at one. Metallurgy. There are 44 sites or examples of advanced metallurgy technology in the world today that is hidden or suppressed or just plain misunderstood. So on page 131, we have metallurgy. Let me flip over here to page 131. The Sad Fate of the Gold Gardens, chapter 14. 44 examples of metallurgy. When the Spanish conquerors entered Peru, they came upon an island near Puna, P-U-N-A, on which was a royal garden, so astonishing it might have come out of a fairy tale. Every living thing was reproduced in gold and silver models. Trees, even to the roots, and lesser plants with leaves, flowers, and fruit, fashioned in natural size and style, some ready to sprout, others half-grown or in full blossom. Golden birds sat perched on silver trees, as if singing, and while others were flying and sucking honey from flowers. Whole fields of maize were imitated, roots, stalks, flowers, and the cob. The beard of the husk in gold, the rest in silver. Other plants were similarly treated. A flower or anything of a yellow tint in real life was done in gold. The other parts were done in silver. And from the trees hung nuggets of fruit. Nothing remained uncopied. Rabbits, foxes, mice, lizards, lions, tigers, stags, snakes, all were set in their natural surroundings to enhance reality. And as if that were not enough, golden butterflies flitted around in the breeze. Life-size fish, ropes, hampers, baskets, bins, and even wood piles for burning were all fashioned in gold and silver and then soldered together. Such gardens, would you believe, graced all of the royal residences throughout the land. The others were disassembled before the treasure-lusting invaders could reach them. So carefully were these artifacts hidden that they have never been found. And regretfully, most of what is upon such that the invaders did lay their hands was melted down for shipment to Europe. So vanished an unbelievably precise metal technology. But the Incas were heirs to a much earlier culture. And, as we shall see, the evidence for an advanced knowledge of metallurgy in the remote past is irrefutable. The following examples are but representative, so wait for the surprises. Well, hang on here, boys and girls. We're going to have to pause and give you a mid-course reminder. And we'll be back with the sources of metallurgy in ancient times. Now, you're listening to the Law Hour, an editorial review sponsored by the Gordon Law School of Isabella, Missouri. The Law Hour is heard 7 days a week here in the United States. We're heard worldwide over the Internet daily. For more information about the Law School and the Law Hour, please go to our website at georgegordon.org. Again, that's georgegordon.org. Now, the Law School teaches family law, tax law, courtroom strategy and procedure, business law, agricultural law, civil rights, and biblical law from the scriptural perspective. That's 8 schools in all. The law school is a private, non-commercial, non-profit, non-sectarian law school, and it is open to individuals, but by prearrangement. The law school conducts a homeschooling program for adults on compact disc. If you'd like more information, please go to our homepage, the homeschooling page on our website at georgegordon.org. The Law Hour website is updated weekly. It has our radio log, schedule, and archives, and that can be accessed through the website as well. The Law Hour is carried worldwide over the Internet, and all of these Law Hour programs are archived on the Internet by title and date for your listening convenience. Now, the Law Hour is an educational service brought to you in the public interest. The Law Hour brings you timely reports on law, science, education, politics, religion, health, history, economics, news, and current events, and we do that 7 days a week. The Law School offers a free 4-hour introductory CD package. Be sure to order yours by calling the Law School direct at 417-273-4967. Once more, that's area code 417-273-4967. Now, the sources of information that we use on this program are true, accurate, and correct to the best of our knowledge and belief, and the Law Hour and editorial review gives credit to those authors and publications that we use on this program, and we often endorse and recommend books, periodicals, papers, and newsletters to our listeners. These endorsements, these recommendations that we give, do not mean that those authors or publications that we endorse and recommend are necessarily going to endorse and recommend the Law Hour and editorial review. And that's because most of the authors and publications that we cite here on the Law Hour may be secular, hostile, political, religious, economic, sectarian, racial, or ethnic, partisans whose viewpoint may not be totally endorsed by the Law Hour and editorial review. Now, these opinions, comments, beliefs, views, and expressions that you hear on this program are mine. They're mine alone. They don't necessarily represent the beliefs and opinions of our advertisers, the sponsors, the management, or staff of this network or of this local radio station. For more information about the Law Hour and editorial review, please go to our website. That's georgegordon.org, georgegordon.org, or you can call us direct at 417-273-4967. All right, we should probably give credit to the author, Jonathan Gray, who has compiled these 969 records. Now, each of us has probably heard or read in Reader's Digest or seen on, something on television, some special or some odd piece of history like the History Network or the History Channel. But not all 969 of them. I have never heard of the pyramids over in China. That was a new one to me. In fact, most of the information contained in this book is new to me, which made me say to myself, why is this being suppressed? And it isn't Jonathan Gray here who is suppressing it. He's revealing that the Smithsonian Institution, the Chicago Museum of Natural History, the London Museum, the great institutions around the world have, are now, and will continue in the future to systematically hide and obfuscate these tremendous finds of archaeology. And remember, these have been found by the natural, normal, everyday garden variety archaeologists, the guys that are out here that are the mainstream of archaeological study. Not found, in most cases. They're not found, by Joe Sixpacks and Sally Housewives. And then when these treasures are found, they don't fit the theory of evolution. And so they hide them. They say, wait a minute, this isn't politically correct. So they put it in a crate and hide it in the vault. They hide it in the basement to put it in the warehouse. Now, here are some examples. Now, listen, if we've got here, in this case, 44 examples, there are hundreds more that are being hidden. And the guy's name is Jonathan Gray, and the book is called Dead Men's Secrets. It's put out by Teach Services. That's the publisher, Teach, T-E-A-C-H, Services. They've got a webpage. It's www.teachservices.com. It's easy enough, Teach Services. Now, that Teach Services is all one word, but the first letters, that is T-E-A-C-H-S, is in caps, and then the E-R-V-I-C-E-S is in lowercase. So it's www.teachservices.com. And if you can't find a copy of it there, or you're having some kind of a problem, don't forget, you can always get these underground books, or these strange, odd books, from bravenewbookstore.com. That's bravenewbookstore.com in Austin, Texas. Brave New Bookstore has a phone number, too, if you want to jot it down. It's 512-480-2503. Once more, that's area code 512-480-2503. That's Brave New Bookstore. They will help you reveal the truth of the matter. All right, now the following examples are but representative, so wait for some surprises. In Colombia, 2,000 years ago, in Ezion Geber in Israel, 3,000 years ago, in northeast Siberia, 3,000 years ago, in Tiahuanaco, Bolivia, Spain, 3,000 years ago, we have found smelting of metals and blast furnaces. That's important. These blast furnaces are the modalities by which we introduce oxygen into the steel-making process. Now, that wasn't discovered until after the Civil War. Blast furnaces. Steel. In Madzamor, Armenia, 2500 BC, a steel mill with 200 furnaces, about the oldest factory known. The workers wore gloves and covered their mouths with protective filters, just as they do today. In various places, steel objects have been found. Now, this is important because steel is something different than iron. Now, iron is made without the introduction of oxygen into the steel-making process, but steel is made through the process of metallurgy. Metallurgy is where you take steel and you put other things into it. For instance, you might put tungsten into the iron in order to make steel. You might put nickel into it in order to make stainless steel, and so on. Now, there's a place here in the Bible that gives us this story. Listen to this. This is in Genesis 4, verse 22. It says, "And Zillah, she also bare Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah." That's N-A-A-M-A-H. These people were artificers in brass and iron in Genesis chapter 4. And I pointed this out to you the other day, that we were still casting cannon and sand, for crying out loud, in Columbus's time. We didn't have any metallurgy in 1500. We had metals. We didn't have metallurgy. That's the combining of metals to make something else, like brass, which is something that you mix metals to make brass. You don't dig brass out of the ground. Same thing is true with tin. You mix tin with other things, and then you make metallurgy out of tin, copper, iron. And when you mix these metals together, you get other components. That's what metallurgy is all about. When you go to make aluminum, that's a process that's only been discovered in the last 100 years, and yet we have aluminum artifacts coming out of tombs and pyramids all over the world. How in the hell did these people make aluminum without electricity? We have to have electricity to make aluminum. All right, now there's the clue that comes from the Bible. Now, in various places, such as Cube, Austria, pre-flood, an ingot in India, 4th century BC, nails in Britain, pre-flood, tweezers in Armenia, 2500 BC, reinforced concrete in the United States, shields in Ecuador, a wheel rim in England, 100 BC. That's steel. Now there's 7 instances of steel artifacts being found. Boys and girls, it's one thing to find iron and then say this is the Iron Age. It's another thing to find bronze and say, well, this is the Bronze Age. But when you find steel, boys and girls, that's advanced metallurgy. That's something that we haven't seen in modern times until the last 200 years. Now let's take a look at bronze. Bronze has been found in Samaria, Egypt, Central America, South America, and in Thailand. Here's the importance of this. Notice that bronze is found all over the world. It isn't that we found some civilization with bronze in Samaria. But if we find bronze in Samaria, why do we find it in Egypt, Central America, South America, and in Thailand all at the same time? Well, it indicates then that these people were communicating with each other. When you find a pyramid in Mexico, which is an exact copy or replica of a pyramid that you find in Egypt, do you conclude that, gee, look at these Aztecs and these Incas and these Mayas. They were building pyramids that looked just like the Egyptian pyramids, but they never had any contact with one another. They just happened to build the same design and architecture independently of one another. Oh, I don't think so. I think that the skyscrapers you see in Hong Kong are copies of skyscrapers that those people over there in the Orient saw us building here in New York and Chicago. You know, prior to 1900, there were not very many buildings that were very tall. I know in San Francisco, the Call building in 1906, which was destroyed in 1906 in the 1906 earthquake, was about 20 stories. Now that's in 1900, a 20-story building. That's a big skyscraper in 1900. Little by little over time, we've built buildings, and by 1935, we had a 100-story building called the Empire State Building. Other buildings, 100 stories tall, have been built in Chicago and in other cities in the world, which indicates that there is a communication between the Chinese and the English and the Americans and the Canadians and the Brazilians, and they have copied skyscraper building technology over the past 100 years. There's a worldwide civilization extant over planet Earth today, and there was a worldwide civilization extant over the world in the past. That's what the artifacts tell us. That's not what evolution tells us. It's not what archaeology, it's not what politics are reporting to us. It's not what we read in our history or in our archaeology or in our paleontology books in colleges and high school. But the evidence is very plain. Bronze is a hard alloy made of copper with the addition of 1/10 part tin. Now, it should have taken ages to discover that the addition of 1/10 part of tin to copper creates a better metal. But copper artifacts in our museums are few. Bronze seems to have appeared suddenly and spread far and wide in great profusion, everywhere, including the Americas. This alloy appears quite suddenly. In China, and among the Canaanites. The hardening of bronze to the strength of high-grade steel, harder than we can produce today. We still do not understand this technique of hardening bronze as hard as steel. Now, boys and girls, come on, let's wake up and get real. Today, we take a look at our skyscrapers, and they're made out of steel, which is hard, which is strong. We're pretty accomplished people today. You know, we have airplanes. We can manufacture aluminum. We have electricity. We can build airplanes. We can build spacecraft. We're technologically advanced. We're way ahead of the savages on New Guinea that are still sticking bones through their nose cartilage. But at the same time that we have Stone Age societies here on planet Earth, we also have Space Age societies, don't we? And our Space Age society is worldwide. The Chinese are launching rockets into space. The Russians are doing it. The Europeans are doing it. We're doing it. And we learn from one another, and we compete with one another. And today we still cannot make bronze as hard as steel. Somebody in the past did. We see in biblical times that they were artificers in brass and iron. All right, now in Iran, bronze works of art containing arsenic. That's a complicated procedure to incorporate the metal arsenic into bronze works, whether they're of art or something else. In Rome, valves up to 80 pounds made of zinc-free, lead-rich, anti-corrosion, anti-friction tin bronze. These are water valves. These people had pipes. Now let me show you something. I'm a plumber. When I go into a house and I plumb this house, we used to use in this country steel pipe, galvanized steel pipe. But when we had a valve, we made it out of brass. We still do. It's true, you can get plastic valves, but that's cheap John trash. If you want a good valve to regulate water or steam, you use brass valves. A brass valve will survive. The steel won't. The steel will corrode. It rusts. In fact, when you plumb a house with steel pipe in 30 years, you have to come back and repair it at the least. In 60 years, those steel pipes will be totally plugged up. You've got to replumb the house. That's why we've gotten away from steel pipe. It's expensive, hard to work with. It plugs up. It corrodes. It rusts. It develops leaks. And not too long a period of time either, 20, 30 years. That's why we've gone to copper and plastic, because it lasts longer. How long do you think plastic is going to last in an archaeological dig? Why, plastic is cheap trash. Why, that stuff disintegrates in the sun, for crying out loud. All right, now aluminum and platinum. In China, 297 A.D., an aluminum belt, 85% pure. Aluminum metal ornaments, almost pure. Aluminum, boys and girls, is made from electricity. I mean, that's telling you something. That's 297 AD in China. These people are making aluminum. In Pakistan, an aluminum cup and thimble have been uncovered. And in Ecuador, an aluminum harp, box, and other objects. In Ecuador, rolls of intricately figured sheer metal in rolls 15 to 30 feet long, composed of smaller 4-foot sheets, artfully riveted together, of gold, a unique untarnished silver, and an unknown alloy with the appearance of aluminum. All of these are ancient aluminum artifacts. However, aluminum was supposedly not discovered until 1803, and it was not obtained successfully in pure form until 1854. It is very difficult to isolate from bauxite as a pure metal without using a lot of electric power. Electric power. Now, listen, boys and girls, we in the modern age discovered aluminum in 1803. 1903, 2003. We've only had aluminum for 200 years. And these people in 297 had aluminum in China. That's 297 BC. Now, the knowledge of this technology is destroyed by the Romans, who are portrayed today as the great discoverers, the great civilization. No, the Romans were the great destroyers. If the Russians were to take over, or the Chinese take over the world, they will destroy American civilization. They will kill us, and they will burn our libraries. They will destroy our civilization. That's what the Chinese are going to do. That's what the Russians will do. That's what Adolf Hitler, I'm pretty sure, would have done. These people, these despots, these politically oriented socialist empires, they're not the benefactors of mankind. They're not the progenitors of science and technology. They use that science and technology that they have for weaponry and destruction. Mankind has been running around destroying himself for 5,000 years. That's what God's been telling us. You people can't rule yourselves. What's more, it appears that we have locations in the world, there's 4 or 5 of them now that's been discovered, where they go out here in the desert and they find glass. They find glass. We'll take a look at weaponry here pretty soon. This glass that they find over here is the result of nuclear explosions. So, we go down here to New Mexico, where we Americans set off nuclear weapons in 1945, or over in Nevada. When we were exploding bombs above ground. Underneath it, the heat fuses the sand together and makes glass. And so here's archaeologists, they're running around the world, and they come across a site over here, and here's this huge body of glass out here in a desert area. And they say, well, where in the hell does this come from? What is this? This is the result of a nuclear explosion. So now do they break off some pieces, bring it into the museum, and say, look, boys and girls, we have evidence of nuclear explosions in the past. That doesn't fit with the theory of evolution. You see, mankind just discovered nuclear energy in this last century, 20th century. And if you come along and you say, well, wait a minute, it appears that we had nuclear energy back here at some time in the past, that would indicate that mankind was smarter in the past, then became dumb, and now has become smarter again in the future. That's a different syntax than the story that we're getting out of evolutionary philosophy, where man is evolving from apes, and then there's an intermediate species, and he's getting smarter and smarter and better, and finally he discovered nuclear energy. But there's more. A 25-foot long sheet of white gold, an alloy of platinum, gold, and silver, was found by the Spaniards. In Ecuador, they found an alloyed platinum and gold objects. In Peru, they found ornaments and other objects of platinum. Europeans did not learn how to alloy this hard, very high melting, 1773 degrees centigrade mineral until 1804. All right, now hang on a second now. Down here in Peru, these Indians, we look upon these Indians, they tell us they were savages. They've got platinum that melts at 1700 degrees. They've alloyed it with gold and other metals. We couldn't do that until 1803. Well, how in the hell did the Spaniards get hold of this stuff already alloyed by these Indians over here? I'll tell you how. They came over here and they found an advanced civilization, and they destroyed it. Somebody's going to say, well, how in the hell could they destroy an advanced civilization? Take a look at the United States of America. We're on the precipice of being destroyed. Look at the Roman Empire. It was a great civilization. It was a great empire. They ruled the world, and they were destroyed by the barbarians, for crying out loud. Take a look at Egypt, an advanced civilization, greatest nation in the world, destroyed. Every advanced civilization in the history of man has come and gone. That's the bottom line. The barbarians destroy the civilizations because the civilizations become overgrown and weak, politically, economically, physically. Keep in mind, again, Europeans did not learn how to alloy this hard, very high melting, 1773 degrees centigrade mineral until 1804. All right, now hang on a second now. Take a look at Egypt, an advanced civilization, greatest nation in the world, destroyed. Every advanced civilization in the history of man has come and gone. That's the bottom line. The barbarians destroy the civilizations because the civilizations become overgrown and weak, politically, economically, physically. Keep in mind, again, Europeans did not learn how to alloy this hard, very high melting mineral until 1804. Now, it requires either a high heat furnace and forced air pumps, or alternatively, powder technology, only used in space technology since about 1966. Other metals. In Bactria, Afghanistan, 2nd century BC, nickel content coins of a metal which can only be extracted from its ore by complicated procedures. How in the hell do these backwards Afghanis over here have nickel content coins? And then in Egypt, non-corrosive iron, arms which did not rust. Such instruments were reported by the Arab historian Ibn Hokum to have been buried in vaults. This is non-corrosive iron. Now, we have something like that today. They use it on the highways. And you'll see that it's a rust color. It's steel that is unpainted, but because of the alloys that they have put in it, it doesn't rust. It looks rusty, but it's not rust, and it's not rusting. That's fairly modern. And yet the Egyptians have got it or had it back in their civilization. Now that tells you something. If we have just discovered it in the last couple of hundred years, and somebody else had it 2,000 years ago, and they had technology 2,000 years ago, 3,000, 4,000 years ago, that was at least equal to ours, and maybe even a little bit superior, maybe even a little bit better than that. Then there's iron farm implements from China, ancient castings of large pieces. There is an Ashko pillar, 1,500 years old. It is a column of cast iron 6 tons and 23 feet 8 inches high. It's a huge casting job with hardly a trace of rust. Now, this is iron. Now, 6 tons of iron is, 1,500 years old, 6 tons. That takes a pretty good foundry. Here's testimony to a sophisticated unknown science. Iron that was 1,500 years under tropical heat and monsoon should have corroded and that should have been done long ago. This is pure iron, which can be produced today only in tiny quantities and by electrolysis. So they go over here to take a look at this piece of iron. It's been there 1,500 years, hasn't corroded away. They take a look, it's pure iron, and say, well, we can only make this today in small quantities with electrolysis. And yet here's a 6-ton casting. Hey, that's not a bunch of monkeys dragging their knuckles on the ground down in New Guinea who's sticking bones through their nose, for crying out loud. I told you that there were several sites around the world where we have, I say we human beings, archaeologists primarily, have discovered sites where nuclear weapons have been exploded. Now, if you were traveling around in the Soviet Union or the former Soviet Union, you'd find places where they have detonated nuclear devices. And where they detonate those nuclear devices above ground, the heat is so intense that it melts the sand and turns it to glass. Now, we know in modern times that the first atomic bomb exploded was in 1945 here in the United States, down a place called Alamogordo, New Mexico. And where that first bomb went off, down on the ground, you'll see the sand fused into glass. And so when we see that, we know from looking at it, wow, there was a nuclear weapon went off here. All right, now, if we were to find those same puddles of glass in other locations in the world, what would we think about that? Well, it would tell you that if you could find the same thing someplace else, somebody else torched off a nuclear weapon. Now, if you found that in Australia, you'd say, well, is it these aborigines that were setting off nuclear weapons? I mean, people that are still eating insects, for crying out loud, and running around in loincloths? I don't think that the aborigine people in Australia or the Stone Age people in Borneo or New Guinea have that kind of technology or have had it in the recent past. Especially when we go back in sites and in places where we can be reasonably certain that we can date this for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago. Now, I want you to notice that the dates in this book don't go back here millions and millions of years. It's going back a few thousand years. Furthermore, in the book, he points out that 3,000 years ago, 5 or 6 civilizations sprout up simultaneously. The Mayas, the Aztecs, the Incas, the Egyptians, the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, all of these civilizations all appear around 3000 BC. And they've got metallurgy. They've got technology. They've got aluminum. They've got metallurgy. In fact, they've got astronomy. And, when we're talking about astronomy, I'll show you how dumb I am. I look up in the sky and I see stars. Somebody says, "Can you see the Big Dipper?" And I look up there and I say, "No." I mean, I don't see anything up there but stars. And somebody says, "Well, look where I'm pointing." And he points up there. And I say, "That's the Big Dipper." And then look over there. See, there's the Little Dipper. You really got to stretch your imagination to put a bunch of stars together and call it Dipper. It's a group of stars, and I guess if you stretch your imagination, you can call that the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper. That's about what I can see. I can't predict when the equinox is going to occur. I've got to go to Hallmark. I've got to go to my calendar over here. I've got to go get the Farmer's Almanac to tell me when the moon's going to come up full. Ancient peoples in China and Babylon and Assyria and so on in Egypt, they were able to do that thousands of years ago. I don't know about people that stick bones through their nose. Can they predict eclipses? I can't predict an eclipse. So the people who can do that today, we call them astronomers, and we say, wow, those people are pretty smart. They need telescopes so that they can look up in the sky. They have to be able to look at the relative positions and the relative times of days and nights, and then observe that, write it down, and then come up to a conclusion that we can predict when the next eclipse is going to occur, an eclipse of the moon or some eclipse of the sun. Well, people could do that thousands of years ago. These are not people running around dragging their knuckles on the ground. And people that can stick 30-ton blocks of rock up in the air and build a place called Stonehenge, those are not savages. Those are very civilized people with an advanced technology, with mathematics. Now, these civilizations have been destroyed. We mentioned this in the last program, that the Egyptians were great, and they were very, very, very sophisticated, had a great civilization, but it was destroyed. What we see in Egypt today is the remnants of a great civilization, which has been overrun by a bunch of Arabs who are virtually, today, we could say, are practically uncivilized barbarians by comparison. Nobody in Egypt today is building any great pyramids. They're not building any of these great ancient cities. They're not raising, great monuments and chipping away with hammers and axes and tools and making these hieroglyphic inscriptions like they did thousands of years ago. They're dirt scrabble farmers scratching out a living, doing the best they can. Those are the survivors. And what we find here is great civilizations develop great technologies, and then it's the barbarians that come in and destroy them. Take a look at what's going on in Iraq. The greatest military power in the world is being fought to a standstill by a bunch of sand jockeys that don't even have an airplane, for crying out loud. To my knowledge, the insurgents don't have a single airplane in their Air Force. And every politician in America is saying, we got to get out of there. The great and mighty British Empire took on the Afghanis back in the 19th century. And the Afghanis, these Stone Age savages, for crying out loud, threw the British out of Afghanistan. Well, I didn't exactly throw them out. They just killed enough of them. The British said, well, we've had enough, so we'll leave. Then the Russians came along. Now, the Russians, you know, were a pretty good-sized occupation force back in the 1970s. They thought, well, we'll go into Afghanistan, and we'll teach these Stone Age savages a thing or two. And they brought in helicopters, and they brought in, you know, jet airplanes, and they brought in their military with all of their sophisticated weaponry and tanks and armor and one thing and another. They were there about 10 years, weren't they? About 10 years, and one day they woke up and said, okay, we've had enough. We're getting the hell out of here. Now we got the Americans over there. Got the Americans over there fighting them Afghanis. And I don't think those Afghanis over there have a helicopter, do they? I don't think they've got an airplane. I don't think they've got a helicopter. And the president the other day says, I don't know if it was the president or Condi or somebody went over to Europe and said, hey, you guys ain't, no, it was Gates, the Secretary of Defense. He went over and said, hey, you Europeans ain't putting enough soldiers in the field out there, and those Stone Age barbarians in Afghanistan with bones in their noses are whipping the hell out of us, and we need more troops from Europe. Now, there was a time in the past, you know, when we had great civilizations. Did these great civilizations ever develop atomic weapons? Think about that. You know, think about the Tower of Babel. Think about your college education. Think about all the books that you've read. And I'm throwing out this thought to you. I've said, do you think it's possible that the Babylonians, the Egyptians, or the Chinese may have had nuclear weapons? And you know, if you're normal, you'd say, you know, Gordon, you've slipped a cog here. You've just dropped off the edge of sanity. All right. Well, let me give you some factors over here, some facts that maybe you'd never heard. I never heard this either. But then I live in a very sanitized society. I get my news from Katie Couric, and Katie Couric gets her news from the AP, and the AP gets its information from around the world, we're told, and we're getting the straight skinny, just like the people in Russia got the straight skinny from Izvestia and Pravda. I've showed you over and over again here that our news is managed, our mass media is managed, and we have a political agenda, and we have a fairy tale called evolution. This is a fairy tale for adults that we've all been propagandized with, and we all believe. Now, I'm not telling you what you should believe. I'm just going to give you some facts here. The book is called Dead Men's Secrets by Jonathan Gray. Let's take a look here at the use of radioactivity. Scientists have found a number of uranium deposits that appear to have been mined or depleted anciently. Boys and girls, I've read about this, and you probably heard about it too. Up in Michigan, there is a number of copper mines up there that go back thousands of years. I told you that story from Barry Fell's America, B.C. Gloria Farley wrote a book called In Plain Sight. And you can go up there and you can see these old mines. You can see the places where they smelted copper. These are ancient mines and ancient ruins, and they're in Michigan. They're all over the northern United States and southern Canada. They're there. They're not reported by the archaeologists. They shut up about that. They're not over here telling you that there were people over here mining copper. Who was mining the copper, and where were they taking it to? It wasn't the native Indians here. And then, you see, when we get to that part of the story, they shut up. They don't tell you about that. Well, in Egypt, in the tombs of the pharaohs, the pitch used to preserve corpses contained highly radioactive substances. Did you know that? Well, I didn't either. And I'd never heard that, and I'd never read about that. And I can readily understand why. After having watched Katie Couric and Brian Williams and the 6 o'clock news, I can understand why. That does not fit the theory of evolution. Because if you could go in here and show that we've got radioactivity. Now, radioactivity is something that's very, very modern. You know, this Madame Curie, you know, back about 1900 comes along and she discovers a thing called radium and does some experiments on radioactivity. I mean, hell, we're only talking about radioactivity in our modern technology over the last 100 years or so, kids. So, needless to say that if we could go back into the tombs of the pyramids, for crying out loud, and find radioactivity, we'd have to say, oh my God, these people must have had a technology that included uranium and radioactivity thousands of years ago. What were they using it for? What did they do with it? You know, if we can start out with radioactivity in 1890 or 1900, and 45 years later we can torch off an atomic bomb, if people had radioactivity at the Tower of Babel in 45 or 50 years, couldn't they develop an atomic bomb? And I'll tell you something else. I'm going to tell you a little story here. You might want to look at this because we got a report here from God Almighty himself. Every once in a while, the creator of the universe gives us a neat report. He reported this concerning the Tower of Babel. It's recorded here in Genesis chapter 11. The people were building this big tower over here in Iraq. We call it Iraq today. They called it Babylon in the old days. In chapter 11, it starts off, it says, the whole earth was of one language and one speech, and it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime they had for mortar. And they said, go to, and let us build a city and a tower, whose top may reach into the heavens, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered upon the face of the whole earth. And the Eternal came down to see the city and the tower, and the children of men build it. And the Lord beheld the people as one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. Did you hear that? Nothing will be restrained from them that they have imagined to do. That indicates technology. This tower over here that we're talking about over here, it's got something to do with technology. And the people wanted to build this lest they be scattered upon the whole land, or scattered over the whole earth. Scattered. Not civilized or unified, but rather scattered into individual tribes. That indicates they had a worldwide civilization. That's what we have today, a worldwide civilization. And the powers that be want to unite this worldwide civilization under one government. Well, Nimrod had the whole world, the whole civilized world, united under one world government. And this is about 3,000, well, it's not 3,000 because the flood occurred about 2369 BC. 2369 to 2368 is the year of the flood, near as I can reckon based upon Ivan Panin's calculations. So when this guy uses the number about 3,000 years ago, after the flood, within a couple of hundred years, these people now, 8 people have multiplied. How long does it take 8 people to multiply? Well, I don't know how many children they had, and I don't know how their birth rate was, but if you take 8 people, that's 3 women. If these 3 women are having a baby every 2 or 3 years, and they live for 600 years, I mean, we're talking about each one of these families over here in 100 years' time having several hundred people or several hundred babies. These people mature in about 30 years. And so, you know, you start looking at the geometric progression. It goes 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. By the time you multiply this 32 times, just to give you an illustration, you know, if you think that 8 people can't produce 1 million or 2 or 5 million population in a couple 300 years, you haven't done your arithmetic. If you were to take 1 and double it to 2, and then take 2 and double it to 4, and 4 and double it to 8, and you do that 32 times, you got 40 million. If the doubling time, and we can just pick a number over here, you know, is 30 or 40 years. If we can double every 30 years, well, we can double 3 times in a century, 6 times in 2 centuries. You know, in about 5 or 6 centuries, we can have several million people. Now, just test it, do the arithmetic, and I think you'll be amazed. It's called geometric progression. Evidently, at the Tower of Babel, we're talking about civilization. Now, we're talking about maybe 200-300 years, 400 years after the flood, we get to the Tower of Babel. How many people are extant? Could be several 100,000, could be several million. Now, with several million people spread around the world, because we have aluminum in Peru. Remember the last program? We got aluminum. Aluminum wasn't discovered until 1804. We weren't able to make aluminum until this century. For practical purposes, we were not able to make aluminum until the 20th century. Even though it had been discovered, 100 years before, it was a novelty. They're taking up aluminum foil in Peru. They're digging up aluminum cups in Pakistan out of burial tombs. Boys and girls, aluminum is high technology. All right, so now if we've got aluminum and we've got electricity, there isn't any doubt but what we got electricity. Hell, we got the batteries, for crying out loud, that came out of Babylon. We have electroplating in metallurgy. The last program I told you about metallurgy, I don't think I got to the electroplating. If you go into a tomb and you pull out an artifact and the artifact is electroplated, you say, oh my God, these people have advanced metallurgy and they have electricity, for crying out loud. Well, how in the hell else do you get metallurgy with electroplating? And we didn't know how to do that until the last 100 years or so. And we call ourselves modern and sophisticated and advanced. So now when we talk about the use of radioactivity, the very first sentence over here, in the tombs of the pharaohs, the pitch used to preserve corpses contained high radioactive substances. The cloth used for swathing is radioactive. The burial chambers were probably full of radioactive dust. Perhaps the priests made use of this to protect the tombs from desecrators, or more likely insects and bacteria. Those mummies last for thousands of years. You got to get rid of the bacteria. That's what we're talking about today. We want to take our hamburger and we want to nuke it so that we can kill all the bacteria and eliminate E. coli. I mean, we're just getting to the point where we're, waking up to the fact that if you want to kill bacteria, you can do it with radioactivity. Now, I hadn't heard this story before. But more importantly, and the significance of this is absolutely world-shaking, researchers have recently unlocked a time capsule, a number of documents buried in incomprehensible terms until our day. When translated in the last century, they were not understood, nor could they be until modern knowledge caught up with former knowledge and then was able to recognize it. These very ancient documents contain what is now startlingly familiar language. Their contents are very alarming. Now, here are eyewitness reports that raise the compelling question. Did nuclear war wipe out sections of the civilized world in the 3rd millennium BC? In ancient documents in India, dated back to 2449 BC, an Indian text recounts in detail how aircraft were used to launch a weapon that devastated 3 cities. The record is unnervingly similar to an eyewitness report of an atomic bomb explosion because it describes the brightness of the blast, the column of smoke rising from the blast, the fallout from the blast, intense shock waves and heat waves, the appearance of the victims, and the effects of radiation poisoning. Now, there's a document that is in our hands today from India describing the brightness of the blast, the column of rising smoke, the fallout, the intense shock waves and heat waves, the appearance of the victims, and the effects of the radiation poisoning. Who in the hell could have understood that document 100 years ago? Not until we actually saw a nuclear explosion could we have comprehended what this is talking about. Furthermore, the historical text states that an iron thunderbolt contained the power of the universe. An incandescent column of smoke and flame as bright as 10,000 suns rose in all of its splendor. Clouds roared upward. Blood-colored clouds swept down onto the earth. Fierce winds began to blow. Elephants miles away were knocked off their feet. The earth shook, scorched by the terrible violent heat of this weapon. Corpses were so burnt that they were no longer recognizable. Hair and nails fell out. Pottery broke without cause. Birds were turned white. After a few hours, all foodstuffs were infected. Thousands of war vehicles fell down on all sides. Thousands of corpses burnt to ashes. Never before have we seen such an awful weapon, and never before have we heard of such a weapon. The war zone was the upper regions of the Ganges, and passages from this ancient Sanskrit text, which is called I can't pronounce this word, but I'll spell it for you. Mahabharata, Mahabharata, are a nerve chiller, and the cold terror of the survivors still lives in its pages. So until we started to experiment with radioactive substances, no person on Earth could have described radiation sickness, for the simple reason that such a disease did not exist. And yet radiation sickness in clinical detail is being described here. The hair loss, vomiting, weakness, and eventual death. Classic symptoms of radiation poisoning. And more significantly, it states that one could save himself by removing all metal from his person and immersing himself in the water of rivers. The reason can only be in order to wash away contaminated particles. The exact procedure that we follow today when we're submitted to or subjected to radiation fallout. So, in Babylonia, the Gilgamesh epic recounts a day when the heavens cried out, the earth bellowed an answer, lightning flashed forth, fire flamed upwards, it rained down death. The brightness vanished, the fire was extinguished, everyone who was struck by the lightning was turned to ashes. In Tibet, and in the Gobi, and in Mongolia, the Tibetan stanzas of Dzyan, depict a holocaust engulfing two warring nations who engaged in aerial warfare, utilizing blinding rays, spheres of flame, shining darts, and lightning. The nations were the dark-faced and the yellow-faced, the Mongolians of the Gobi civilization. A few of the yellow-faced escaped the flooding and nuclear destruction, but the dark-faced appear to have been annihilated. The straight-eye people of Europe and the Middle East were among the survivors, apparently having been also involved in this nuclear conflict. Mexico. Ancient Mayan texts describe the destructive effects, unfortunately quite recognizable to us after Hiroshima, of a fire from the sky that put out eyes and decomposed flesh and entrails. Great cities to the north, for example, in the USA, were destroyed. Canada. Canadian Indians speak of men who flew upon the skies and had shining cities and grand homes to the south. Then an enemy nation came, and there was terrible destruction. All life in the cities was gone. Nothing but silence remained. The Hopi Indians in the southwestern United States recount that some of these of the Third World flew in a great city, or to a great city, attacked it, and returned so quickly that the inhabitants did not know where their attackers came from. Soon many nations flew to attack one another, so corruption and destruction came. Physical evidence. In Gabon, West Africa, there are remains of a prehistoric nuclear chain reaction that cannot be explained by natural means. Discovered down a mine, the remains appear to be residue from an artificially produced pre-flood nuclear reaction. India. There are Indian remains which strongly suggest that an atomic war was waged in the distant past, precisely in the region specified in the old records, that is, between the Ganges and the Rajamahal, Rajamahal, Rajamahal Mountains. There are numerous charred ruins which have yet to be explored. Indications are that these ruins were not burned by ordinary fire. In many instances, they appear as huge masses fused together with deeply pitted surfaces, like tin struck by a stream of molten steel. Further south, in jungle-claimed areas of the Deccan, are more such ruins. The walls have been glazed, corroded, and split by tremendous heat. In some buildings, even the surfaces of the stone furniture have been vitrified, that is, melted and then crystallized. In the same region, a human skeleton was found with radioactivity 50 times that of the surrounding normal level. Now, no natural burning flame or volcanic eruption could have produced such intense heat, or the heat intense enough for this. The heat of millions of degrees, that of thermonuclear reactions, is necessary. All right, we are reviewing a book called Dead Men's Secrets, 969 physical records, sites, locations, pyramids, mine shafts, aluminum cups, electric batteries, the physical stuff that for the most part is hidden away. Now, it's not all hidden away. I didn't know there was 969 physical locations around the world where you could visit this stuff. I probably heard of 10, maybe 15. I heard of the Nazca Plateau down in Peru, and I heard of the city under the ocean down in Bimini. I could probably tell you 10 or 15 sites of these ancient, unanswerable technologies. And I was pretty well convinced that there was something to the Tower of Babel, something to the statements in the Bible, which tell us that they were artificers in brass and iron. I never dreamed that there was this much evidence. I just never thought about it, never thought that there was that much out there. I'd seen 10 or 15. It was enough to convince me, but this guy is so overwhelming that you can't grasp it all. There is absolute proof. I mean, it's right there in front of your eyeballs, and it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. And so I'm telling you about the nuclear bomb war in ancient times. Now, it sounds kind of preposterous, but like I said before, let's think about it. And you go down here to Alamogordo, New Mexico, where they set off the first atomic bomb, and you look at the ground, and you're going to see a great big pool of glass there. Now, based upon history and based upon what we know and the records, we can all see that this is the results of tremendous heat from a nuclear weapon which explodes and melts the sand together and forms glass. So when you see that someplace else in the world, then that ought to tell you a little something about, oh, well, that looks kind of like nuclear activity here. And when you take a look in the tombs of the Egyptians and you find radioactivity. Now, I never heard that reported before, because radioactivity was first discovered by a lady by the name of Madame Curie. She may not have been the very first one, but she was right in there. And she did a lot of experiments with radium and radiation, one thing and another. And so the science got launched around 1900 by Madame Curie, known round numbers. In less than 50 years from 1900, we got a nuclear weapon. 45 years later, we got a nuclear weapon. Now, if the Egyptians had radiation, if they had radioactive elements, it shouldn't have taken them more than 50 or 75 or 100 years, give them a little time, to develop a nuclear weapon. Now, right away, somebody's going to say, well, there'd be records of it. There were, and they were destroyed by a number of events, like the Library of Alexandria. I reported that to you last time. And the great libraries around the world have been destroyed by the barbarians. And I want to point out that these great civilizations, like the United States of America, the British Empire, has collapsed in front of your eyeballs. America is about to go next. We are already being overrun by barbarians in Afghanistan and Iraq. We've got the most sophisticated weapons that money can buy in Iraq. Iran will be next. Just stand by for the encore. And here are these barbarians running around out here in the desert, for crying out loud, fought us to a standstill. They haven't got a helicopter. And they're about to defeat us. So, you can sit there with all your nuclear weapons. What the hell good are they? The great Roman Empire was overrun by the barbarians. They weren't destroyed by some technologically superior force from China or someplace. They were destroyed by a bunch of loincloth barbarians. That's what's happening in America. We're not being destroyed over here. We're being destroyed on the other side of the world. Now our economy is about to collapse, and America will go the way of the Egyptians and the Romans and the Greeks and the Babylonians and Assyrians and everybody else that's ever gone before us. We haven't learned anything from the histories of the past, and there isn't any reason why our future won't be just about the same as the great civilizations of the past. Now, over in Pakistan, skeletons in the Mohenjo-Daro, that's spelled Mohenjo-Daro. Now, if you're a Pakistani and I murdered that pronunciation, bear with me. You know, I've been dumbed down by my public schools. And Harappa, Harappa, are extremely radioactive. All right, now hang on here, kids. We go over to Pakistan and we find skeletons, and they're extremely radioactive. Where in the hell did the radiation come from? All right, now listen to this. The ruins of these ancient Indus Valley cities are immense. They are thought to have contained well over 1 million people each. Practically nothing is known of their histories except that both were destroyed suddenly. In the Mohenjo-Daro, in an epicenter 150 feet wide, everything was crystallized, fused, or melted. 180 feet from the center, the bricks are melted on one side, indicating a blast. Ancient Indian texts speak of a city's people being given 7 days to get out, a clear warning of total destruction. Excavations down to the street level revealed 44 scattered skeletons, as if doom had come so suddenly they could not get into their houses. All the skeletons were flattened to the ground. A father, mother, and child were found flattened in the street, face down and still holding hands. The skeletons, after thousands of years, are still among the most radioactive that have ever been found, on a par with those of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And when did you hear about that when you went to college? I didn't either. I didn't go to college, but you'd have thought that that should have been reported, you know, in National Geographic or Reader's Digest or on the History Channel or on Discovery. Now, once in a while, I can't find too much fault with History and Discovery. Once in a while, they'll put on one of these kinds of exposés, and then they just kind of back off and say, well, it's one of those unexplained mysteries they'll just have to look into in the future. And then they go on to something else. And then there's one, and then you'll hear another one, and then there's another one. And they're so disconnected that you can never connect the dots. You never put this together. I never heard about these radioactive skeletons. Hell, if they're radioactive, that tells you somebody had radioactivity there. When was that? Did that occur sometime after Hiroshima and Nagasaki? I never heard of any bombings going on in India, have you? Since World War II? All right, and so we're digging this out. Archaeologists are digging these out. Now, somebody should have reported this. And indeed, somebody did. And then somebody buried the report. That's the thing that is so frustrating. And kind of bends your mind around a little bit, and you say, what the hell is all that about? It doesn't fit with the theory of evolution. These are ancient cities. They go back thousands of years. If mankind had nuclear weapons, nuclear technology thousands of years ago, then he was smarter thousands of years ago and got real dumb over a long period of time and is now just recovering from his terminal dumbs. That's what it tells you. Hell, that don't fit with evolution. So it's politically incorrect, and it's academically incorrect, and we're not going to report it. So we're going to bury it. We're going to hide it. Just like that 14-foot skeleton that used to be up there in Chicago. Disappeared. But there's more. Iraq. Melted ruins of a ziggurat structure not far from ancient Babylon. Appears as though fire had struck the tower and split it down to the very foundation. Brickwork was changed to a vitrified state, completely molten. The whole ruin is like a burnt mountain. Even large boulders found in the vicinity of the ruins have been vitrified. What power could have melted the bricks? Nothing but a monster thunderbolt or an atom bomb. Now here's something else. Did you know that when the first atomic bomb exploded in New Mexico, the desert sand turned to fused green glass? Listen, in Babylonia, in 1947, archaeologists on one site uncovered in succession a layer of agrarian culture, an older layer of herdsman culture, a still older layer of caveman culture, and then they reached another layer of fused green glass. Huh? Hey, I never heard that story. If somebody would have told me 40 or 50 years ago, hey, Gordon, did you know that over in Babylon they found fused green glass in an archaeological ruin, just like they found at Alamogordo, New Mexico, after they set off the first nuclear weapon? I would have said, wow, that means a long time ago someone had nuclear weapons. That means a long time ago they must have had advanced technology. Hey, boys and girls, before you invent nuclear weapons, you got to have some civilization to go along with it for organization, political stability, electricity, and turret lays with metallurgy. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more that goes with it. And the more advanced the civilization becomes, we didn't have computers back in 1900 with which to develop skyscrapers. First of all, we had to develop the skyscrapers and the building and engineering technology with slide rules. As time progressed, we got electricity. As time progressed, the electricity turned into machine tools. As machine tools developed, we turned into greater and greater technologies like plastics. Plastics then turned into microtechnologies. Then the microtechnologies turned into electronics technologies, and the electronics technologies turns into computer technologies and so on. Start with computers. Computers are up the food chain quite a ways. Now, they tell us that over the next 15 years, knowledge should double again. That's pretty darn shocking, I'd say. Now, knowledge has been accumulating pretty rapidly. Take a look back here 100 years in 1900. We were pretty good guys. We had electricity, and we had machines, and we had streetcars, and one thing and another. Now, take a look at 100 years later. Quantum leaps forward. I mean, if you compare American civilization today with 100 years ago, it's like those poor jerks back there in 1900 were running around in loincloths by comparison, with bones sticking through their nose. All right, now let's picture 100 years into the future, assuming we could get another 100 years into the future. Knowledge is coming to us exponentially. We're learning more faster every day. And that's because we got better means for research, better means for developing more and more technology. All right, now lightning may occasionally fuse sand, but when it does, the fusing occurs in a distinctive root-like pattern. Only a nuclear explosion could produce an entire layer, a whole stratum, of fused green glass. In the Gobi Desert in Mongolia, the desert surface of the Gobi near Lob Nor Lake is covered with vitreous sand from Red China's atomic tests. But the desert has certain areas of similar glassy sand which have been present for thousands of years. There are ruins almost formless which bear the marks of blistering by enormous heat. It is indeed difficult to believe that once men lived, loved, ruled, and died here. In Israel in 1952, archaeologists unearthed at the 16-foot level a layer of fused green glass 1/4 inch thick and covering an area of several hundred square feet. It was made of fused quartz and similar in appearance to sand at the atomic test sites of Nevada and the Gobi. South-central Turkey. At Katal Hayuk, archaeologists came upon thick layers of burned brick at the VLA level. Oh, maybe that's the 6A level, and they put it in Roman numerals. All right, that's probably what it is. At the 6A level. The blocks had been fused together by heat so intense that it had penetrated more than 3 feet below floor level. Where it had carbonized the earth, skeletons and burial gifts that had been interred with them. The enormous heat had halted all bacterial decay. North Syria. So completely were the royal buildings burned at let me spell it for you. At Allalakh. If I spoke Arabic, I could probably do better. Allalakh. That wall plaster was vitrified, and in some areas basalt wall slabs had actually melted. Get that? Now notice that there's numerous of these locations. Pakistan, Iraq, China, the Gobi Desert, Babylonia, Israel, South Central Turkey, North Syria. Let's take a look at the Southern Sahara Desert. Here's another green glass nuclear site. Albion W. Hart, an engineering graduate from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, while traversing a desert in the interior of Africa, was puzzled by a large expanse of greenish glass which covered the sands as far as he could see. Not until 50 years later, when he passed the White Sands area after the first atomic test there, did he recognize the same type of silica fusion. Egypt. Fused green glass has been found also in sites of the Old and Middle Kingdoms of Egypt. In the Lofoten Islands off Norway, Scotland, Ireland, and in the Canary Islands. Prehistoric forts and towers in Europe have had their walls vitrified and stones fused by an unknown energy source, usually along their western wall, but sometimes on the inner sides of the eastern wall as well. So intense was the heat. Many sites show melting to a depth of 1 foot, turned to glass. The Isle of Man. The stones of the innermost cell of a long, narrow barrow, B-A-R-R-O-W, barrow, or barrow, near Moghold, were in like manner fused together. In the western Pacific, similar vitrifications have been observed in the western Pacific. In Peru, at Cuzco, an area of 18,000 square yards of mountain rock has been fused and crystallized. Likewise, a number of the dressed granite blocks of the nearby Sacsayhuaman Sacsayhuaman fortress have been vitrified through intense radiated heat. In Brazil, the ruins of Sete, here it is, 7 cities. I don't know why they spelled it in some other language here, but they did. The ruins of 7 cities in the province of Piauí, P-I-A-U-I, are a monstrous chaos, having been melted through extremely high energies. Squashed between the stone layers protrude pieces of rusting metal that have streaks like red tears down the crystallized wall surface. Here in the United States, in the western United States, ruins exist in Southern California, Colorado, Arizona, and Nevada, in which the radiated heat was so intense as to liquefy the rock surface. Between the Gila and the San Juan rivers, a huge region is covered with remains, ruins of cities, burnt out and vitrified in part, full of fused stones and craters caused by fires, which were hot enough to liquefy the rock and metal. There are paving stones and houses torn with monstrous cracks. In the center of a ruined city in Death Valley, California, with lines of streets a mile long and positions of buildings still visible, stands an enormous structure on a tall rock. The southern side of the rock and building has been melted and vitrified, and in the Mojave Desert exist several circular patches of fused glass. Hey, boys and girls, we're not talking about one or two places in the world where we find this nuclear evidence. It's all over the place. It's on Easter Island. It's in the United States, the Isle of Man, the Western Pacific, Brazil, Peru, Egypt, Scotland, the Lofton Islands off Norway, Ireland, the Canary Islands, South Central Turkey, Israel, the Gobi Desert, China, Syria, the Sahara, Babylonia, Iraq, Pakistan. Come on. Africa. We're talking about a worldwide civilization with multiple groups of people, probably nations, or at least ethnic groups, who have nuclear weapons, which culminated in a nuclear war. You know, scientists, they tell us today, in the event that we go into a full-fledged nuclear war, the survivors will be reduced to barbarians. Hell, it looks like it's already happened. At least once. And the clue comes from Genesis 11. God told us, He said, nothing's going to be withheld from these people. These people have technology. I forgot who it was now. I think it was old Albert Einstein. He said, I don't know what weapons will be used in the future, but I know that if nuclear weapons are used in the next World War, he said, well, I guess somebody asked him, what kind of weapons you think are going to be used in World War III? He said, well, I don't know what they're going to use in World War III, but from what it looks like here, the weapons that will be used in World War IV are going to be sticks and stones. And that's what happened. Civilizations, great technological civilizations, like the United States of America, once it's destroyed, the barbarians will come in here, they will burn the libraries. And the knowledge of computers and nuclear weapons and technology as we know it today will be destroyed. If the Stone Age people of Borneo or New Guinea were to gain power in the United States of America, there's little doubt in my mind, but the first thing they'd do, if they got into the Smithsonian Institute, or if they got into the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or any places of learning, they would burn it and destroy it. That's the history of what happened in the Roman times and in ancient times. They are the great destroyers. They are not the great civilizations.
Last time we were talking about weaponry and nuclear weapons in the pre-flood era, before Noah's flood. But after Noah's flood, there was also a post-deluge civilization that possessed nuclear weapons. And I showed you last time that there were 25 separate sites around the world, 25 sites where you find green glass, which is the aftermath of a nuclear explosion on the ground, which fuses and melts the sand in the ground and turns it into this glass. We first saw it in the modern era at Alamogordo, New Mexico. After the first atomic bomb had been detonated, they looked down at the bottom and they said, wow, look at that. It is so hot that it just melts the elements and turns it into green glass. There are 25 sites around the world where we see that have been discovered, probably mostly by accident. And in many places, these are ancient cities that have been uncovered by archaeologists. You don't have to have a Rhodes Scholarship to figure out that, we did not know about nuclear energy until 1945. So if there's 25 sites around the world where we find where nuclear bombs have been torched off prior to 1945, what's your conclusion? Now, on Easter Island, there's a unique wood carving, in fact, more than one, there's a number of unique wood carvings on the island. This is separate now from those big stone heads, those big stone carvings. There are wood carvings with Semitic features. Semitic, that's white man's features. And they show the effects of nuclear radiation on a human body, invariably representing an emaciated body with goitered glands, swollen groin, clenched mouth, wasted sunken cheeks, collapsed cervical vertebrae, and a distinct break between the lumbar and dorsal vertebrae, popped eyes, and distended stomach, all in remarkable detail. These are the unmistakable nightmare symptoms of exposure to severe dosage of nuclear radiation. Now, does this perhaps tie in with the remains of fiery destruction discovered on the island? Pioneer nuclear scientist Professor Frederick Soddy, he's a Nobel Prize winner and a discoverer of isotopes. He envisioned a past civilization which had mastered atomic energy, and he said, as far back as 1909, he said, "Can we not read into them the prehistoric traditions, some justification for the belief that some former forgotten race of men attained not only to the knowledge that we have so recently won, but also to the power that is not yet ours?" The specter of past atomic warfare is increasingly more tenable as new information comes to light. Whatever we choose to imagine, there's always the hard fact that there is already too much evidence from too many parts of the world to call it nonsense. It is a fact, or it couldn't turn up so often. The secret was known. Inevitably, justification was found to use it. Civilization, populations, disappeared. Now, do we see that warning today? This is the jest to end all jesting. Once more, a universal time fuse has been lighted. Now, the wisdom and the technical splendor of the antediluvian civilization was so astounding that it was never and has not been to this day equaled. Even after the deluge, the reconstituted world system was conceived by races with an intelligence far superior to our own. And there's clear evidence, literally by the tons, that it was so. In many ways, their civilization was comparable to our own. They had air travel, they had underwater devices, submarines, they were very modern. I don't think you can construct that super civilization and find exactly another United States or Russia or China. They traveled on a different orientation, whether in lighting or transport. They reached the same results by a different method. And because of the fragmentary and incomplete nature of our present knowledge concerning them, any attempt by exposition is necessarily imperfect. However, the evidence points to scientific knowledge that was worldwide and worldwide all at the same time. And it appears that work stopped on a global scale more or less overnight. Genius, perverted by a materialistic philosophy, culminated in corruption and violence. And you know the sequel. Striking parallels exist between that period and our own today. More to the point, there are some ancient biblical prophecies that foretell the appearance in the sky of blood fire and mushroom pillars of smoke to occur in that final age when man acquires the ability to destroy the earth. It is stated plainly that the world's cities will be devastated and that the elements shall melt with fervent heat. And according to this, we are heading toward that day when everything stops, toward that moment when Earth's pendulum will shudder and stop in mid-swing. Now, there's something unique about Bible prophecy, and indeed this book makes audacious claims for itself, actually challenging the world to prove whether it is a divine message to us or not, by testing its prophecies. Now, were you aware that 1/3 of the Bible is Bible prophecy? 1/3 of the entire book is dedicated to that one subject, just foretelling future events. And there's something else. It informs us that an unseen overlord has been quietly shaping human history, and that he will reveal his intentions before causing certain events to transpire. Now, come to think of it, the prophecies to date have been uncannily accurate. Events leading to the 20th century have been outlined step by step in correct sequence. Then there is the current scenario, our explosion of knowledge, the awakening to strength of weak Asian nations, a militarily aggressive Russia, the 1967 return of Israel to Jerusalem, a coming economic political union of 10 nations, or groups of nations in Europe. And the list goes on and on. But all of these are to occur against a background of increasing earthquakes, famines, war, and unprecedented social breakdown. Then come predictions, more startling than fiction. Soon, uncontrollable panic grips the nations as they see no way out. Then a charismatic leader, already clearly identified, arises with the solution, the Hegelian solution. For the first time since ancient Babylon, all nations are now drawn into a one-world government. An electronic network already is in place, which makes it easy, makes it possible, makes it likely. The world leader cancels the existing currencies and establishes a worldwide numbering system. Every person on Earth is required to receive an imprint. Dissidents are not tolerated. For a short season, the planet is at peace. The world dictator is very popular. Now, the utter wickedness of this man is not exposed to the world until it's too late, when suddenly all hell breaks loose. World trade collapses. Religious extremism mounts. And we are plunged into a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation even to that time. Now, the Scripture predicts that so great will be the devastation that unless the conflict is halted in midstream, no life will be left on planet Earth. And it will be stopped. It'll be stopped just in time, but only because of the supernatural intervention of our Creator, live and direct and in person. Undoubtedly, human history is racing toward some appalling catastrophe. The good news is that the Bible has clearly foreseen these events and revealed them. It does offer evidence that the Creator is still in control and will do what man cannot do: act decisively to save the human race from total annihilation. So, who's to blame? Human perversity is the main reason for the mess that the world is in today. But you may ask, well, is it likely that an all-powerful, caring Creator would allow any of His creation to go wrong? And the answer is, of course. You're witnessing it live and direct right now, today. If He decided to give man his free will, would this have happened? Well, tell me, would it be better? Would it be a better world if He had not given us free will, but instead controlled our every move like a cow chewing her cud in the field? What if we were just robots? Think about that. But as it is, we have freedom of choice, and we can demonstrate hatred or love, just as we prefer, just as we wish. So let's face it, if we did not have free will, then love, generosity, and other qualities would be unsatisfying, even meaningless. Life wouldn't be worth living. And as I said earlier, man has created noble, or he was created noble. He has perverted his own character by misusing the free will that his Creator has given him. So no, you're not in a process of evolution which will enable you to create your own paradise here on earth. Such a philosophy is dangerous. It will lull millions into being unprepared for the eventual climactic events dead ahead. And as the prophecies lead us unerringly along the trail toward Armageddon, the flood of Noah sounds a warning. The information that we've dug up concerning our past suddenly becomes relevant, very relevant, like a time bomb or a time machine ready to explode. But after D-Day, then what? For those who choose it and qualify, there's a new world order. It's coming. It's just not what President Bush had in mind. It's a world in which eternal youth, love, loving concern, and security are the norm, where transformed individuals are able to live in harmony. Now, if all of this is true, then I suppose people aplenty are going to miss out, and I wouldn't some of them just love to be there? Think of it. It's a whole new world to mess up. I thought that was a pretty good epilogue. Thought I'd share it with you. Now, there's one last item over here called astronomy that I thought I would point out as kind of a concluding scenario here for you to consider. Now, remember, Jonathan Gray put together 969 records from around the world that point to ancient civilization. Things such as microscopes and glasswork, geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, social organization and engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items, clothing, art, medicine, flight, space travel, ancient science, civilization, electricity, weaponry. I just concluded weaponry because the nuclear option is now on the table. And we're talking almost daily about, in the news, daily, about Iran obtaining nuclear weapons, and President Bush says we'll never allow that to happen. Iran is now aligned with Russia and China, who have nuclear weapons. It's a Muslim country. Pakistan is a Muslim country. They have nuclear weapons. There's a big fight brewing between the Muslims and the Jews, and the Battle of Armageddon is scheduled in the Valley of Megiddo, 35 miles northwest of Jerusalem. All of the elements are in place. Now, in conclusion, let me take a look here at 92 records of astronomy worldwide, such as the round Earth, the Earth's diameter, and the Earth's orbit, which were all known and all recorded by ancient civilizations for us today. Think of this. As I first researched this, Earth's unmanned spacecraft Voyager 2 was hurtling beyond Uranus toward the planet Neptune for a rendezvous in 1989. On August 24th that year, yes, the exact day was known. August 24th, 1989. It was calculated to swing around past Neptune and then head off out into the solar system forever, into unknown deep space. Now, was it as recently as the 19th century, just 200 years ago, that most people thought the Earth that we live on was flat, that it was the center of the universe, surrounded by a distant vault of fixed stars, and that the planets and the sun moved around us? That's right. The Earth cannot be a ball, said one prominent scientist of the time. Otherwise, the people on the lower half would fall off into the void. Even the great Kepler, not so much earlier, had said that there were only 1,005 stars. So long did ignorance prevail that we assume that ignorance has always been the norm. Now enjoy a taste of a great surprise. Contrary to history as we know it, as we learned it in college and high school, in that remote period that we call prehistory, there existed an embarrassing wealth of astronomical knowledge. And may I suggest that the more that one looks into it, the more you will feel that a race of scientific giants has preceded us. Now, that conclusion is unavoidable, that the astronomers of Babylon, India, and Egypt either possessed sophisticated instruments themselves, such as telescopes, or they were the custodians of a prehistoric science
that came from a mother civilization and was passed down to them. Even later, among the classical Greeks, the Romans, there were sages who still had access to a body of knowledge extending back into the dim past. The nations with particular knowledge, cited below, were not alone in possessing this knowledge. This science must have been universal at first, but remember, the surviving evidence is fragmentary. So let's take a look at the earth itself. In Egypt, China, England, Guatemala, Bolivia, Greece, India, Samaria, Babylon, Assyria, the Hittites, Asia Minor, and from the Bible, all reveal that the earth is round, that the earth is a sphere surrounded by the heavens. The Sumerians, for example, identified, named, and grouped the constellations of both the northern and the southern hemisphere to the South Pole. For example, the complete skies of a global, not a flat earth. Egypt's pyramid builders could project maps from spherical to flat surfaces, which shows that they knew that the earth was round. And they calculated the shape and the size of the earth far more accurately than anybody before the mid-19th century. Now in China and Greece, the earth is slightly egg or pear-shaped, and modern science agrees. Our distorted sphere is a little bit pear-shaped, with a bulge in the southern hemisphere, and that was known in China and Greece. Now, in India, China, Greece, Rome, and from the Bible, we learn that the earth floats in space. From Egypt, Greece, China, India, and the Bible, we learn that the earth spins on its axis in 24 hours. The circuit of the earth, that is, the earth in its courses, the seeming rotation of the stars is due to the earth's revolving on its axis, was well known in Greece as far back as 2000 BC. And it was recorded on Khonsu papyrus in Egypt in 1000 BC. Now in Babylon, Egypt, India, and Greece, they all knew that the earth revolves around the sun. That wasn't discovered until Galileo had his famous run-in with the Pope, remember? In Greece, the orbit of the earth is elliptical, that is, oval-shaped. The earth revolves in an oblique circle, while it rotates at the same time about its own axis. Then, in Egypt, India, Guatemala, Chaldea, England, and Greece, the size of the earth was known. A circumference difference from our modern calculation of only 225 miles was recorded in Egypt. The diameter was computed to be 7,840 miles compared to our calculation of 7,926.7 miles. In Guatemala, the weight of the earth had been calculated. In Babylon and Egypt, the exact length of the year, with the Earth's solar year of 365.2420 days. In Guatemala, whereas we know it to be 365.2422 days. The annual movement of the sun and moon, determined to an error of less than 9 seconds of an arc, was calculated and recorded in Babylon. The exact length of the solar year, the sidereal year, and the anomalistic year seems likely to have been clearly understood in Egypt. In Greece, as early as 2000 BC, the seasons are caused by the Earth's rotation around the sun along the ecliptic. In Greece,
An awareness of the torrid temperature and the frigid zones existing on our planet was well known. Now let's take a look at the moon. In India, the distance to the moon was calculated at 253,000 miles. By comparison, we calculate the maximum distance to the moon to be 252,710 miles. In Greece, Chaldea, India, and China, the moon's light is reflected. The moon illuminates the nights with borrowed light. In Greece, it was known that the moon circles around the earth. In England and the Arab countries, the path of the moon is an ellipse, varying closer or farther from the earth. In England and the Arabs, the variation exists in the moon's motion and irregularity caused by the differences in the sun's pull at various points of the moon's orbit. This was discovered only by precision instruments in the 17th century. Mexico has records of the length of the moon's cycle calculated accurately to within 4/10,000ths of a day. And during the lunar month, the duration of the lunar month is 29.53020 days according to the Köppen Maya, or 29.53086 days according to the Palentque Maya. Actually, we calculate it today as 29.53059 days. In Greece, ellipses, solar ellipses. It is the moon that darkens the sun. In Greece and Chaldea, lunar eclipses. It is the Earth's shadow that falls on the moon. In Babylon and England, accurate forecasting of eclipses to fractions of a second of an arc were recorded. And the present methods of calculation established in 1857 included an error of 7/10 of a second of an arc in estimating the movement of the sun. Babylon's calculation was 2/10 of a second nearer to the truth. The maximum amplitude of the moon's wobble, which occurs immediately before the seasons of lunar eclipses, was observed in England as early as 2000 BC and clearly recorded. Now, to predict an eclipse, however, 3 checkpoints at 120 degrees longitude distance from each other must first be established, and information communicated from each of them. In England in 2000 BC, there is a 56-year cycle to moon eclipse patterns. In Babylon, China, Greece, and Rome, the moon exerts an attraction on Earth's tides. Only 300 years ago, Kepler was criticized for making this same conclusion. In Greece, the moon has a 2-week long, 15 times longer than ours. That is, the moon has a 2-week long day, which is 15 times longer than ours. That was known in Greece. In China, 1700 BC, the lunar month has a precise length of 29.5305106 days. Our modern calendars are only 8/100,000ths more accurate. In Greece, as early as 500 BC, the markings on the moon are shadows from high mountains and deep valleys. In China, Samaria, the moon is dreary and cold wasteland. All right, we're talking about the book called The Dead Men's Secrets. It's written by Jonathan Gray. You can go to their website. It's www.teachservices.com.
www.teachservices, teachservices.com. That's all one word. Now, TEACHS is all caps, and then ERVICES is lowercase. Jonathan Gray, the author, 350 pages or so, 969 records, and I'm closing the program with these records of astronomical events because the astronomy of it is a clincher in my mind. You know, you can sit there and say, well, I don't believe that those glass puddles around the world equal atomic war. Or you might say, well, it's just a coincidence that these people have metallurgy or that we found an aluminum cup in an old grave somewhere over in Pakistan. But as I pointed out, aluminum technology didn't come to modern man until 1804. It wasn't until 1859 that we were able to separate bauxite, that is aluminum, or take the aluminum out of the bauxite. And in order to mass produce aluminum, you've got to have massive amounts of electricity. And there are numerous examples of aluminum around the world. In fact, aluminum foil, for crying out loud, was known in South America at some point BC by the Incas. That's very telling, because if you've got aluminum, you've got electricity. And we know they had electricity because they had metallurgy. You can electroplate. That is taking gold and electroplating it onto your silverware, taking silver and electroplating it onto your eating utensils. Hell, we couldn't do that until 100 years ago. That isn't something, you know, that's been around for thousands of years, or that we knew about for thousands of years, like going back to the printing press, you know, with Gutenberg's movable type that we can actually identify. So I just wanted to point out that Jonathan Gray's done a great job. You've heard of some of these ancient marvels. Maybe you saw it on the History Channel, or maybe you saw it on Discovery or something like that, but that's where I saw a few of these. But 969 of these records just boggles your mind. I mean, this guy has put his pen to the paper, and he's done his homework, and they're well documented. I mean, if you want to know where the glass is located, I mean, if you want to get in your car, drive out to the site, get out of your car, walk over and take a look at the green glass, you can do that in 25 places around the world. 25 places that are all older than Alamogordo, New Mexico in 1945, where we find the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, including Easter Island. Ha! Now that's a shocker. In fact, there's a place in China where there are 6 pyramids, all bigger than the Great Pyramids of Cheops in the Egyptian desert there at Cairo. And well documented, and here's where it's located, and you can go out and take a look at it with your own eyeballs, and there's pictures in the books and footnotes. And scientists and archaeologists know this. Museums have the evidence. It's in their basements. The batteries are on display. So the evidence is well known. It's hidden, and you're not told this, but that's because the textbooks are full of lies. They're not only withholding the evidence, the political establishment, that is your government, academia, your colleges, universities, your public schools. They're not only withholding the evidence, they're lying about the evidence that they have, telling you about evolution. Now, if you want to believe evolution, that's fine. There's no skin off my back one way or the other, but that's not true. It didn't happen that way. If you want to believe it happened that way, that's fine. But then there's another side to the story, and Jonathan Gray, I think, has done the job. It's a 1 in 100 book. I'm an old man, and I've never seen anything like it. And so if I haven't seen this book in 70 years, it's very unlikely that you've seen 5 more books that are better than this one. Now let's take a look at, what did the ancients know about the sun? What did they know about the planets? And was there knowledge beyond our solar system? And if so, how did they find out about the stars beyond our solar system? And what about the instruments that they were using? Let's take a look at some more. Plutarch knew that the distance to the sun is 804 million stadia. That's 91.4 million miles. Almost the same figure that we accept today. China, in the 1st century BC, recorded that the stars, the sun, and the moon all float in empty space. In Greece, the relative sizes of the sun and moon were understood and recorded. In Guatemala, our sun is moving through space, carrying our family of planets along with it. It is circumnavigating a central fire. In Greece, the solar parallax, the apparent displacement of the sun amid the stars because of the movement of the Earth and its orbit, was understood, and this was not noticed again until 1670. Taking a look at the planets. The planets are all globular in shape. The Aztecs had a ball game to simulate this. In Greece and Egypt, the order of the planets in distance from the sun was listed correctly. In Babylon, Sumeria, Assyria, and Greece, the planets revolve around the sun. Those that are shepherded by the sun was recorded in Sumeria. Mercury is the fastest moving planet. Its orbit is warped. Its surface is mercilessly baked by the sun, recorded in Assyria. In Babylon, Venus, a knowledge of Venus, moon-like, crescent phases, the horns of Venus, similar to those of the moon. However, this is invisible to the naked eye. Guatemala, the transit of Venus across the solar disk. Guatemala, Venus, the evening star, pattern is repeated in an 8-year cycle. It is true that Venus makes 13 revolutions of the sun for every 8 that our Earth makes. Guatemala, a year on Venus is 584 days long. Our modern computers agree, placing it at 583.82 days. Assyria, Venus, has a diaphanous gown of clouds. Its surface is hellish. True, we know today that there is sulfuric acid in its atmosphere. Though beautiful with its clouds, it is very destructive. In fact, the atmosphere is so dense it has easily crushed every Earth probe sent to the surface of Venus. Guatemala, Mars. The length of its year is accurately predicted. In Sumeria and Greece, Mars, 2 moons, and their distance from the planet was calculated. In Assyria, Mars, after long hope, it is a disappointment with no life as on Earth. Its surface is broken. There are 4 great volcanic boils present. These boils cause the nearby valley tears. Guatemala. Jupiter. An accurate awareness of the number of years and days that it takes Jupiter to circle once around the zodiac. In New Zealand, Jupiter's bands invisible except by telescope. Now get this. In New Zealand, they knew that there were bands around Jupiter, but it's invisible today without a telescope. What does that tell you? They had telescopes. Now, we didn't have a telescope until Galileo came along in the 15th century. Now, these astronomical observations, it reminds me of a story that I heard when I was a kid, and they were trying to explain how the ancients built the Great Pyramid. You know, that thing contains 2.3 million rocks, and whenever you watch one of these movies, you know, by Cecil B. DeMille, and they're dragging these rocks around, they've got thousands of people with ropes over their shoulders dragging these blocks of rock around on the ground. They don't have any levers. They don't have any pulleys. They don't have any wheels. They just drag the rocks around. How they raised these rocks up in the air is a mystery. Nobody knows. They know what the weight of the rocks are today. And the pyramid today, we know, it was just calculated in 1964. It's not all that long ago. It was within my lifetime. They calculated that the Great Pyramid is plus or minus 1/2 inch
on square on all four corners. And I want to tell you, as a general contractor, hell, I can't build a house 1/2 inch on square on four corners. I don't know if anybody would even try. It isn't necessary. But whoever built the Great Pyramid must have thought that it was necessary to put that thing to plus or minus 1/2 of an inch, and they did. Furthermore, the Great Pyramid is built with expansion blocks. That's so that when the sun shines on one side of the pyramid, it expands faster than the rest of the pyramid. So it had to have grooves wherein that expansion could be absorbed. That takes modern engineering. When you build a bridge like the Golden Gate Bridge, it has to be built so that as the temperature rises, you can calculate the expansion of the steel. And on both ends of the bridge, there's an expansion grate on the deck. All bridges are built that way. It's not something that's new or just been discovered, but these people knew that way back in ancient times. Now, hey, boys and girls, you've got to have engineering knowledge. You've got to have engineering skill to even think of that. It's necessary. It's got to be there, or the thing won't work. Now, those pyramids work. They move with the expansion and contraction of the heat and cold, and it was calculated and put into them. But here's the kicker. I was told when I was a kid that in order to get that thing level, they had to have what they call a water level. And so those people, being ancient and dumb, they had to sew goat intestines together to make a hose. And then that's called a water level. And you fill the thing with water. And I believed it because I was expected to believe it. I guess I didn't want to disappoint my instructors. And so they told us that these ancients in ancient times, they were just emerging out of the dark ages, of animal ancestry. And so they didn't have technology like we have today. They didn't have rubber balls. They didn't have rubber hoses. Of course, now Jonathan Gray goes out here and discovers, they had rubber. But anyway, I was expected to believe, and I did believe, that they leveled the Great Pyramid by pouring water into goat gut and leveling it up. Now, we weren't able to calculate the accuracy of the Great Pyramid until 1964 with a laser transit, but we're expected to believe that the guys that actually built that thing built it with goat gut. Boys and girls, let's wake up and face reality. They had at least the same technology when they built it as we had in 1964 when we were first able to calculate its accuracy. Unless you would believe that you could stack up 2.3 million rocks and get it square to within plus or minus 1/2 inch by accident. Hell, I couldn't build an outhouse by accident that close. And furthermore, all of the pyramids are accurate. Furthermore, they're aligned with the astronomical signs in the universe. They're aligned with true north. They're aligned with the various planets, for crying out loud. Planets with orbits and with numbers that go along with them. Have you heard some of these numbers? 583.82 days. And with calculations on the moon, out to 4 or 5 or 6 decimal places, for crying out loud. And these are written records. These are written records that are well known by the Smithsonian Institution. But they're not publishing that. They hide it and they bury it. And you ought to be asking yourself this question. Why? Charlotte Isherby wrote a book called The Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. When you withhold that kind of information from people, there can only be one reason. We don't want you to know that. Why? Because we want you to remain ignorant. We have a political agenda. Here's what we want you to believe. Here's what we're going to teach you. That the pyramid was built with goat gut, but we couldn't calculate its accuracy until 1964 with a laser transit. I feel ashamed that I swallowed that line of horse pucky, but then I did. Didn't have any reason not to. Now in Assyria, Jupiter rages like the sun. We have now found that Jupiter's interior is much hotter than had been estimated, that it spews deadly radiation out into space. Jupiter wallows in a seething mass of hydrogen and helium gas clouds, forming a turbulent atmosphere, some planet. Tornadoes and cyclones whirled across its surface. Perhaps they've raged nonstop for thousands of years. So reported the Australasian Post of May 10, 1979, concerning Voyager 1's discovery in March of that year. The first sensation was when Voyager 1 detected and reported a blinding light above it, so strong that it appeared to sensors to be even brighter than the sun as seen from the Earth. It is an aurora which engulfs the whole of Jupiter. Jupiter sends out ray particles. Jupiter is the largest producer of rays in our solar system. Now, how did the Assyrians know that? Remember, the Assyrian Empire has been destroyed, for thousands of years now. And so what we dig up in Assyria or Babylon out of these archaeological digs, when we find these clay tablets and so on, and we decipher them, we read what these ancients had reported, Did you know that these reports even existed? Has anybody ever told you that? First time I saw, numbers like this is when I read this chapter on the secret planets. Are we in for more surprises here? The astronomical evidence that these ancients in the past had this kind of knowledge. In order to have this kind of knowledge, they had to have a Mount Palomar-sized telescope. Now, I wouldn't be a bit surprised by what they had a Hubble telescope out here in Earth orbit, because some of the information that's given here would indicate to me that in order for them to know this, they must have been dealing with space flight and space travel. In fact, he's got a chapter in here on ancient science, space travel and flight. I haven't covered all the chapters. I can't read the whole book to you here on the air, but I can review it. I can tell you some of the more sensational parts of it and the details. If you're interested, you have to learn for yourself. You can get a copy of this book, by the way, and if you can't find it anywhere else, let me suggest that you go to www.bravenewbookstore.com. Let's get on the web. It's bravenewbookstore.com. They got a phone. It's in Austin, Texas. It's 512-480-2503. That's 512-480-2503. Brave New Bookstore. The book here is published in 2004, so it's fairly recent. You should be able to get a copy of it at your local bookstore. Barnes & Noble is our local bookstore here in Springfield, and they usually carry a pretty good selection of books. And so I picked it up, and I couldn't believe what I was reading. I said, geez, I'm gonna review this. This is a 1 in 100 read. I grade books like this. It's a 1 in 20. That is, you'll read 20 books, and then you'll find a book like this. This is one of those 1 in 100 books. This might be a 1 in 1,000 books. I'm pushing 70, and I've never read anything like it. Never seen anything like it. Didn't know it existed. I'll tell you what blew me away was this weaponry section over here, where there are 25 sites around the world that have the green glass that is produced only by nuclear explosions, like the explosion at Alamogordo, New Mexico. And that's what blew me away. I said, oh my God, we've already had nuclear war on this planet. We've already had nuclear war on this planet. From the time that God in the antediluvian world took a look around and he said, I'm going to destroy this thing with a worldwide flood. I'm going to wipe this thing out. He said, they only think of evil continually. It describes our world today to a T. All we think about today is war and rumors of war. It's just constant evil continually on planet Earth today. We're at about the same point that we were in Noah's day. And God judged the world in that time, and he's about to judge the world a second time. And he says, hey, this is coming, so pay attention, wake up, smell the coffee.
And all we've done so far is give him the finger. But I would suggest that we think about that and say, well, I'm not really sure I want to give this guy the finger anymore. It might not be in our best interest. So that's where this section is here on astronomy. There's a couple more sections in here on astronomy that how about beyond our solar system here in China? The blue of the sky is merely an optical illusion. In India and Greece, the universe is infinite. The distance to and between the stars is immeasurable. In Mali, the stars are much more distant than the planets. In India, Greece, and from the Bible, the stars cannot be numbered. In Greece, the stars are blazing suns like our sun, and some of them are larger than our sun. In Sumeria and Greece, each star is the center of a planetary system. On June 13, 1984, Dr. Hartmut Aumann announced to the American Astronomical Society that 40 nearby stars show excess infrared emission, suggesting that they may be orbited by solid material or even planets. You know, we just have come to that understanding or that knowledge within my lifetime. And these ancient people already knew about it and wrote about it. How did they know? Where did they get the information? 6 months later, Professor Donald McCarthy and Frank Lowe from the University of Arizona claimed to have actually discovered a planet moving around the Van Biesbroek 8 star in the Ophiuchus constellation, some 21 light years. That's 125,000 billion miles from Earth. It had a mass 30 to 80 times that of our Jupiter. Credit for this first discovered planet outside our solar system was counterclaimed by Professor Robert Harrington of the Washington Naval Observatory, who said he saw the planet 18 months earlier with 2 other astronomers. Now, we have just recently come to the conclusion that there are planets orbiting these stars out in space. Now, that's information that was known in Sumeria and Greece at least 2,000 years ago. How did they know that? Did they have telescopes? Did they have a science, a technology, an astronomy equal to where we're at today, and perhaps even farther advanced than ours today? Because much of what's reported here in the book Dead Men's Secrets, we don't have any technology to duplicate what they did back 2,000-3,000 years ago. Now that's a thought for you. Well, I'm about out of time again here, boys and girls, so we'll have to leave it right there. Remember, the book is called Dead Men's Secrets, Jonathan Gray. You can get them at www.teachservices.com.